I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry,
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication
watching VODs together,
because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So, na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry,
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication
watching VODs together,
because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry,
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication
watching VODs together,
because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry,
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication
watching VODs together,
because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry,
We focus more on our fundamentals, aim, and communication
watching VODs together,
because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experienced sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo, because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against.
If you're looking for action, camaraderie, and perseverance, then you've come to the right place. This is the home of Philippine talent showing what they've got. The best of the best in the Valorant scene here in the country, battling it out to see who comes out on top. It's time. This is VCTPH.
Another one, and there you go, Kuya Yowie. They're stopping this man. Sport with the plates, and it's two already going down to the ground. Great, look at this from Fletcherino. Thinking it, he's just gonna go for it, and Naseflix crawls his way to the clutch.
TGIF, ladies and gentlemen, or in our case, TGIF POV. Thank God it's Friday because of Valorant.
Haba! Okay yun ah.
Hindi, kasi dito kasi sa panel, may mga acronyms tayo. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung likable, hindi ko alam kung ano ibig sabihin. Pero yung BNB, hindi po yan bed and breakfast, ano yan, black and blue. Pag Dax, the amazing caster show?
Caster with a K?
Alam mo, nice try, pero feel ko bawal natin pag-usapan yun dito. Yun lang masasabi ko. Ay, we're back. I can't
We
believe
are
it.
back. Tapos na ba
Funnily
yung
enough.
lovers quarrel nyo? Wala na bang issue? Bati na kayong dalawa?
Nagpati na kami kaya. Ang bilis lang.
Oo, lagi naman eh. Diba?
Ano kami, see eye to eye, di ba?
Eye to eye.
No
Sige nga,
sorries
tingnan nyo nga
needed.
yung isa't isa eye to eye. Patingin nga.
Tama ba?
Tama ba? Ay.
See eye contact. Alam mo, seryoso na kami pag ganun.
Good attempt naman, di ba? Good attempt. Pero alam mo kung sino yung nakikita eye to eye, face to face o kaya head to head pa nga dito, yung mga teams natin dito sa VCTPH. Bakit hindi na natin panoorin kung paano nga ba yung nangyari na headshot to headshot dito sa mga labanan? Here are the highlights from yesterday. Let's take a look.
There's always that opportunity for SR Nakage, and that's what gives them stability in these post-ban scenarios. But now, even in the shadows, even in the darkness, Bolex opens up his eyes and is able to find a takedown. Desperate though to catch out Sid, can't get the job done. It's Chase instead, they line up for him, and that's enough to get the round!
Very low at this point. Single Spectre can literally shred this entire team. Badman makes contact here with the rest of the team, and yeah, they fall down like dominoes. Like,
What was right in front of them, and now here you go. You don't even see that one coming, courtesy of Zin. Good start to shut Fall X down. If he can't even start the round, man, he can't play it.
Nakage, they're just so much more understanding of what to do in these situations. Eco round, Maxi's gonna farm them at this point. Garage is gonna, where he's gonna keep him, spams through, and yeah, 4K.
Yeah, I love the sightlines from from Naos here. They just know that APH is just somewhere at B. Here it is. Recon Dart pointed out. Nano Swarm. It's been planning on the side, but NDG can't really go for the punish. He has to deal with the one right in front of him already. That's going to be Micro. He's down. Reposition for Papichulo, and it's good. All right. It's all falling all around them, but they've already planted the spike. That's what's important. And this high tide is so dirty. It shows your head, doesn't show the opponents. And NDG picks up the 4K for a photo finish on this round, 4-10. I gotta say as well, I don't usually point this out, but Motor's like HL usage has been incredibly disgusting. All right, Blurred picking up 2. Okay. All right, we still have Jado, the mastermind, the El Clasico clutcher. It's planted for him as well, but he's gonna go swing for the wide. Is the timing gonna be good? Yanagi's on him though. Timing, peek. Yeah, Yanagi's too quick.
Pew, pew, pew! Bang, bang, bang! Lahat na ng tunog narinig natin dun sa highlights. Pero syempre, narinig rin natin yung napakagandang boses ng mga casters natin. Ayan na nga, diba? Kasama ko sila dito. Parang chillings pa tong dalawang to. Pero anyway, bago pa ang lahat, gusto ko munang magpasalamat sa mga sponsors natin. Kasi syempre yung mga highlights na yun, hindi yan mangyayari if it weren't for the help of our sponsors. So dahil dyan, maraming salamat sa Riot Games as well as Mineski Philippines for making this possible.
And let's also give thanks to our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
And last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yan. Nico, natawag na naman kitang Nico. Black and blue, rather.
Oh,
There
yeah.
we go. Kaya nga tayo may mga acronyms na pinag-usapan kanina. Ano bang masasabi mo dun sa laban na kinast mo nga kahapon? Rinig na rinig ko yung boses mo dun. Hindi maipagkakait na ikaw talaga yun.
Well, it was certainly, pagtingnan nga natin dito, diba, yung match na kinasama ni Dax, to be fair, pareho kami kahapon. It was one na, nakala kong pwede pang tumanan natin yung SR. Medyo shaky at some moments, and then game labs medyo bumawi nga ng map number 2, pero in the end yung pinaka dito ng SR na kage yung bumalik nga sa kanila, which is their rated. Paano sila bumawi when they are also in a losing streak on terms of rounds. So yeah, I think it was a pretty good series, all things considered. Dalawang 2-0 kahapon, but it didn't feel like it.
Tayo pala yun.
It certainly did not feel like it. Ayan, si Dax, feeling ko may gusto rin sabihin si Dax. Siyempre bilang co-casters, di ba?
Gusto ko makibanat dyan. I'm surprised though na, uy, ako pala yun? English speaking? I see. Boses ko yun. Pero meron naman isa pang series dun sa kabila, di ba? We had Naos Esports versus Action PH. At doon naman, overall, it just felt like na Naos was just as dominant as can be. They had the standard Icebox fanfare. Dinala rin nila patungo na sa Haven. And it just really feels like we're getting one of the more aggressive teams dito sa ating regular season in Naos Esports. So bantayan talaga natin yung top part of the bracket especially because that's gonna get really tight and really close moving forward sa playoffs natin eh.
Saktong-sakto yung sinabi mo kasi i-reveal na natin kung ano nga ba yung current standings natin dito. And like you mentioned, makikita natin tong Naos Esports at the top dito, Dax. Later on, meron tayong game with Oasis Gaming. Sa tingin mo ba, sila na ulit yung mapupunta dito sa number 1, Dax? Or do you think na Naos Esports will retain this spot and possible pa na mag-tie itong dalawang to?
Actually, pag matalo naman Oasis Gaming dito, technically tied sila in the first place, right? Pero depende pa rin sa map differential. I'm just looking right now at this stretch of Oasis Gaming. Just to correct myself from yesterday, ang Oasis Gaming, 2 na out of the 3 direct invite teams ang natalo. Pinakahuling matchup nila down the line will be SR Nakage. But from this point on muna, puro mga open qualifier teams yung mga papalagan nila. So it feels like it's more of a test of strength rather than experience. Doon natin makikita nga kung paano magka-size up yung the rest sa Oasis Gaming. And moving forward, I feel like yun yung magiging standard in the first place dito sa regular season. I wouldn't be surprised to see Oasis Gaming take these victories down the line. Pero para sa mga teams na makikipaglaban sa kanila, it will be very important how they gauge themselves against this all-star squad.
I mean, yun naman yung tamang sagot, Dax. Pag pinag-isipan mo talaga, pag pareho silang naging 3-1 here at the end of the day. Pero gusto ko malaman, ano ang sagot ng puso mo, Dax? Pag parehong 3-1, sino talaga ang number 1?
Wag ka ganyan. You can't do me like that! You can't do me like that! Feel ko nga, pag nung isang prediction pa lang dati, medyo malala na. Pero guys, we have amazing matches for today, no?
We really do. Actually, pag tinignan mo dito, 'di ba, Oasis Gaming yan nga yung magiging defining natin dito kung sino ba yung magta-top 1 sa standings natin. Pero dito, Black and Blue, mas interested ako right now dito sa game number 2 natin because it's Puggers versus Sky. And I think at this point, medyo madugo talaga tong series na to, lalong-lalo na alam naman natin na hindi pa well off sa current standings natin etong dalawang teams na to.
Masala natin itong Sky, 'di ba? Sila ang by far so far dito nasa pinaka ilalim talaga ng ating leaderboard. These teams really nag-qualify into the playoffs kung patuloy pa din ang performance nila dito. You see both of them 7th and 8th place respectively, and you have to be top 6 para na makapasok sa playoffs. So they're really fighting for here in this matchup. Katulad ng pinag-usapan natin actually kahapon ng panel, the reason why this matchup is entertaining and so exciting is because this is basically a match for them to try and qualify just by winning this. Puggers can make it if Abaddon and Abyss lose their game later.
Yeah, it's a very important matchup. Feel ko nga, it's not about being in last place or not by this point. It's about making it to the top 6 para sa playoffs, and it'll be a big win for either side. Will the woes of Sky Empire continue? Can Puggers keep on the hot streak that they had versus Game Lab Alpha? Only time will tell. Pero kailangan natin panurin yung matchup na yun mismo because that can make or break playoff hopes para sa mga iba't ibang teams down the line.
Yun na nga make or break talaga, and down the line pa yan kasi second series natin yan for the day. Going back to our first series of the day, magkakaalaman tayo kung saang direction ba papunta etong series na to. Will it be going to the Oasis or will it be going to the Abyss? Dahil dyan, ipakilala na natin ang ating first team of the day. Ito ay walang iba kundi ang ating paradise, ang Oasis Gaming.
Perfect.
Marami na kumanta basically nung mga hopes and hymns and praises of Oasis Gaming. At kita talaga natin with this roster, it's all-star supremacy yet again. Nexi, Savvy 8K, Georgie, Marky, Wild, Oreo, Draxi, they're also in rotation. At over the line na nakita natin sa past few weeks natin though, Nexi has really become part of that main 5 roster. Palagi na lang siya pinapasok, some active roster in every single map. Usually dati, before we went into VCTPH, it was a rotation between him, Drax, as well as si Marky. So there's a lot of variations na nakikita natin dito sa Oasis Gaming, but every single week that we see from them, it is excellence, it is performance, at it is panalo talaga ang nakikita natin dito sa Oasis.
Malaking bagay din yun, the fact that they are able to, really finally look like the best shape that they've ever been, Dax. Ever since nung year 1, ang parang best configuration ng Oasis. I totally agree na si Nexty ang parang lagi mong by far for me. This is an all-star lineup. I think separates himself as also being one of those players talaga na you can always rely on no matter what map, no matter what role. And for Oasis to keep him in the rotation is a big thing, but more importantly for Oasis to have fielded here dito sa VCTPH stage 1 natin, I think that they have a real good chance in this home run.
Oh, I completely agree with you there. And tulad nga yan, pinoint out mo pa si Nexi dito. One of the most consistent players that we've seen throughout the stages of VCT talaga. Never absent but also never failing talaga. Sabi mo nga, di ba, reliable talaga. And I think that's one of the factors why Oasis Gaming, the current roster, just really works for them as well as a whole. Pero moving on to their opponent for the day, sabi ko nga kanina, we went to Paradise, we went to the Oasis, pero ngayon alamin natin saan kaya nagtatapos ang Abyss. Meron nga ba? Ito na, alamin natin with Abaddon Abyss.
Perfect.
Here we are, Abaddon Abyss, the team from down south. You got Asta, Exotic, Rabab, Slatham, and V Black. And this team, pag tinignan mo talaga to, they are a team na galing sa open qualifiers that we weren't really necessarily expecting to be, I think, kind of a heavy hitter, but I think they can be one of those dark horses pagdating sa ating open qualifier teams, because pag tingnan mo, they did lose against SR Nakage at saka Game Lab Alpha, pero yung mga mapa na naipanalo nila doon sa mga series na yon, which was Icebox and Ascent respectively, those were very convincing, especially that Ascent map na naitalo nila ang SR Nakage. So I really do think that this Abaddon Abyss squad, pag binigyan mo po ito ng oras, they could be one of those teams very similar to the same kind of structure and very similar to the same kind of journey na dinaanan ng SR Nakage. This could be Abaddon Abyss in the future.
Pero south pa nga to sa Alabang basically, and the boys from Cebu all together, that's really the biggest deal right now. Every single week that we see from Abaddon Abyss, ang interesting part sa improvement nila, it's not just the game, but the communication, the resilience, the endurance, and kita natin dito sa screen natin, even the bootcamp, basically getting more and more people in it, everyone working together, nandyan na nga yung buong squad, and that's really important to build that chemistry, especially in these, I'd say, tight situations. Para sa Abaddon Abyss, marami silang matchup na dumidikit sila sa laban, muntik pang manalo against SR Nakage as well as Game Lab Alpha. But I guess the concern right now is kakayanin ba nila yung firepower na Oasis Gaming, especially kung maging matagalan na naman yung series, doon natin nakikita yung Abaddon Abyss by the third map, parang napapagod na sila eh.
Yun nga eh. Akala natin endless kung endless itong Abyss natin, pero may hantungan din when it comes to the endurance side. On the side of Oasis Gaming, I agree, may firepower talaga din sila. Pero although may times na nakikita natin na nagsistruggle na tong Abaddon Abyss in longer format games, masasabi ko talagang malakas din tong firepower ng team na to. Pero eto, meron rin tayong dalawang players na nagsa-stand out from these two teams. Kilalatin natin sila dito sa ating head-to-head dahil very flexible etong dalawang to. We've got Wild Oreo and Slatham over here, Dax. ikaw na mag-open, ano bang gusto mong pag-usapan dito sa dalawang players na to?
You said the right term there, like, big props to you. Flexible talaga tong two players na to. They flex on over to the duelist role from time to time. So Wild Oreo nga, if you can play the Viper, lalabas pa nga niya in the first place. But one thing to watch out for this head-to-head mismo is what they bring to the table in terms of the roster. One thing I noticed dito sa Oasis Gaming is they don't actually play the Sova as much unless nandyan si Marky sa active roster. When Wild Orio's there, he's usually playing things like Fade, playing things like KO, Savvy 8K. He's on that Breach instead, or any of those flash duelists that you want. And on the other side, Slada naman, same kind of case where he plays that Sova, he defines really what kind of intel the team gets, and when you need someone else to add in sa duelist potential, siya rin naman yung pwede mag-man up alongside what Wild Oreo and Savvy 8K do. So this head-to-head is just a definition of what kind of style these two teams play, and yun yung parang interesting part na pwede natin pansinin. Kung sino mas may impactful, it feels like yun yung magiging mas tamang sagot sa mga matchup natin eh.
Hello! Parang ano eh, ang cute naman ni Nico. Sige, kayahin natin yung post ni Black and Blue. Medyo na-caught off guard ako dun eh. Aling direction ba?
That JPEG. Ito.
Ganun na nga yung nangyari. Okay lang yan. Casting partner mo naman yan. It does happen. Pero to add to the point that you just mentioned, ito kasi talagang dalawang players na to, tulad nga na sinabi mo, I would say, parang yung comparison natin kahapon sa mga initiator natin, meron talaga dito na initiator na makikita mo na more on the team play talaga yung purpose nila. And then meron tayong ditong iba na nag-e-enable ng aggression for the team. At masasabi ko siguro, more on the side of Zlatan, sabi mo nga more on the intel initiators kapag yun yung flex role na ginagampanan niya. Pero pag dito naman kay Wild Oreo, more on support yung nakikita ko eh. Pero what's funny is, pareho sila from time to time, they really jump into that sentinel role, which I find is a huge jump in terms of role. So would you say, Dax, na kapag ganun ba, nagkakaiba ba yung dynamic talaga when you jump from that initiator role, tas biglaan na lang depending on the map, kailangan magampanan mo itong sentinel role na more on anchoring the side?
It's more like the playstyle mismo. I don't recall really kung gaano kadalas mag-sentinel to mga players na to, except if you count Viper as one in terms of Wild Orio's side. Pero it just really goes to show na sila yung nag-fit in para sa team, and they also fill in yung mga mga kailangan talaga ng Oasis Gaming at Abaddon Abyss respectively. One thing to watch out for is kung lalabas ba ni Wild Oreo at ni Sladom yung Neon, lalabas ba yung Raze ni Sladom, lalabas ba yung KO ni Wild Oreo. Those kind of important aspects really changes the dynamic, and having them on the rosters for both Oasis and Abaddon Abyss enables a lot more of these compositions and a lot more of these styles to happen para sa mga roster nila eh.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these two teams, and just to touch upon the point that you talked about a while ago, I think the roster talk about this team is really important because the flexibility is something that remains to be in question if that's something that, Abaddon Abyss should continue the same way Oasis are, because Oasis, they're really effective in that case. But to be fair, when we do look at, some of the more variations that the roster of Abaddon Abyss have tried to do, they kind of look better when they stick to what they know. You have saw them kind of flex on over to that duelist sometimes. You have Exotic come over to the Sentinel on the Cypher on Fracture, but even though they've gone some rounds with it, it never was too convincing every time they do, and it always seemed like that their game plan wasn't just diverse enough to make that happen. So I do think that these players do have flexibility to play, but I'm just not too sure, especially against Oasis, if trying out and diverting to new things is exactly what you want to do in this specific matchup when you've got your back against the wall in terms of the standings.
Yes, I have to agree with you there kasi this isn't the time to be experimenting, knowing na Oasis Gaming is definitely one of the teams that you absolutely have to look out for, especially here sa VCTPH. You have to approach it with more caution and more planning talaga. And as we head on over to our map, Vito, boys, I just want to ask you, let's start with Black and Blue since you're back here in the, ano ba tawag dito? MP4 universe? Gumagalaw na tayong lahat with audio. Yeah, in the living world. Na ano sa tingin mo yung mapa na kailangan maging cautious talaga itong Abaddon Abyss, especially going up against a contender like Oasis Gaming?
I mean, nakita naman natin na Oasis, katulad ng sinasabi lagi ni Dax, they are one of the best teams pagdating sa Haven. Nakita naman natin yon na many times on over. Although, to be fair, hindi nila nga sila ng action ng malayo, ng overtime pa nga. And Oasis ban Ascent. And this was the map Veto, the first opening ban that I figured Oasis were gonna go to kung hindi sila nag-default dun sa mga permabans sila. Kasi so far, sa lahat ng mapa na inalaro dito sa VCT ng Abaddon Abyss, this was the most convincing by far nung in overtime nga nila kalaban ang SR Nakage. And I think that was a map that really actually napanalo ka nila versus SR Nakage. And that was a map that I think could be where pwede pa silang makabawi or pwede pa silang makakuha ng isang punto dito sa series na to. Abaddon Abyss, Breeze, okay, that makes sense. Nakita naman natin yon. But for Oasis to open up dito sa map picks nila, they could pick Fracture, I think. Kasi ito ang isa sa mga mapa na nakita natin. Malakas ang Oasis, pero medyo nahirapan ng Fracture nung nakita natin kalaban ng SR Nakage.
Yeah, Fracture, I think it's something that Oasis can really consider. Pero we look at those bans again. Oasis has been banning Ascent versus, I believe, Action PH as well as now Esports. And in all honesty, it might be a little bit spicy here na baka may pa tayo makakuha ng bind because Abaddon Abyss isn't really afraid to bring out bind of all maps. Oasis hasn't played bind in so very long. Pero to no surprise, Haven talaga para sa Oasis. This has been one of their most successful maps. I think the only time they have lost Haven over the past few months has been on a LAN finals. Besides that, basta online, basta buhay na buhay dito ang Oasis Gaming. I'm really excited though for this second map pick because Abaddon Abyss can throw such a big curveball para sa map pool natin eh.
I'm a little bit worried about the first map pick on the side of Abaddon Abyss. Bakit nila iniwang nakabukas yung Haven dito? Hopefully, maganda yung plano nila dito. Pero picking Pearl over here, Black and Blue, I think that is very strategic, especially since maganda naman yung naging run nila, specifically against Puggers, diba?
I mean, statistically, this is the best map pick that you can right now, right? And considering the fact na tinanggal nga ang Ascent, yun yung opening ban. Pearl, by far, has been the worst map dito ng Oasis in the past few months. Natalo sila versus Action. Nanalo sila versus Action, yes, but natalo sila versus Sky Empire right before, and that isn't saying much, to be fair, because Oasis haven't been losing many maps, period, altogether. But this is one of the, at least, slightly more probable maps na pwede pang ipanalo ng Abaddon Abyss, but it still isn't saying much. There's a lot for them to go for, na nanalo nga sila versus Puggers, but it wasn't super convincing as well, 13-9. And so Abaddon Abyss, I think they're just kind of grasping at straws here to try and find any map that they can put together. Bind itinatanggal nga dito, and so that still leaves Fracture in that pool na pwedeng laruin.
I think they're gonna go for Icebox sa map pick. They should be banning out Fracture by this point after dun sa laban ng Abaddon Abyss against SR Nakage. But I do have to go back to that second map while we're waiting. Icebox is gonna get banned, so we go in Fracture. Okay, ako na mali, Abaddon Abyss. Ako na nga mali. And this is actually a very interesting latter half of a map pool. Kasi para sa Oasis, the odds are with them. Let's be real. They have finally gotten that success sa Pearl. They were able to beat down Naos. Pero may weakness pa rin eh. Like Black and Blue has mentioned dun sa bago sa matchup versus Action PH, hindi nila ma-figure out ano gusto nila gawin sa Pearl. And coming into Fraction naman, in that matchup versus Naos, that looked to be such a sure win until bumalik yung Naos sa kanila near the second half. So there might be openings dito na ma-figure out ng Abaddon Abyss. But on the other side, kung dun ka naman sa Oasis camp, ito na yung magsasabi sa lahat na tama na yung ginagawa namin sa Pearl at tama na yung ginagawa namin sa Fracture. It's a bit of a make or break for Oasis, even though that these have been successful maps for them. Kasi dito natin malalaman kung back to the drawing board ba yung mga comp nila or okay na ba yung mga lalaroin nila down the line.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm fixated on Fracture. I want us to reach game number 3 kasi gusto kong makita tong si Wild Oreo or nailabas tong Neon. If I'm not mistaken, ito yung map na nilabas niya yun, and I want to see more of that. Very exciting. I know we talked about him being a more of the flexible role dito, pero yun nga eh, to be a more forward role, nakakatuwa talagang makita. So excited ako. At dahil dyan, I am hoping na mag 2-1 tayo, but my prediction for this series is gonna go with Oasis Gaming. Mad respect to Abaddon Abyss, pero alam ko kasi, nakikita ko yung record talaga nitong Oasis Gaming, and I just feel like Abaddon Abyss is not yet ready to take on this monster of a team as well. But you guys could have different opinions from me. What is your prediction over here, Dax?
Gotta agree with you. Oasis Gaming looking very much to be the team to beat, at especially yung masa-start tayo dito sa Haven. doon pa lang mahirap na ang magiging labanan para sa Abaddon Abyss. They have so much work cut out for them in the long run, especially if we move into Fracture pag maging decider pa nga. So magiging delikado dito para sa Abaddon Abyss. We have to go for Oasis this one.
Oasis din si Dax, which leaves you, Black and Blue. Are you gonna join the bandwagon here on the panel, or do you have a different opinion about this?
I definitely agree dito kay Dax, and maybe possibly to you as well, na Oasis dito talaga ang dapat manalo. They're gonna be my prediction for this one, pero katulad ng sabi ni Dax, this is gonna be kind of a test dito para sa Oasis because it has to be convincing, and we have to see kung anong gumana nung huling beses na naglaro sila sa Icebox and Pearl respectively, if those things still stick, if na patuloy pa nila dito, and at least for them, they get a slightly, maybe lesser high-tiered opponent to try and, you know, really work that out on. So for this, I think Oasis 2-0 even.
Ooh, okay. So, dun tayo magkakaiba. Hala, bakit ganun? Anyway, Oasis Gaming yan, guys. Unanimous yan. Narinig nyo naman yung mga sinabi natin. Anyway, eto na nga. Alam nyo naman si Black and Blue nagiging JPEG from time to time. Kaya siguro napag-iwanan din. Pero ayun, naka-lock and loaded na yung mga predictions namin dito sa panel. And excited na ako makita how this series is gonna end up. Like I said, I am excited for Fracture. Hopefully, we get to that point. But if we don't, it just goes to show na meron talagang mga teams dito na super dominant. And we're about to find out which team that's gonna be as we head on over to the games. So casters, I'm tossing it to you guys.
Is there gonna be trouble in paradise as the Abyss approaches, or is the Sanctuary gonna remain undefiled? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raph, and that beautiful gentleman with a hat hiding his bad hair day, of course, my bad hair day is pretty obvious, is Asarai. What's up, man?
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. If I angle it correctly, hang on. I have the horns of Abaddon Abyss. Look at that, purple horns.
Dude, I worked so hard on that intro, man, and then you're just like, yeah, Abaddon Abyss, let's go. But you know what?
But I love the intro. You're
yeah.
You're absolutely right. It does feel, you know, going on a more serious note here, that Abaddon coming into this series. I think we also talked about this yesterday in a certain light as well, right? It's sort of a deja vu moment. I think which match was that? I think that was the Naus versus Action match, where the map selection heavily favored Naus Esports. And it's the same thing here, I feel, with Oasis Gaming and Abaddon, where we have Fracture and Haven in the selection. So I don't know what's going on in the heads of Abaddon here, but they're confident. I like it. All right.
I mean, you know, I don't want to say too many things that'll out me as, you know, super because I'm very interested in both these teams. Abaddon, of course, homegrown. That's why I love them so much. Oasis Gaming, always been a fan, and they've been as stable as they can be. They've been fairly consistent with their VCT results anyway. So we talk about Haven, right? I feel like this is a very, very daring move for Abaddon to actually leave it out in the open, and we were actually kind of like reacting to it a little bit backstage on why this map actually pushed through. But we will see how it's going to go for both these teams. I don't think there's going to be any major changes on both sides here. Oasis with Javi on that, or Xavi on that breach. I think I've said this multiple times on the broadcast too, that Xavi is actually the record holder for the most kills on one map. I think he had like 30
40?
something. No, it wasn't 40, it was
40,
like
right?
38 or something. Something crazy like that. But in any case, it does look like this is gonna be a similar comp, but we actually get the breach out, Aster. I know you and I are big fans of that, on the side of Oasis at least.
Yeah, I mean, they have used this before. What is interesting is similar as well to Naos. We're going to be seeing Nexi actually pick up the chamber. He's not going to be on that killjoy here. He's going to be looking for something, I think, a lot more forward control with the TPs. We talked about this yesterday. If you guys weren't able to hear our discussion with me and Raph, it was, again, that Chamber does have a different play style. He's still effective. You just can't really play him the same as before. He's more of a zone control agent now rather than just basically controlling the entire map with, 2 utilities, which is incredibly ridiculous.
You mean he's an actual sentinel now instead of being
exactly
an
a proper
omnipresent,
sentinel.
omnipotent agent? But you know what? The firepower
basically
is still
a
there.
god.
Oh yeah, it's pretty much god at in that meta. But at this point, the firepower is still very much present. As for the headhunter is always going to be problematic when you're against it. Of course, the tour de force still bringing on the pain whenever that is available. Abaddon, they are going to go for quite a crazy size up, a crazy test to actually go against Oasis on Haven. And I'm interested on what they might actually do on the pistol here. Oasis on the attacking side, are they gonna go for something slow, or are they just gonna full send it mid or B? Because it does look like there is a big cluster towards that direction anyhow.
Kind of makes sense though, because Nexi can control so much already from that tiny little position that he has. He'll have a possible use of the trap. Actually, he doesn't. He's actually going to be committing to basically just all of the shots on the headhunter, if I'm not mistaken here. Draxi is going to be holding onto C-Long just for the moment. And you're absolutely right, Rap. They're going to be pushing onto the B side as Nexi goes in slower and slower. He's looking for the contact first, using that headhunter for some pow-pow, but he will miss a couple of the shots. He is clearing. If that does fail, you do see that the Oasis is either deciding to go for garage or a main, which is right now. It's going to be all into Exotic's hands. Prepared. He has a dash. He's got to get the first pick. Okay,
First pick.
1-for-1.
1-for-1 indeed, Astra, and it does look like both of these teams want to trade blows as Slather would remain undiscovered here, and despite the timing, Nexi still finishes him off with those super valuable headhunter shots. Oh my goodness, did Asta just get spammed through the smoke? Something that you don't want to happen here. Nexi still does have that teleport available, however, he is but a gentle kiss from death as Rababs is going to push up on him. Actually tries to check the corner, gives his team a little bit of space, and it's V-Black and Rababs running through that molly here. Rababs deathly low as Drax is going to hold down the line and get a big 3k for him. Now Asta, he is but a breach with a ghost. He is going to be sent to the spectator lobby as well. Drax, wow, big 4k Astra. Now we're going to actually see that Astro Wall, that Cosmic Divide, very soon.
So you'd think that, that double man flank from Abaddon Abyss would be, a big threat as you look at that replay on the minimap real quick. But the thing, I love the movement here for Oasis is that they initially forced, I think, Abaddon to respect that mid control, forcing them back, pushing them back. And if ever there was anybody pushing from C-Long, the rotation would be too late because they were just so quick to deal with the A-Long. Exotic did get a kill, but he wasn't able to survive long enough to delay Oasis so that Abaddon's other 2 flankers would have had any value on that flank. As you saw, they were so late to the situation that it just did not have any impact mid-round. It was late round that it had at least anything, but at that point it was just too late. So I don't know, Oasis just really showing to us that they are masters of that map control.
Well, now that you mentioned it, right, it was very obvious that there were layers upon layers of what could have happened here. Again, they did have a big spread towards B. They could have threatened Garage. They could have even just threatened a small push towards Grass just to pull defenders and then rotate out whichever they went. But in any case, the read on that double flank was something to really take note of. Abaddon, this is gonna quell their aggressiveness just a little bit. I feel like now that Oasis have shown that they're very aware of how Abaddon tend to, I guess, place themselves around the map, Abaddon's gonna be quick to rethink their strategy here. But look at the confidence here on Drax. We have the Vandal up and running, a Bulldog on Nexi, and SMGs abound for the rest of the crew. As this time around, they are gonna go for a very quick C hit here. Georgie's gonna be delayed just a little bit. He does see V-Black swing into Wild Oreo. He gets one. That's already a maximum return for the classic kill. Now V-Black is gonna be out of action here. And I love that Oasis isn't forcing the issue. They know they have the gun advantage. They just patiently wait. But look at this. Rababs is around the corner. And his impatience will lead to certain death as Zavi is gonna bust him open. And Savvy still controlling the range with that Spectre. Nexi gets another kill onto Exotic. Slatham gets kill on that classic yet again. Maximum ROI Aserai. And this has already been a pretty decent round for Abaddon. But nonetheless, Oasis take another.
I think it's safe to say that all of us can take a leaf out of the book, or a page out of the book, excuse me, of Oasis Gaming with how they just approached that C-Long, right? Knowing that they had all of the control, and it was Abaddon Abyss wanting to get them to force into those close quarters. Look at how just Georgie was so already waiting. He saved up one more satchel just in case somebody went through the smoke and tried to catch him with either the classic or a shotgun, as you saw. Unfortunately, I think Vantablack still got a kill, but idea's there. Execution is also there. And we'll see how this gun round works for Abaddon Abyss, as I think Exotic was spotted already hovering on top of B. That is a very early wall. I did not even notice that Draxi already has this. And Slatham, is he going to do the one and done? No, he has help. The rest of his teammates are here. The Oasis, they're not committing, and I think the rotation is being masked. The rotation sound is being masked by the wall itself, and they're just hovering over, or rather, running their way all the way through the A site.
I love them. I love it so much. Again, just the strategic prowess of Oasis is really so impressive. And you did mention that it was Drax who had that wall up. Well, he did get a big 4K on the opening round, and then I believe he got another 2, or at least 1 in the previous round. So, you know, that is going to bolster his stock quite a bit. But now Exotic is going to be peeking down from heaven. There is no smoke to cover this up. Potentially a trap on the side of Oasis. He does get Wild Oreo here. And he even sees 2 players that are blind in hell. But Savvy 8K, he holds on. Next, he holds strong. The retake is here. Drax in a 1v2. V-Black and Asta, they look to make this round as expensive for Oasis. V-Black already defusing, but where is Drax going to come from? They're holding on short. They don't know that he's coming from CT. And Drax, he could get a big double here. Nearly gets a spray transfer. But time, is it enough? Oh! They still take the round away. And played to perfection. Asra, I just want to mention too, that the coaching staff for Oasis is very strong. And again, we've talked about the players. We are by no means discrediting them too, because Oasis, they have a star-studded roster, a legitimate all-star team. But with a support staff, and I've heard many good things about RBTX. Again, he has been touted as one of the players that have access to that godly macro, and his just understanding of the interaction of the utility is almost second to none.
He is, I would say, one of the godfathers of Filipino FPS. So,
oh yeah,
Oasis getting a pickup on robotics is an absolute W. But my God, Drax is just playing on a whole different level here. Like we were praising Georgie, I think during week 1, of just how clean his execution is as their duelist, their primary. But Drax has really come into his own with this one as well. Just absolutely smart on his approach and everything. Because Georgie wasting no time to clear up the round. Feels like it's already a speed run in of itself. Asta, though, holding, pushing them back, has the stun. 2 versus 1 in this corner. Not gonna happen. There is still, of course, Drax to remain, all the way pushing up to A main, but it's going to be too much for him to handle. And Oasis just showing to us what art in motion looks to be.
Wow. A very cultured gentleman here is Aserai. Art in motion. Maybe you're talking about the Fourier series, Aserai. Now, I want to talk about a big, not necessarily dichotomy in what happened in CT, right? Because we saw Georgie, and I love the evolution of Georgie. He got 2 kills, but he never really overextended in that situation. Whereas, I think it's also an age factor, right? Because I believe Abaddon is a very young team, relatively speaking. And you kind of just saw Asta overheat there. I know he wanted to go for more eco damage, and there's not much to lose with the Sheriff, but there could have been more EV if he just stayed back and potentially baited out the 1v1. But Oasis now, they prop up to go for a C execute here, Asteroid. Not a lot of tension anywhere else on the map.
Yeah. Well, at least to be fair to Asta as well, if he did mark those 2 players, if he saw as well, he didn't know where Drax was going to be swinging it out of. So makes a lot of sense to just try to be aggressive as soon as he can. Georgie hasn't cleared platform yet, so Vantablack Black as Day will be, or Black as Night, excuse me, will be able to just catch him. Forcing out Oasis from C site already. Also losing so many of their players. Now it's just down to Draxi as well as Savvy 8K. He did use a good chunk of utility here. Unfortunately, it's just got them diddly squat. Oh, Exotic. He has he's gonna, I don't know, man. Is he gonna lose his nerve here? He is looking towards C long, but he is flicking ever so slowly from time to time on window. But thankfully, Drax is not there to catch him off. 2 versus 1. Drax swinging this wide. Will get overwhelmed, and it's all down to the breach.
The moment you mentioned that, it is the breach on the other end for Asta to take Xavi 8K down. And a change of speed perhaps could be on the platter for Oasis here. A little bit of a palette cleanser. And you did mention that V-Black was the terror here. In the brightest day, in the blackest night. No evil shall escape his sight, Asarai.
Ah, thank you. There you go.
There you go. To all you comic book nerds out there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Vanta Black, I believe, is what
also
they say
a name
is
of a team.
Yes, the dark. Exactly. Vanta Black name a team after himself. Yeah.
No. So Vanta Black was one of the darkest colors without light escaping.
Yes.
But right now it's Black 3.0, I believe. Don't ask me why I know that. But we were just doing trivia night, and I absolutely demolished all of you by right. 2-0, by the way. Don't bother. Rababs, though, he will contest Georgie here as he tries to march on Garage, but there shall be no mechanic in sight. As Oasis, they continue the onslaught here, and slowly but surely they are picking apart this Abaddon defense, Asarai. Lots of parts of the map now have opened up and potentially goading some of these players to push up. Now, Nexi, he could be in a world of hurt as Exotic gets sprayed down, but quality over quantity. 150 cal will trump most of the 7.62s being thrown his way. Now it's an even 3v3.
Yeah. Well, the hurt got laid up upon him. Perfect. Perfect from Asta.
Down, C.
Both of them just not able to address the platform jiggle. And Asta, well, he's a beast. I mean, he wants to be the Wizard King.
Oh boy. Well, that is something I can't expound on, Asura. Unfortunately, I am not a weeb like you. I know I am. But before we get distracted again, somehow Abaddon, or not really somehow, but Abaddon, they made a beautiful adjustment here to address what type of offense that Oasis want to employ here. Obviously, they've been pretty patient on these defaults. One thing that was fairly risky was that push from Exotic, but it did work out for him. I just don't think that that's sustainable. Oasis, they do have a pretty weak buy. They only have 2 ults to really supplement this if they choose to do that. Meanwhile, Abaddon, they have a surplus of it. Slatham's only 1 away, and he has been one of the more notable clutchers on the side of Abaddon. Now, Exotic wants to work this operator magic. Be as smooth as butter, but Oasis, they are just teasing him, Asrai. And sometimes when you poke the bear with a stick, you know what happens.
Great flash. Unfortunately, Nexi was prepared for it. The swing from Slatham. Well, slathered down. No, Exotic swung onto it. Abaddon Abyss starting to get a little bit too antsy, a little bit too far forward. It's all down to Asta to hold this on together. But Nexi will not be denied. His headhunter truly is the hunter of heads. And it's now down to Rababs. 4 versus 1. We're talking about the light buys, but that does not phase Oasis whatsoever. We'll see about Rababs here. He has the lockdown. He has an idea. Wild Oreo has the operator, and sometimes something a little bit more physical, something a little bit more solid is better than an idea.
Yeah, you want something a little more concrete, something tangible.
Exactly.
But I feel like with the way Abaddon died, if you look at the places where they actually lost their fights, I honestly feel like they had no reason to be fighting that anyway, considering that they had the better advantage, the weapon advantage. And Oasis, for the lack of a better explanation, they were the more patient team here in Abaddon. I'm glad that they addressed this very quickly before it becomes a little bit of a problem, right? Oasis, now they get so many free pickups here, and suddenly their economy is revitalized. You see Nexi, he has that operator that he's been pretty much investing into. Picked up the last round. Now Abaddon, they still answer back with a long-range weapon on their end with Exotic. But I really feel like that they have to be just a little more patient with rounds like that. Asterai, I know this is an incredibly young team. I've said that. They want to fight, you know? They want to swing those swings. They want to keep dueling. That's the lifeblood of Abaddon lately. But now we will go into another round.
The thing is, right, with Abaddon is I actually praise them for being an incredibly tactical team as well. But if you compare it to the caliber of Oasis, they are making Abaddon look a little bit lackluster in that department, I think.
Oh, because it's Oasis.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the idea that we do see some of the peaks there from Exotic and such, right, might not look as good on paper, or at least to us from our perspective. I feel like it is good if it was any other team other than Oasis who knows about the angles, who might know about the timing. Again, you're talking about the support staff. They might have grilled it in during just watch sessions of the bots. But you know what? Exotic, he's got himself the hot hand, gets the first pick, does drop down though. You're seeing his patience though. He's not really overcommitting to the peak here because he knows that, I mean, they're going to be marking both up and down a B. Well, Oreo's going to be using that Nightfall, and it's good. If he spots a couple of lines here, it's the same style that the wall gives from Draxi, which again just deafens the players from the rotation back going on to A.
You are divided.
And we are seeing once again Oasis take a very, very tactical approach to this. Xavi's going to go for the most open plant in the universe. But V-Black, oh my goodness, this could be the flank of a lifetime. He just touched shoulders with one of the Oasis players here. They literally ran past each other, so this is going to provide a little bit of chaos in the comms. But look at that. Exotic actually holding down the line, and the rest of Oasis, they kind of crumbled. Oh my goodness, that is insurance if I've ever seen it. Drax, he's going to be hunted down. He's going to be chased down. He will land a few shots. Trying to swing, trying to return the favor here. That smoke's going to dissipate, and a firing squad is going to be waiting. And Asta has been fragging out. Abaddon, they hang in there. They get one more round on the board, and beautiful, beautiful execution. Now, one thing that could prove to be a problem for Oasis, or maybe it hasn't shown its head just yet, right? But sometimes when you're gifted with the macro of the game, when you really have an eye for strategy, there is the possibility of overplaying your hand again. Because sometimes, you know, here's the thing. I will never knock on teams that run and gun and it works, because if it's still working, then it's not detrimental to them. Why would you stop if it hasn't been all that negative to you? I feel like some people also have a little bit of a hard time being open to all the strats. Again, some might not be for everybody, but this jiggle peek by Exotic yet again has not worked out. And Drax, he will kill them where they stand, marking his territory and opening up the C site for Oasis to invade. And will they actually commit to this? As Asta, in his power position, he will get flashed but will not reveal where he is.
Oh no.
Oh. No way he survives this. Drax, once again, he has been popping off this half-assed, right? He's been so sharp with those multi-kills. Like I said, Abaddon, their aggression mid-round is pretty much scouted by Oasis at this point.
I was just... Not this time, Asta. Unfortunately, the blind, he wasn't able to react. That's usually kind of the annoying thing about initiators that really know where to place their blind abilities, right?
Yeah, their flashes.
Yeah, exactly. It's more of the fact that even if you try to react to it, there's just no way. Anyways, let's see. Exotic, all about the blades now. Not the worst thing, but that smoke at least makes it difficult for him to find any form of contact. Lots of control being, or utilities being expended on A main and A short just to get that control back. This drone not finding any vision whatsoever. Exotic's getting closer and closer. This is going to be the riskiest play that he might have done in this game. And because of that, Georgie's already pulled the trigger on B side. They've got an Exotic. That actually was a good play, I think, because Abaddon Abyss was already looking to go for the rotation onto A, but Oasis, they're one step further. It's just the B side take, the B side plan, and they're going to be able to get this pretty scot-free.
Well, the moment you mentioned that, we do see a pick on the side of Slatham, and V-Black, he answers back. A reply, perhaps, but Georgie, he is going to get Astra that is just trying to set his teammates up, but now it's a 2v3. Could potentially be a clean take on the side of OASIS here. And with Slatham falling down like that, OASIS extend the gap. Now, like I said, Asarai, there are times where Abaddon, they do kind of just extend just a tiny bit. And I know it's part of their identity as a team, but this is where you kind of have to play the mechanics of the matchup. Knowing how strong the understanding of just the game itself from OASIS as a whole, you have to be just a little more mindful of the quick adjustment speed. Again, 3 to 7, it's not insurmountable per se, but the moment you give OASIS an inch, they're gonna go a mile. We just play that momentum so well. We now see that tour de force come out of Nexi. He still has a Vandal or a backup. Now, one thing that I've noticed, Asar, is OASIS have been doing such a good job of avoiding Rababs. I don't think we've seen a side take where Rababs was actually the first contact.
That's actually a good point. But doesn't need to matter because Exotic has already had enough. There's Rababs helping him out as well. They've dropped the spike. They've lost control of mid. A little bit too slow to take that A main control. And Abaddon Abyss, gotta love their tenaciousness in this situation. Really giving it to the defense, excuse me. Or trial defense of OASIS. All right, let's see this. 3 versus 3. Oh, Slatham takes another one up. Nexi getting closer, inching closer and closer onto the spike, but it's like he's trying to open presents or trying to not activate traps, but there's just too many around the corner, and Draxi's with about 30 HP. He does have time, but not enough resources, I think, to make this work.
I'll be honest, it's hard not to get emotional with this matchup. Because I really like both these teams. But my goodness. Exotic, big 3K for him. And that is going to put them back into contention here. One more round to dictate if this is just a matter of winning the pistol or trying to steal a few gun rounds away. But yeah, like I said, right, they have done such a good job of avoiding Rababs. And
one enemy remaining.
When you're avoiding the Sentinel, it should be very clear to a lot of people that, yes, you're not going against statistically the hardest agent to fight on the defensive side. OASIS Gaming, they're still considering what they could potentially do in this round here, as I think we have a very late timeout in the first half. There you go. And they're just going to mull over what Abaddon has been doing. In that vein, I feel like Abaddon's map movement have been fairly unpredictable despite the risks that they have been taking. But I still feel like if they just played a tad bit safer, they would potentially have maybe 1 or 2 rounds more to their name.
In any case, I still do love that Abaddon Abyss realizing that because it's not the Killjoy and it is the Chamber, the anti-flank the Chamber gives is not as good as it was the turret, right? I mean, Todoy Asa, right? But if you think about it, that has given Exotic a lot more, I think a lot more leeway to just go for these aggressive pushes on mid, where if he doesn't spot anything for like the next 10-20 seconds, he's just going to keep pushing it. So really do love that map control or that force of map control that Abaddon Abyss has done. It's not all about being trigger happy or just, rambunctiously fighting the site. It's also trying to get those openings. They have tried to do this a couple of times as well. I think on C-Long, sometimes OASIS will get the win. Sometimes it's going to be Abaddon Abyss, but I do like the fact that Abaddon Abyss doesn't stay away from just trying to get as much control of the map as possible, so that OASIS will always be pushed, to look behind them as well.
Yeah, and again, by nature, Haven is an attacker-sided map, so this is really no surprise that OASIS have a lead of this nature. And Abaddon, they are pushing the tempo, Asarai. I feel like, though, when we do hit the attacking side once this round ends, I'm very curious what Abaddon have prepared, right? Because it's always going to be... Oh, is this a double timeout? Or okay, in any case, I feel like Abaddon, they're always going to have Exotic to be the one to spearhead any of the offense, right? OASIS, they have quite a few answers for that. Again, Georgie playing on that Raze has quite a few deterrents. We have Bot. We have the Nade. Of course, Drax is going to be using those stars in conjunction with all the other abilities. And by nature of Chamber, either you're very passive now, trying to work the longer angles, or be aggressive and try to use that additional mobility as a Sentinel, right? So that it's really one or the other for that. And of course, we always take note of the power of the Breach Fade combo in Haven. Again, was not a fan of it at the beginning, but Exotic, they call him Exotic, but a push like that is no rarity for him. Common Exotic W. He even dodges, or I think that was teammate support to kill Prowler here, and B-Black ready and waiting. I love the use of this wall here.
Yo!
To pressure OASIS and Exotic. I like this a lot. It's dangerous, but sometimes you gotta live life on the edge here at Exotic. Oh my goodness. Tension, it's killing me. It'd be funny if he gets knifed though, but oh, he double backs. He should have doubled down. And here we go.
The wall's dropping. Oh, Nexi. Oh, I think they just both missed each other, man. The anticipation is making me clench a little bit too hard on this one. Now, Nexi has to abandon that mid play as he's got to help out the rest of his team. It's going to be a numbers disadvantage. No big ultimates here from Abaddon Abyss. 4 versus 5. Oh, they might have actually made a mistake. They got to force the early ulti from Savvy, because if they try to push this, and of course they get booped up by the Rolling Thunder, this is going to be horrible for Abaddon Abyss. There it is already. The charge up from Georgie. No, they're just delaying things even further. Exotic taking it into his own hands, playing by himself on Heaven as he waits for his team to come in.
Oh,
they're going to the meat grinder. Exotic's taking damage, and this is what I was kind of unsure about what's going to be happening, but they still make it work as Asta and Slatham slap away the hands of OASIS, reaching into the A site. Okay, you're good.
Nah.
Okay, all right. Just, okay. Maybe his finger cramped a little bit because he was just clutching too hard or something, but yeah.
Once again, a direct fight. When you are taking direct duels with the Painted Men of Abaddon Abyss, you are asking for trouble. You're legitimately asking for trouble. You're gonna go for raw aim duels. And that's where they really shine, Asra. In chaotic duels like that, Abaddon, they welcome the darkness, as it is looking a little shaky, at least in that last round for OASIS, but we do have that side switch. Now I'm very curious what both these teams are going to throw out here. Abaddon, and what their philosophy is going to be for this attacking side. Well, in any case, Asarai, it does seem like they're going to put quite a bit of importance towards Sewer here. First duel is going to happen between Georgie and whoever might challenge him. Look at this, Abaddon. They back out. They don't want to force the issue. Yet they don't really have any control or any meaningful control towards B. So, by reduction, OASIS is going to assume that they're just going to be here. And look at this, a double stack already. Very, very strong double stack. I do kind of want to add that the Ghost buy for Chambers so underrated these days. You go Ghost and one trap. Look at this. The charge is going to happen. Drax desperately trying to shoot into the clouds, but misses every single thing. Exotic does get it. But Nexi, undiscovered. 007 gets a double kill for him. Savvy doesn't even have to do anything here. Everybody from OASIS is cleaning up.
Oh, Slatham got away from that one. That aftershock almost incapacitated him. Rabab's by himself as well. The dog, and they clear them out as quickly as they try to face their opponents. That was a great bait mate from Drax. That's literally it. He played it. Yeah.
8.
Great bait mate. Yeah.
You rated
baited
8 over
for
8?
Yeah, he baited for Nexi, obviously.
Yeah, no, you don't have to explain. I'm trying to build upon it, Asarai.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I thought you were slowing down a little bit
No.
from my explanation there.
I'm not. I was trying to build on it. There you go, guys. That's the honest,
Okay.
candid thoughts of casters when they try to talk to each other disregarding the game. And despite our interesting conversation here, Abaddon and OASIS, they have a gentleman's exchange towards mid, but both of them opt not to shake that hand. As OASIS, they do have quite a stack here. And Nexi takes out Slatham. That's going to be a big hit. That's a lot of info gather on the side of Abaddon, so they will be looking into these corners blindly. There is going to be a little bit of information, albeit unreliable, that there is somebody in garage, and oh dear. Did you see that? The moment he looks away, somebody crosses grass, and Georgie's been doing work with the sheriff, sending all these Abaddon players to spectator jail. Now Rababs and Asta trying to get something going with the classics. Asta does get a bonus here. He will pick up that sheriff. Doesn't dodge the flash, and my. They threw everything at him.
At that point, you kind of just want to scream to the high heavens. Flash, stun, wall bang. I think the only thing that didn't hit him, actually maybe a grenade. That's about it.
You know what? That explains my life as a Sentinel player. Oh wow, guys, look. I'm very full as I've eaten all their utility. Please help.
Yes. In a sense, Sentinels do like the punishment. Yeah, you like
No,
that?
I don't. I
Like the
really
utility?
don't.
You like that utility?
Oh,
Exotic just sending it. I love the aggression from this player right here. Never missing a beat to always try to get that opening. It's a crossfire though. He don't know Georgie's there. He clears it out with the flash. Oh, that was huge. Exotic. He broke his wrist just to get that opening. Well, he's not really, but you saw how quick that was. He's angry, man. And he finds, again, these nice little crevices that just Abaddon is able to just pierce through. And I love it.
ooh. I like it. I like it a lot. I really love it when teams, they get the pick, but they use it for a strategic advantage instead of forcing the issue towards A. Now, OASIS, they have to recalculate here and potentially just reassess the situation and how they can move from this. Draxel has a Spectre, so that can do some serious damage, but they do decide to sprint it. Not gonna go for the contact play and not really giving OASIS a chance to set their feet. Now, the question is, are they gonna go for a aggressive stance towards CT, potentially, on the side of Abaddon? Or are they just gonna hold? And it seems like the latter is gonna be the option here. Nexy's gonna give a love tap to Exotic, but that's not gonna deter him too much. Nexy gets cut down as Wild Oreo. Oh, actually, we've seen this movie before. A clutch happened here, but V-Black tells the director, I have different ideas. Let's revise the script. And that is Abaddon taking yet another round away from OASIS. But this time, OASIS are going to be armed to the teeth.
Well, what was this?
One enemy.
Wild Oreo appeared. Wild Oreo appeared. Vanta and Abaddon Abyss used Vanta Black, and it was super effective. Let's go.
Did you see that last, or one of the newer episodes where Ash just brings out 3 Pokemon just because he's a master now? And it's like, I don't think you can do that. Yes, I
He's
can.
unfair.
It is
He's unfair
unfair.
now.
But look at Nexy. We talk about unfair. It's this man, an absolute stonewall. A beast. A sexy, sexy man. Gets an opening pick on V-Black, so that's going to be the vision blocking away. But Exotic, like we mentioned before,
Oh, the
he is
movement.
not a stranger to any of these situations, and that is a huge double kill for him. Injured, but unbroken. Exotic pieces up the site. And now that is going to be the post-plant situation for Abaddon Abyss. OASIS, they keep calm, but Rababs will find Georgie from wherever that was. Now they have the operator here, Rababs. This is why they were avoiding him. Piece them up, line them up, and knock him down. Rababs takes another round for Abaddon Abyss.
My God, man. Abaddon Abyss. Whew. Even though with all of that, gotta give it to how Abaddon Abyss really riding on the offense that Exotic is sending them. You know,
Oh, yeah.
They are in a slipstream. He is taking all of that resistance, and he is just leading the pack, leading the charge for Abaddon Abyss here. And the gap is getting closer. We were worried, Brad, about the Haven matchup here. But Abaddon Abyss, they're just shrugging it. You know, there's like, it's just a regular day for us.
Well, that is the confidence, you know. But this is an eco round, and Drax doesn't care. He will use anything from a toothpick to a broadsword, and he will fight literally everybody. V-Black, once again, the first pick off. Second time in 2 rounds. So Abaddon, they have to go with old reliable here, trying to get as much contact as they can. But Georgie, very, very cheeky angle here. Not entirely sure if he will be discovered, but that drone is going to make him sweat a little bit. And ooh, he literally dodges a bullet, Asarai. Nobody's going to clear him. And look at that. Look at Georgie. Any minute now, somebody's gonna walk through this door, and I'm gonna hit him with me mallet.
Oh,
Slatham.
get some
Use
help,
your dart.
Slatham.
Use your dart. If you know what's good for you, use your dart.
He's
Slatham,
so
he's
close.
only
He's so
close.
close.
Oh, Georgie!
No.
Oh dear me. It's a disaster in sewer, but Exotic looks to be a chef. Don't do the same mistake. And look at the movement here. He baits out Georgie to swing. And now he reconnects with his teammate here. This is such a beautiful eco round already on the side of Oasis. If they can even do more, and this is going to prove so problematic. That is a huge, huge investment, but it is going to pay off if they can just isolate this fight. They have a bit of a window here, Asterai. But Exotic, he will thread the needle. And my goodness, absolutely accurate.
Need a drop.
Oh my god. You know what? I like it. He did Exotic. We'll probably see that in the replay. Did not slow down. I like the idea of it because he know already Georgie is a threat, whether he was still on the Bucky or if he picked up any of those rifles. So him having Asta there just to play off of him rather than him slowing down and even risking losing that A short control already, right? I think was a really good decision here from Abaddon Abyss. It was flashy, it was risky, and it just screamed an Abaddon Abyss play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't help but smile because both these teams have been providing such an interesting level of play, Asterai and Oasis, man. It is absolutely entertaining. There is nothing else in the world that gets me to basically battle joy and watching two teams be incredibly competitive. Again, this is why we love Valorant so much. It's games like this.
How long have you been playing Valorant now?
No, don't do this to me. 2 years.
Close to 3 years now.
To be honest with you, I don't think I play enough. And I think you can attest to that. Yeah, sure. Sure. I feel like you've given up at this point. I was like, because every single act, I say I'm gonna grind it out, but I have not finished a triangle since what? Episode
I've heard it for like
1?
6 months straight and nothing happens.
Listen, man, it's been really, really busy on our end too, so you can't really blame me.
All right.
Yeah,
I see how it is.
You
All
do
right,
see
you gotta
how it
pass.
is. But the question is, does Oasis know what Abaddon is cooking? Because they seem to go for the slow cook route here, Asterai. They're going to go for a more patient approach towards this round, specifically at least. Oasis, they're not moving either. So this could be a big stare down for another 30 seconds. They are just going to try and poke and prod with utility. Obviously, that's going to be dodged fairly easily side of Oasis. And wow, actually, Exotic, he will have to be knocked down from his perch here. No Batman-esque holds for now. As Oasis, they do strike first blood, at least with info. Abaddon, they're now taking their manpower potentially towards B. Exotic already trying to sniff out wherever the most resistance is and where they can break it down. Trax could have the right idea here, Asterai. Just timing is what he needs.
Absolutely. They got to start actually getting map control right now because just about to say that Georgie still has all of his utility. So if they try to plant the spike right here, they're going to get stopped. Exactly. There's an aftershock. There's the nade. They're getting pinched. And again, Abaddon Abyss, they're going to have to go full contact into this. But every Oasis is right here, right in front of them. It's all down to Phantom Black. But Georgie is king of the B site. Uses the showstopper, uses the nade alongside the aftershock from Savvy 8K. Just ruins Abaddon Abyss. Pushing it to 30 seconds, I think, was, well, pushing it too much.
Too much indeed. And sometimes when you wait too long, the moment will pass. And I'm glad that you called that out. Georgie actually the legitimate X factor in that round. Had he not had his tools available to him, then it could have been a very different story. Now Abaddon, they go for the timeout here. And you know, honestly, I love the way that all these teams have been using the timeout. I feel like that's such an underrated aspect of competitive Valorant, to use
absolutely
those timeouts accordingly. And here we see a Raze face. The beautiful face of Raze. You ever wonder what the agents think about when time freezes like this? They just kind of stand around and they're like, oh, what happened?
Huh. That's a good point. I feel like they're put into a dimension in their own heads, right? Where it's like a dream that they live it, and then after it's done, they can't remember it.
Interesting.
Just some food for thought there, guys. Whenever you pause your game and you see your character is still blinking, that's what you're doing to them. Yeah, at least it's not a hell of their own existence, right? They're just living their lives in a whole other different dimension in their heads.
I don't want to.
What are these guys talking about?
I don't want to acknowledge any of your weeb references, Aster. I really don't.
Those aren't, to be honest.
Shh. At Oasis, they have the operator now, and once again, I might sound like a broken record, but Nexi has to find some sort of value here before any of the heavy charges happen on any of these fronts. We will try to dominate the sideline towards C. Maybe Abaddon have a good read on this, because it does look like they're interested on that B hit again. Slath, I'm very worried about, or rather very aware of the potential flank that might happen here. They are holding strong, but the tempo still hasn't really changed. Now the utility is going to come into play. They might spot out Georgie, but Georgie, once again, has grown so much as a player. Not really going to fall for any of those tricks anymore. Uh-oh. We have another sewer alligator in the form of Georgie here. He could potentially find a breadth of victims, and he can smell them. He can smell their fear. Wild Oreo is here to supplement this flank. Nobody is checking.
Oh no.
30 seconds.
What?
Rababs, she's got to be the savior here.
Oh, and that spike! That's gonna be quite a bit, and Asta gets... Oh man, that stuck to his face. Doesn't necessarily hurt their effectiveness here. In Exotic, he is fairly alone, so he has to understand that the trades will not potentially happen. A big emergency investment here on the side of Oasis, but Wild Oreo tries to break it down, but Exotic takes them all! Oh my lord. Exotic yet again. Putting the team on his back. And once again, blocking out the sun for Oasis. 9 to 10. This looked so good, Asterai. This looked so good. They had Spike down. They had such a massive flank. Once again, the Abyss remains unpredictable.
I will say, the ability of Abaddon Abyss to bounce back from possible lapse of executions, micro executions in their play is absolutely top tier right now. It is saving them by far, right? Because again, we saw what was already on A short. They didn't. They got flanked twice, but they were still able to bring it back up. Hold the phone though. All right, 2-2. Like I mentioned, they're always able to go about this because of just how well their contact and trade play really is. They do know that their opponents do have the weaker weapons. Nexi have the Tour de Force. Well, but the Force wasn't with him. So they're going to back away first. Maybe respect it. And yeah, move away.
Sometimes you're just blind, not guided by the Force. You know, he tried to conjure it, Astra. He's one of the Force, but the Force was not with him. Although this is still a very, very dangerous round. One thing that I love about Oasis so far in this game is that they've made the most out of their ecos. There's clear intent, and there is a plan. 30 seconds once again, a blueprint of action. As Nexi, so quickly, and so sexy, already plants his feet. Look at that. He's already rotating again. He might just catch out somebody else here. But Exotic, maybe, just maybe, he could be biting too much. More than he can chew, definitely.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. It worked once, but maybe not again. And once again, the thrifty round on the board for Oasis. What a steal. Even if he gets this duel, all they have to do is hide. Oasis, I can't believe they steal that round away from Abaddon.
Let's do this.
Oh, they slowed down. They definitely slowed down, respecting, I think, the utilities that Oasis had. I think especially the Tour de Force again of Nexi. Unfortunately, as Rababs falls down to him, the call to A was actually a good one. But they were probably expecting that the rest of Oasis would have just rotated as well to C because time was just that close already. But Oasis don't flinch. My goodness. The highlight just proves it once again.
Oh yeah. And Abaddon, they look a little stumped here, Asterai. It seems that they send Exotic here to hard clear sewer. They don't want to deal with that type of pressure. He does get chased. And at the very least, he does make Oasis infest, but maybe, just maybe going into long here could potentially isolate them from the rest of the team. If anything, Abaddon, they have a stalwart companion to just check on this flank. And maybe just Oasis not expecting this as the repeat offenders. They're just walking up. Oh my goodness, they're back-to-back against each other again. No. Latham, check your quarters. Latham still remains alive, and they even get more than that. That is an even trade. Asta has been popping off this match. It's still an even 3v3. Drax still has that Cosmic Divide as well as Xavi with that Rolling Thunder. So that retake, if ever they choose to do that, is going to be so possible. But Xavi, he chooses to use it now. He wants to go on the aggression. And a stun and dazed opponent. A haymaker, but an uppercut from the blue. Slatham, a clutching machine. 2v2 still. No clear indicator of who would win this, but a massive flag and an uncleared angle. Drax.
Spike down mid.
Oh my goodness, Asterai.
Still run for it. Oh, just head for the hills, but he doesn't know both of them are actually on the flank already. This would depend on where Rababs just plants the spike. Gives himself a fighting chance. Does he have a turret to help him clear out some angles here? No utility whatsoever, just the Nano Swarm. So it's all going to be down to pure contact, to pure gunplay wrap in a 2 versus 1. And Rababs, he's almost good for it. Nexi's chasing him down, and Nexi does not flinch. Rababs just an inch more to the left. Nexi's down to 30, dude. Oh, and we are looking at game point.
This game is making me so anxious. It's like, oh my goodness, this could... There hasn't really been a tipping point. One thing that I haven't really addressed on Abaddon, they've been managing that economy so well, despite Oasis stealing so many rounds away with Thrifties, right? Now, this is going to be the round where they are going to be pretty subpar with that armor. They only have one Vandal, and it's in the hands of Asta. Rababs is one away from a lockdown, so if it's going to be any sign of, I guess, just comfort, at least they have the ults. The Blades is going to come out from Exotic here, but they have to change their tempo here. Oasis is way too good at the mid-round calling for them to actually be challenged. Now, Georgie, he has that showstopper here in the back of his pocket, and Oasis so aggressive, trying to take the space. Are they actually going to find the players here? V-Black making the most out of the Vandals that they have. Limited weaponry. But Abaddon, they love the darkness. They love to fight from behind. And Xavi, an all-star in his right, will get chopped up and be consumed by Exotic. 4v1, Nexi. A true beast in his own right. But is this doable for him as the traps have been laid? The maze has appeared in front of him. He has to be the Zeus here, and he conquers one, but that is not the only bull. Ready and waiting. Is this a potential clutch? Everybody's still fairly healthy, and Nexi has 20 HP. Exotic sees a thigh, and he is going to once again incinerate the competition. Abaddon Abyss, they remain in contention for one more round, Asterai.
I can't believe V-Black was just able to explode like that. Georgie was already showstopping in his face, and we didn't see that in replay, but he sidestepped it, man. It just went whizzing past him. Not even phased whatsoever. And like you said, we're in this for one more round, possibly 2 more, and then overtime, and then we get more rounds. I want to keep going about this game. This is absolutely bonkers. Exotic setting it up. Nexi's right here. That's a TP. He's setting up the Headhunter, spots out a couple, and... Oh, does he want to re-challenge this? No, he just backs away, and again! They don't even have the proper weapons, but the flanks are plenty from Oasis. They are just smothering Abaddon Abyss in terms of where the map really lies. Georgie, he's not had enough. He still wants to keep peeking through A main here. They might actually make a mistake because they're thinking maybe Georgie backs away. Asta and teammate, the nade, it's too good, it's too strong. And look at the players, 2 versus 5. And Oasis have not taken any damage whatsoever. They've just been, what's the word here? Just
they've been perfect.
In and out of the fights. They've been perfect.
And perfection, it could continue. But no, Georgie, he bleeds. And now that's going to give them an avenue, a straight shot towards one of these sites. A small guessing game on the side of Oasis, but they're going to be better equipped now. They run for the guns, Asarai. Would be enough for Abaddon Abyss to really just set this up. They will expend that lockdown. They have no choice. Panic could be setting in, but this pair has to remain as cold and collected and as calculated as they have been the entire match. Babs has been fantastic, and they actually managed to delay Xavi. The Rolling Thunder is even here. Abaddon, they're not shying away. The Whispers of the Void, they're drawing closer. Oasis, they have to silence this, and that's one away from the board, and Nexi, he cuts the Beast of Hell away, and that's Oasis taking map number 1. And that's already a classic map. This is the first game of the day.
I feel like the reason why Abaddon Abyss wanted to do this. Okay, all right. Look at this from the perspective of Abaddon Abyss. They didn't know if any of the players of Oasis picked up the weapons of their fallen comrades where they were outside of A main. So that would mean that I think like Abaddon Abyss was playing on the fact that the players of Oasis had a couple of rifles in their hands when, truthfully, as you saw, they were still on the Sheriffs, the SMGs, and the Marshals. So I understand the reason why, but they just didn't know where their opponents truly were. They heard a couple of jumps on spawn, but it was a 4 versus 2, and they split themselves on 2 angles, either on spawn or or C-Link, and it was a risk they were willing to take, but it was a risk that did not pay off. GGWP. That's all I gotta say. That was a fantastic first game from both teams, by far.
I mean, another reason is that they didn't want to try to go against the numbers, you know, because if they just stayed on site without trying to go for a play, then obviously the 4v2 is going to happen, despite the weapons that they had. I feel like Exotic has been playing so well despite that. What a nail-biter of a game, right? And Georgie, I love this new playstyle that Georgie has been employing. The volume suffered a little bit, but man, his impact has gone tenfold.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I honestly just hope the rest of the matches continue this way. Abaddon, man, they made Oasis sweat in that first map, but knowing Oasis, they just have too many tricks and too much confidence to even really stop.
Ooh, I think all of us need a breath after that first game. It started off like a full course dinner. Yeah, you get your appetizer, you get closer and closer into the main course, and you finish up with the dessert of that last round. Just absolutely a filling game in and of itself. Look at the stats overall. The first kills were actually very close to each other for the most end of this. And oh my gosh, you know what? Your point with Georgie is perfect. And to add to that, on the side of Abaddon Abyss, Exotic was just a different breed this game. His flicks, his map control, he really was one of the linchpins for Abaddon Abyss that gave them so many good rounds into this one. And you keep seeing that over and over again with the highlights that we are being laid out here.
Another thing to note is that, you know, Nexi, he is just such a crazy player in the sense that every time he gets a kill, it's always impactful. This man's presence is just undeniable. The game winning, or at least the kill, there you go. That really set off the catalyst for that final round. Man, I can't even compose my words right now. I'm just really excited for the next map. And of course, I predicted it, Asterai. Of course, it's Nexi delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. By the way, I am kind of getting hungry, guys. So, you know, I do take food.
Yes, exactly. As form of appreciation. I mean, you just send it. You know, you can ask us information on Twitter if you want to. Just
wow,
just
for the plug.
All right, we're gonna go on a break. We definitely need to take that breather, guys.
Relax.
When we come back, it's going to be game number. I need my break, man. So game number 2 in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back at it once again. Oh, I'm still not over, man. The break is not enough. It is just too explosive from what we saw in that game 1 between Abaddon Abyss and Oasis Gaming. But before any of that, my name is Asteroid. With me now is Raph, and we'll be your casters for the rest of this series as we partake into waiting for that second map to go underway, which is, I believe, is Pearl?
Yes,
it
it's
is.
Pearl. And honestly, that first game was a lot to take in more ways than one. Strategically, it was varied. And I honestly still feel like I'm having a difficult time composing my thoughts here because that is definitely a VOD that I'm going to be sifting through after everything has been said and done. I really feel like Abaddon has been quite a big surprise in terms of development because they made that as competitive as can be. I think a lot of us thought that Oasis experience and just the sheer numbers that they have in the support staff was going to be a little too overwhelming. But the boys hung on, Asterai, and they've grown an appetite for success. And I've also grown an appetite. That's exactly why you should order food from me. And if you want to do that, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. Or as Asterai would say, 9 pesos.
Yes, because again, we're all children of the TV shopping network.
I don't know.
Don't
I've
you
seen
know?
a few. Yeah, no, I know.
Have you not heard about the surgical steel blades that cut
Buy
potatoes
now
and
and get
vegetables
5
really
free.
well?
Well, guys, in any case, sometimes I really cannot take you, Asterai. It's just... It's a lot. It's a lot. Just like the previous map, like I mentioned, Pearl, I feel like is an interesting choice because Oasis have been showing that they have the depth and, again, absolutely the support staff and the R&D to conquer any map. So Pearl for Abaddon Abyss, they might just have some sorts of trump card in the making or some sort of trick up their sleeve.
I mean, they've already proven that Haven is a map that they can fight Oasis toe-to-toe on. So I feel like up this point, if we see the same caliber of what we saw in Haven, then Abaddon Abyss has a damn good argument of being able to just push back against Oasis here. And to be honest as well, we've been singing the praises of the Oasis players, but I don't think we're singing the praises enough of the Abaddon Abyss players. Look at how well Exotic has just played. 26 kills in that entire game, higher than what we saw from either Nexia or Georgie, who only had 20 to 22. We saw some insane aim precision from Asta, from Rababs, from V-Black. Even though they weren't as explosive as they probably needed, they're still on that level that they can threaten Oasis with just this incredible individuality of Abaddon Abyss. And I just love how that is pushing Oasis to a certain limit here. Now, the question is that what we're going to be seeing here on Pearl? We've seen this in previous years, in previous matches, that game 1 is always a good representation of what is the best out of the team that is maybe not as chosen by the panel, right? And then second game, that's when they spiral. So Abaddon Abyss, they have to also prove themselves here that they're not just that kind of team that is only good on game 1, but they can, outlast an entire series as well.
Well, in that case, again, stamina is a very, very big issue. But if you guys are interested in, of course, listening to our very, very lovely other pair of casters, and if you're just really sick of listening to Asterai's terrible jokes and my hair trying to fight me, we do have a language redirect. So we are streaming all over these platforms here. Again, you are tuning into the English broadcast right over at Twitch and YouTube. It is right there. But of course, for the beautiful faces over the Filipino broadcast, it is at facebook.com/VALORANT Esports PH. Of course, there is a mirror for YouTube as well. And it is going to be at a very similar at VALORANT Esports PH, guys. So don't forget to drop your hi hellos. And
hi.
There is something for everybody. And Astra, he's a little delirious here, honestly. He's
I am not, okay? Also, you talk about Grab Unlimited with their 9 pesos a month. Look at this.
There you go. He said
burger.
It. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice to get a burger right now and you get yourself unlimited free deliveries? Yes. There it is. That's why I wore the cap, and that's capped.
No, that is not cap at all. The grab promo is absolutely real. So please, guys, if you missed that QR code, it is actually in the app itself. So do check that out. And while you're at it, you can test out your new promo by sending it to my address. I do love me some steak. Wagyu is very much appreciated if you can find some for me. I also love a little bit of Chardonnay on the side, but that's just me.
All right.
So while we are talking about this Astra, we can only speculate what they have in store for us on Pearl. I feel like we've had a ton of conversations backstage when it comes to theory crafting on how to really approach Pearl. It can be a map where it can be incredibly default heavy. You can commit quite a bit, but despite its recency, I still think there's a bunch of secrets that have left to be discovered.
And the question is as well is Abaddon Abyss has, at least on their end, used certain iterations of agents here too. So they've gone to the route where their only duelist there was a Reyna. They've gone on the route where their only duelist was a Phoenix, and then their Sentinels could either play as a Chamber or a Killjoy here. What's going to be the setup right now for Pearl that they would want to use? Because it feels like both of these are incredibly...
They're viable.
They're viable, but they're slow, right? I mean, thankfully enough, you can play Pearl at a moderate pace, not really needing to rush every single time, right? Especially when they do have those kind of particular duelists in their pocket. So I wonder how they're going to be approaching this one again when we go into that agent selection.
Well, there you go, guys. We are going off on a bit of a tangent here and a little bit of a mini podcast because I feel like we are ready to pretty much throw all our thoughts once we see the agent select, because that is going to reveal a lot of things. But for now, we are just going to take a bit of a minute to set everything up. And of course, guys, for everybody saying, please, caster, start the game, I can absolutely do that for you. Do you want a shoulder massage? Do you want me to import ice cream from San Francisco? What else do you want from us, guys?
I feel like at some point we'll have like our own just button here that says start the game, and we press it and then nothing happens.
Oh, but then you did press it, and now we're gonna go into the agent select.
Oh no!
So,
I'm sorry, I should not have shown that to you guys. The secret technology has been revealed.
The casters are actually the dudes in robes, you know what I mean? Behold, behind you, a 7-foot man ready to give you a burger or whatever. In any case, Asterai, like I said, the eggheads over at Oasis. What have they conjured up here? We actually have a Phoenix pick on the side of Abaddon. I think this is a discussion point for, or rather it has been a discussion point for the boys in general over at the English side, is that Phoenix has really come into the limelight. He's incredibly sustainable and works really, really well as a solo duelist. But I think they might just employ Rabab's semi-second in with that stage, try to get that res up, have a lot of that sustainability. Meanwhile, on the side of Oasis, I feel like you could say that's pretty standard for Pearl.
Yeah, they've used this in the past, so nothing out of order in terms of Oasis. Actually, for Abaddon Abyss too, this was one of the, I think, the most recent iteration that they have used. No Chamber, no Reyna here. And I really do like this, as you mentioned, with the Phoenix. He's just incredibly strong, and he's one of the best agents to get a slew of ultimates if you start steamrolling, right? 6 charges, whether you get kills or be killed, you do get those charges very quickly. So with that being said, if Abaddon Abyss can take advantage of that mechanic that they have right now, that would be incredibly strong, because to run it back just creates so much space, especially when Exotic was just as hot, if he is the same heat level as he was from that map 1.
And I think heat retention is also such an important skill and trait to have. Just because you popped off in one game doesn't mean it's going to last the entire series. But with back to my original point, you know, it's the things that you do in between to just keep yourself warm, really. It's kind of like basketball, you know, when you go back on the bench, put your trainers back on, just to keep the muscles warm. But in any case, Oasis Gaming, they have proved to be quite a challenge, Asterai. I wonder what Abaddon have talked about to just deal with the Thrifties, or if they've ever considered the read that, my goodness, every time Oasis is on a weaker buy, they are tenfold aggressive.
I love how that's the case with this teams. All right, so here we are. What is Simok?
It's comics.
Oh.
Oh my god. Guys, somebody help this man's. It's comics backwards.
Yeah. All right. What's ONS then?
It's the name of the shop, I guess.
Maybe it's an anagram of zone. Anyways.
We go back to the game.
Might make mistakes. These teams do not. Next he's waiting. Savvy is okay. Basically playing contact here, trying to push them back, but Georgie has taken damage as of now. And Abaddon the Biz should have seen the clink on his head, the dash away. So they're gonna still press the issue on B long. Georgie's gonna have to be the bait we'll have to at least see the crossfires, how this works, because it's kind of awkward. If Georgie peeks out, if Nexi peeks out, they're kind of exposing them. There he is. Great flash, though, but Nexi's taking a chunk of a long time to take that exotic, and he can always bounce back. He's got the heals for himself. He's got the Sage. And this is looking to be a very solid pistol start for Abaddon Abyss, to be honest.
Yeah, they do have that -1. The question is, what do they do with the man advantage? And Asta wants to raise the tempo here and make it even more difficult for Oasis to just hit them as hard as they can. Now we see quite a bit of map movement towards A here. And I think this is going to be a bit of a fight here for Xavi. And wow, literally escaping by the skin of his teeth. He has that Sheriff. So his lethality is still going to be very present despite the fragility. Now Marky has been slotted in here. Wow, right on time. Xavi acting like a raid boss here with a guts proc. Now Rabab's an absolute bastion. Xavi, 1 HP, 5 bullets in the chamber. What can he do? Apparently nothing. This Rababs is just going to give him a gentle, I guess, jab to the gut. Knock him down a little bit. Abaddon again. Great start on the pistol here. Go for the Bulldogs. Could potentially go for a B hit here just to exasperate that range advantage. It did look quite perilous though on that post plant. Sorry, there were I would say a few stray kills here on the side of Oasis. Rababs with his movement and his shifting on that A side itself, proving to be quite a, I guess, weapon and tool for Abaddon.
Yeah. More than anything else, I do like how Abaddon Abyss, you kind of see the power of it very quickly, is they can always take a breath in this particular game because of the Sage and the Phoenix. As long as you don't get knocked out, you can always just get those heals, reset the fight. This is kind of looking awkward for V Black, but you know what? He's good for it. They're going to be overwhelming Marky, who is actually appearing in this particular game. He has been the other controller player for Oasis Gaming, so seeing him here, not really out of the ordinary. I just wanted to point it out so that we see that they did remove... I'm trying to remember who removed
Draxi.
Yeah, 4 Mark.
And once again, another interesting discussion point we've had in weeks past is that Marky has evolved very differently. He's truly becoming one of those flex players that can play anything. Again, the growing pains might still be apparent, but this is evolution nonetheless. Exotic cannot find safety here as Xavi with a very well-timed stun. Still put a doorstop on the advance of Abaddon, trying not to get anything really with his bonus. And Xavi still wants to push the tempo, wants to push his luck. Thinking about flashing this. Is he going to commit? A little too late, but that is going to force out the slow orb on the side of Abaddon. Now they have occupied mid, but nowhere else around the map. It's only 2 of them. Or rather 3. Now reduced to 2. Xavi 8K. That's why they call him such a dangerous player. Wow.
It's also,
look really
I was
good.
gonna say that's just the danger of going through double doors, right? If you're kind of clumped up like that, your teammate can't strafe the other way to dodge the bullets. They were just shoulder to shoulder, man. So unless they fully committed to that, it was... Look at this. Yeah, they really did fully commit to it, but unfortunately, well, I eat my words. They weren't shoulder to shoulder, but Savvy just still didn't care.
Oh yeah. Still a bonus nonetheless. Expected outcome pretty much. Abaddon didn't really get any eco damage there, at least any meaningful damage. Georgie is gonna take the knives away. And V-Black could have a controller and control duel here against Marky, but none of them fall. They remain solid. As Oasis, they shift just a little bit on their defensive layout. They have a little more attention towards B now. It's Georgie with this Vandal reinforcing said site, and Abaddon just waiting at the doors here, waiting for first contact. Well, I like this angle, especially with the turret. That's something that Abaddon might not expect. Definitely not the most common thing to do, but still very, very innovative.
That's what you call a BB. You know, not like baby like in a sweet way, but you know, BB like body blocker or bullet blocker.
I see. Asra, you are an interesting character, but Exotic, he is going to flash everything. They're going to get rid of that turret. But look at Georgie. He's at the back of the site. Can't really find any value here, but Wild Oreo clawing at everybody. And Nexi, utility abound. Too much to handle for Abaddon. Yet again, reduced to a 2v4. V-Black and Slatham, they have to, once again, push the tempo. But Nexi, rock solid, man. I don't think Slatham is going to have an easy time trying to clutch this out. And it's going to take such an egregious mistake. And the shooting gallery is here. Tries to spray him down. But one is all he gets.
I really, really like how Savvy has been using his utility just to counter out, just to become a pain in the behinds here of Abaddon Abyss. The Aftershock, you saw it just put the planter of Abaddon Abyss in such an uncomfortable spot that even when Georgie exposed himself at the back of B, right, trying to duel the players of Abaddon pushing in, he still managed to get away. They disrupt the play here of Abaddon Abyss, and Abaddon Abyss at the end of the day, after end of that sequence, they still weren't able to just get any plans whatsoever. Great flashes overall, though. Marky getting chased, hounded down, mayhaps. And gosh, I sing the praises of Oasis, but Abaddon Abyss, they're always a team that is so creative and just willing to always take the fights. And it's working for them. Gives him a fighting chance as Georgie is down.
Very, very weak indeed. V-Black is... And Slatham not too far behind when it comes to the HP pool. Asta just not able to line up the shot. Man advantage has quickly disappeared on the side of Abaddon here. They are trying to work their way towards B. B-Long could be their grave here as Nexi still on the prowl, on the lurk. That is going to be a lot of utility. But will he check this angle? The knife, the pistol, the execute by V-Black. Cannot dodge the Rolling Thunder. However, he does escape with a Vandal. But look at Zavi. He is going to march, but Exotic is still here. Very much alive, and Slatham with a stinger will cut Marky down. This back haul has proved to be a meat grinder for Oasis. And now Slatham getting a huge 3k. Also bolstering his utility stock and his ultimate stock here. Abaddon, they take the lead. Still have not been able to reset that economy on the side of Oasis. But a round win nonetheless.
Gotta love the start of that round, though. The curveballs really giving them that catch-off that they need. And this is what I think Pearl does for a Phoenix specifically, right? It's just the power that you get from those flashes. You never know when it's going to come out. You never know when to react to it. And because of that, you always get caught so unawares. And after the fact, you just... Abaddon Abyss not missing an opportunity to snowball a certain lead here. And they push back against Oasis, which is always a good thing.
It is pretty hot in Cebu, but snowballing is one of the favorite things that any esports team we have here to really apply in their playbook. Now Oasis is holding strong here. Wild Oreo has the breadth of utility still in his pocket. Asrai not really letting go of anything. But yet again, a big stare down here. They are both waiting for the clock to strike at 12 noon. But Slatham doesn't care what time it is. He's going to open up Zavi, who's been such an important piece for this defense. And look at Exotic. He is going to W key into this Cosmic Divide. But Asta has been discovered. He's going to be completely blind. He's going to run away. This is going to afford Oasis some space. And Wild Oreo, that's all he needs. Wild Oreo's fragging power is something to really take note of. As Abaddon, this post plant, and this wall still very much a precarious situation here. Georgie, I'm not entirely sure where Babs would swing that. The defender Killjoy's locked down. give them maybe, just maybe, enough of an edge.
Oh my gosh.
Exotic, man. He was just desperately trying to get that molly in, but he has to spray it down, and Oasis! Oh my goodness, thieves! Thieves, the lot of them! Abaddon, they have to report to the town hall and report this crime. My goodness, the Thieves Guild, the form of Oasis. So clean. And the entertainment continues. These thieves are just so good.
That was... I feel the reason why Rababs had to pick that was he just can't, I guess, reposition back onto A main. It was a one and done. If he tried to do so, he would have just gotten shot by Georgie, who was already looking at the people exiting the site, right? So I guess it makes sense, but unfortunately, he just didn't get the W. If he did, that would have been such a big boost because they definitely needed to thin down the numbers of Oasis as much as they can. And you're absolutely right. Unfortunately for Exotic here, he doesn't have any of those calculated lineups with the hot hands from A main. So that molly from Marky was just more than enough to catch him off guard. Good stun though, gives Marky some space to just exit away. And at least for the moment, A main is safe. Oasis playing a very cautious game here, trying to figure out where Abaddon Abyss are trying to move, but I love that Abaddon Abyss is just going everywhere and anywhere that they can go. But Oasis this time, very prepared for it. Alexi though, again! Oh, these curveballs, man, really throwing it against the Oasis grain. 4 versus 4, we're not done just yet. Rababs, you got your ultimate, the res. Yes, he does. We'll see if Oasis will try to counter this as soon as they try to get closer and closer. But Wild Oreo is already marking the body right in front of him. Wild Oreo, he's shooting. They can't get the trade. Oh, they do. Slatham does get the Wild Oreo, and that's a huge bump for Abaddon Abyss.
You did say they went against the grain, and Oasis cannot convert any of those investments there. I love the molly in the side of Exotic to just, once again, deny the aggression from Art, even after a nightfall here. But Georgie, never doubt the aim of this man. The window for Abaddon, it honestly slithers away as Savvy gets a massive double kill. But V-Black, he holds on. They don't have enough time. And Oasis proves to be quite a vex for Abaddon. Oh my goodness. The rounds have been getting closer and closer. And what a treat to start the weekend off, Aserai.
Absolutely. Inject this adrenaline action-packed game into my Valorant veins. Oh my goodness. Everything is just pure entertainment. I love how this is turning out, to be honest. So, Abaddon Abyss smartly does call for the timeout. I wish we could see a little bit of a replay from that previous round. I will say, Rav,
no, you won't.
It is going down to the wire. Just to the wire.
I'm really happy the way Abaddon is turning out. Because, you know, they have grown so much in the past few weeks. And I'm honestly excited to see more of this core in the future. Because they're very young, but they're very talented. And they just have to keep their heads level because they are making Oasis bleed. They're making Oasis pull out all the stops. And Abaddon, they might have just reconsidered all their options here. As we see, I forgot the name of this bear. Isn't there like a specific name for this the stuffed animal?
Isn't it Kuma?
Is it Kuma? I think chat has to confirm that for us. But in any case, wow, that's bold of me to say when I'm not even reading chat. Anywho, Abaddon Abyss. They gear up now. Sorry, fresh from the drawing board here and hopefully revitalized. But Georgie sees the blood pumping, so he goes for the jugular as V-Black. First contact, first casualty of Abaddon. There's quite a few rounds that's been the case for them. They kind of relegate him to a flank watch, but if Oasis can find that behavioral pattern where most of the enemy team, or rather most of Abaddon, are opposite to where their head smoker is for most of these fairly unorthodox pushes, then they could prove to be yet another problem. But Exotic, no curveballs needed, but a Rabab's body double might be. Goes for it. Beautiful timing. He will get scanned. The back pedal is...
Oh my god!
You cannot stop him! Not even a black hole will engulf the light of this man, and Marky all on his lonesome, and a firing squad to pepper him with bullets. And Asta will take that final kill, and Abaddon 4-4. What a series. Slavdom still has that Nightfall too, so they can counter-initiate if ever that Rolling Thunder is going to be a nuisance moving forward. Wow. What an exchange here. I love that opening kill by Georgie. Fortunately for him, could not find any more value. I think this is also another problem with Pearl. Once you engage in aggressing towards any of the lanes, whether it be B or A, the rotate is gonna be such a difficult jog because you know you're giving your team a big disadvantage for a good 7 to 10 seconds.
You know, to kind of add to that as well, I was going to point out that I do like the idea of Abaddon Abyss where, you know how after you plant the spike, the instinct is to go back onto B long, play the ramps position, and if your opponent doesn't have a Sage, you can always just play it. I mean, Marky did have his wall, but you know, the sentiment is still there. But what Abaddon Abyss just did was just 4-stack the back of B. Loving that play, and they just played for trades once again, playing to what their strengths are. Rap. That being said, yeah, they equalize.
There's no confusion here on any of these sides, really. There's intent. There is a layout that they want to pursue, perhaps. Not misreading comics as scheme up like Aserai. I really don't know how that came to your mind, man. But Georgie, without uncertainty, will push this. Wow, what a super ballsy peek. Oh, and look at this. I think Abaddon actually has the anticipation for this. He might actually find Exotic, but Exotic is gonna put some dirt in his eye. Is he gonna do it again? This time he finds two. Uh-oh. And now Marky is gonna be left for dead as Georgie escapes. Oh, man. Georgie, man. He still has 2 Cloudbursts to his name. And this Sheriff, of course. I think this is a very good idea, though, to just run up a hall filled with Abaddon players armed to the teeth. A very courageous move. What a big investment, though.
Punish.
Oh, the wall! The wall! Oh, my God. Rababs. And Georgie still finds Exotic. That chip damage is insane. Oasis. They go for that signature aggression on those thrifty rounds, but Abaddon, I called it during the timeout, or rather the break earlier, that they are gonna try and read that as hard as they can. And Asta, very comfy here.
30 seconds
This
left.
box, somebody send him a latte, perhaps. Abaddon, if not A, then B. Maybe go A again just to complete the tag. And I don't know how Georgie finds the end of that bullet, but Xavi 8K also gets his piece. No thievery, no clandestine operation on the side of Oasis here. And my, all these thrifty rounds have been so exciting. Wow, the respect to actually just throw the Nightfall out like that, Aserai. That's insane.
They have to. They're kind of separated here as well, so they want to delay as much as they can, get the information as much as they can, and it's all down to Nexi, but unfortunately, the first shot will miss, and he will just get overwhelmed by Abaddon Abyss. You know what? That first contact of that round, Rababs, if he didn't do the wall, it might have gotten a whole lot worse. Basically did them a solid, did a Gandalf. You shall not pass.
Oh dear, but is it enough to stop Abaddon? I don't know. A true Balrog in their own right, Aserai. And now Georgie tries to replicate his position from the pistol round, but this time, no dice. As the peaks prove to provide no information. And you know one thing that I love about Oasis? They completely understand that the operator's value is at the start of the round, and the moment they don't find any of that initial kick, they just rotate. We saw that with Nexi, now we're seeing with Georgie. And wow, that's why they call robotics a JC, the Jesus Christ of macros, man. The macro Jesus. Big shout out again, man. That dude is so insanely smart. Much like the rest of Oasis coaching staff. But Marky, sometimes you don't need all that brain when you can have all this brawn. And Rabab trades out his fallen teammate. Cosmic Divide in play. How are they gonna adjust? Is Nexi gonna go for something off tempo here? He is waiting for the flash. What does he dodge? He still gets seized, so that's gonna stop his momentum. Still have the full utility belt on the side of Xavi here, so he could provide quite a bit of impact. Is Rabab just gonna attack this? Oh! They still get it!
Yeah, he completely dodges the aftershock. Loving that.
Oh, wow.
The rest of OASIS are already here. Babs going a little bit too wild. Next is out, but gets the trade all together. 1 versus 1. Savvy. Can you actually see him?
Wow.
Well, all right. Answered immediately. Yes. Yes, I can.
You know, that's the games like this
ahead.
where we get reduced to fans. There's a lot of moments where it's like, oh wow, ooh, wow. I bet some people are like, aren't casters supposed to know that? I mean, are we not allowed to be fans of great games? You know what I mean? You know, it's funny when you tell Asura he doesn't play the game when he was about to hit Radiant. Like, I'm just saying. I'm really just saying.
One enemy remaining.
I'm just saying.
It's okay, man. It's not like I poured 1,000+ hours already in playing Valorant. Maybe more. All right, hold on, hold the phone. Not really.
Oh,
I have a
man.
smartphone, not a regular phone, but you know,
Yes,
hold
that's
for a
right.
moment because they're playing a little bit slower now.
They are playing a little bit slower.
Oh,
slow. Just like, once again, once we hit ons, it reminds me of that very moment at the start. Potentially an iconic call from you yet again. That is scarring my mental. But Abaddon, they know that it's a light buy again. I love this patience, man. They're really, really adjusting to this so well. But now they're curious to where OASIS is actually pushing. Sonic, the moment it takes his eyes off. Good thing Slatham was there. Now Abaddon, they have a man advantage, but they know that OASIS have Lockdown and Cosmic Divide, so this could be an absolutely lethal combo if they choose to use it. That is the question, though, as OASIS still have not really snuffed out the pattern that Abaddon have been doing. Hinge off A, late rotate to B. They have stopped it twice in the most emphatic fashion, but they go for a slightly different plan. This time, look at Nexi. He's crawling up. He's walking up. Nobody has spotted him just yet. Nexi finds one, but the ice under his feet breaks, and he is going to fall into the cold water. B-Black has to swing out on these Sheriffs just to show weapon dominance. Xavi 8K with that Guardian could potentially be the shield of this defense. So far has not found any of the remaining the Abaddon players. B-Black crawling around, meditating just a little bit. Asta holding that position. I don't know that he's so close. Oh my goodness. So much attention. This is risky as all hell, but it does not matter as the risk reward skews yet again for Abaddon Abyss.
Last round.
gotta love how that wall is set up. Yes, there are cracks on it where a player can push at what you saw with Nexi, but Abaddon Abyss are so aware that that is obviously a location that the defenders can try to push out of, and see that they just quickly trade. Even if their vision or they didn't have any line of sight of the opponent, they can always just shoot through the smoke, and they're almost always guaranteed because of the crossfire that they have. And what that wall gives specifically, Raph, is I think just option security, where you can plant the spike and not be fearing of the plants.
Wow, anti-flash.
Yeah, anti-plants. Yeah, okay, let's go.
Oh, I love the small adjustments by George here. As I mentioned, the anti-flash worked perfectly. They do deny Exotic's ultimate here, but Slatham gets a trade. He's making a mad dash for the res, and he still gets it, but the brawl continues. Xavi and Marky, they both have ultimates. The Rolling Thunder, but the seize, it's huge! Is it enough? 2v2 now. The swing is coming, but no! OASIS, they defend their territory, and mid is the graveyard for Abaddon Abyss. And wow, they go toe-to-toe. I like that round, Asarai. It is just, it's kind of like in MMA, you know? Last 5 seconds, so bring it. Don't just stand there. Trade with me. Oh my.
It felt like a fighting game, you know? Shoutouts to the fighting game of, you know, Riot. But yeah, you're right. It felt very brawly, very skirmishy. The answer of abilities after abilities after abilities, right? You saw the Rolling Thunder, like, oh no, they are so screwed. And then the seize that almost took. I don't think Savvy was seized though. I think it was only one person that got seized coming outside of Art. So that's why they still got the kill regardless. but it was so chaotic. You saw that Rababs was like, what is happening? I'm trying to revive Exotic, and then right in front of him is already Georgie challenging Slatham.
Oh,
gets away with bloody murder as he just goes for the frenzy drive-by.
There.
Georgie's down. No. Well, it's a pistol round, so not really much that they can do. The double up still on Art there just to make sure nobody pushes up.
That's true. But the thing is, Asar, if Abaddon continue this pace, then potentially we'd go to the map 3 because they did win the previous pistol. And that's 2 rounds.
Right there.
So, OASIS, they have to re-engage in strategy again when it comes to that eco. Again, they're so incredibly dangerous. Asta. Oh! Okay, Wild Oreo nearly dodges a bullet. Or rather, dodges a bullet completely. And that's deja vu. We've seen SR actually do the exact same thing. I forget. I think it was still against Abaddon too, where the Astra just gets absolutely steamrolled in mid. But we focus our lenses on this OASIS versus Abaddon match. V-Black already heading, spearheading this retake. The boys are still fairly healthy. On the other side, OASIS, they are honestly already bleeding here. They expend the wall. They have not cleared heaven yet. We still have Nexi here, a raid boss in his own right, a Slatham and V-Black. They are running and gunning with these frenzies. And I love it when players spray to give me mini heart attacks. It is absolutely my favorite thing in the world. When I have to deal with small scares like that.
Oh. And still make it work. And Oasis, they're stuck at 5. Are they gonna go for a force buy here or something? We'll have to see though.
It's a bonus, I think. Oh wait, no. Wait a minute.
I mean, it's just a pistol, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like,
are they gonna go for it?
So we've actually never seen Oasis go for any forces just yet in the series.
Yeah.
I don't think they're the type of team that really has to. Yes, it will absolutely help in their endeavors, but it seems that they have such a great control over the strategy that they want to employ that it's fairly unnecessary. And
Careful there.
Overall, I think it's gonna hurt their economy more than anything else. And I actually didn't know that this knife was a two-handed weapon.
It is the I forgot what it's called. It's called like the Blades of Anubis. Kind of sounds cool, but
something like that.
not.
Yeah,
Something.
It's the Thousand Suns knife. You know,
Thousand Suns knife.
It really is the Thousand Suns knife.
Yeah.
I know.
I just forgot the proper theme for it. What I am very liking about this is Georgie just accepts his fate and takes the Prowler to the face. My time has come. Oh, but Georgie's time. No, gets denied. Limelight, Spotlight, just yeah. And this is also a pretty expensive purchase too, because even though they didn't, go for the force buy, Sheriffs and Frenzies. So for the most part, coming into next round, they're gonna have half shields. Where if you look at the purchase of Abaddon Abyss, they were kind of already expecting something similar. So they're gonna have Bulldogs to fight against this. So looking at Georgia, he should be at half shield too, unless, yeah, he has to give up. They have to give up some utility just to get those full shields up and running.
I'm trying to figure out what adjustments Oasis can do here on Pearl. I feel like the panel and us were a little stumped why Abaddon picked Pearl, but now we're seeing that. Now we're seeing the reasons. And man, Oasis. Looks like they're gonna go for a standard B-Link take here. Have Spike all alone on Marky, so maybe that's a gamble that might not work, but Exotic fades into the shadows. Unfortunately for him, Georgie has a flashlight. Georgie gets dinked. Rababs, look at this, he re-aggresses. It looks like Abaddon are taking a page out of the Oasis book, but Oasis, they have protected it with a code. Look how close Marky and Georgie are to dying, though.
Living on the edge, They've taken the highway RAF to what we call the zone of danger. The danger zone.
Yes, that is what the zone of danger is. The danger zone. My, we have a Sherlock in the building, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
I am so blessed. Yes. Absolutely blessed.
Very nice score lines.
Oh, yeah. Very... Asarai. It is truly that time of day. This man needs his chocolate milk and a nap. Slatham, he's still wide awake for whatever exchange could potentially happen towards mid. Abaddon doesn't seem very interested in highly contesting this. They might just go for a little bit of a shoulder peek. They do have a very similar setup from the pistol round here where I believe this is Slatham playing off the contact. And Georgie already anticipating that initial peek. I love the patience from all the players. B-Link, man. This is pretty much Asta's territory. So far, they have one side of the map that's relatively safe. But Slatham, once again, extending that area of control, his domain, it expands. Still has that haunt available to him. And Savvy actually finds V-Black here. Not entirely sure what the idea was, but the flank was potentially in play. Now look at this. Oasis, a slow crawl perhaps. Does Nexi anticipate that Asta is here? Asta's preemptive utility with that turret and everything. It's just gonna give him all the space in the world. And he gets the quick kill on Tamarki. He assumes correct, but he double backs and hesitates. Interestingly enough, they still have control over side. A 2v3 as they prep the curveball. 13 seconds. One of them has to plant. Nexi gets it. And they force the hand of Georgie to fight, and Rababs will send him to heaven. You know, I love the
Beam me
Araxis.
up, Scotty. Yes.
Yes.
I'm waiting for it to appear in my store.
Why did you just buy the bundle, bro? Honestly.
Cause.
What?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, that's right. You don't know.
Yeah.
You know what else you don't know? What it's like to own an Araxis skin.
Wow.
It's okay, man. I'm here.
Wow.
I mean, I am just gonna show this
Sassy
now.
Rambunctious Raph.
Araxis, my red and black Araxis with my gun buddy is absolutely one of the best combos in the game. And you guys should have just bought the bundle. In any case,
yes, I have made
Abaddon.
the mistake.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
You know, Astra, I feel like this is gonna be an interesting study session moving forward because for a lot of the action has been, let's see if we can poke and prod A, if we can create some sort of holes and potentially get the easier post plant hold. But if it doesn't work, then let's just fall back towards B after we take mid control. I feel like that's been the consensus approach to Pearl, at least for this match.
It makes a lot of sense too, right? Because again, Pearl is, I feel like a map, especially with these comps. that
Pearl
works
is
so
a map.
well. Oh yeah, amazing. That was a
Anyway,
couple of claps
continue
for
with
you.
your point. Continue with your
Yeah,
point.
Because of the composition itself, they can't really just rummage through A main or B main to, get that map control. So, especially with the Astras, also making it a living nightmare to push through there, mid, I think, is the way to go. As well as, you just have to thin out utility very early on. And usually a lot of those utilities is kind of jam-packed onto mid. Right? Or if not, at least you force that. So, you force the utility to be used on mid, so A main or B main will just be open up. Georgie with the connives. Conniving Georgie he is with the double updraft from A main.
I really love those type of plays. It works every now and then and is such a treat. We still have V-Black's Cosmic Divide here. So whatever their intentions be, I think V-Black should try and stay alive. Getting a pick on Nexi is an absolutely wonderful bonus here, even with a fairly shaky by an important member of Asta. Huh?
Right there.
Look both ways before you cross, otherwise Georgie's gonna run you down. Slatham reassessing what he can do here. There are too many smokes happening, and I guess the consolation prize on the side of Abaddon, since they do have quite a bit of a lead here, they can pressure Oasis to expend as much of the ultimates, and that they do just to secure a round, right? If they do the same thing, they respond in kind. What is that Cosmic Divide going to actually separate? It is the heads of Abaddon from their torsos, apparently. And what another Thrifty on the side of Oasis. Do they have the highest win rate for Thrifties, like in the entire VCTPH? I have to check that out.
Maybe them or Naus, right? For sure.
I think
Talk
by
about
the eye
constellation
test.
prize, but with that cosmic divide, you could call it as the constellation prize.
Indeed. Big Dipper, Little Dipper.
Here.
You look up in the sky, and you see that.
Twinkle, twinkle, little.
Well, in any case, the Orion's belt has to form around one of these players' teams here. So they get the Hunter's blessing. But Abaddon, they now seem to have a more aggressive stance. The ready flash on the side of Savvy, I like it a lot. Nexi is just waiting for that sound cue. And whatever gave it away, apparently is not enough. But Nexi still gets maximum value out of that. And here we have Abaddon. They only have pistols. But they are going to have full ultimate later on. So OASIS should take this handily, Asar, especially with the way Abaddon is laid out right now.
Yeah.
They're so far from each other.
Well, I guess if you could just spread yourself out like this, right? You already do know that OASIS also does the same thing. Might as well go for the very spread out off angles that might net you one kill, steal a weapon, and maybe snowball off of that. It's very low percentage, but if it does work, then great. Because you can see here and now, Georgie's actually just by himself. I mean, he does have a weapon. He is Georgie. But if they do, that's still gonna be huge, right?
Absolutely. And this round proves to be fairly vapid on the side of OASIS. Not a lot of resistance, really. And again, you can't really expect too much off a buy that Abaddon had. They tried something, they got a pick off Savvy. They could get one more, then this is an acceptable round for them. But it does look like they're just going to concede this, wait for the spike to go down. And Georgie still hunting players as Exotic. He makes the round acceptable. -2. Good eco is one of the things that we like to say a lot. But Exotic, despite having a Vandal in his hands, gets a little too... how would I put this? A little too eager, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, he's still gonna be taken out by the spike anyways, and they
right?
will be able to buy this round. So, yes,
shot.
exactly. Man, Exotic showing to us that the classic is a pretty respectable weapon, even in those kind of situations.
I mean, Classic has been incredibly polarizing. I feel like it's been subject to a number of nerfs already.
It just sucks, man, you know, that the Classic doesn't work properly for me. You know, I feel like it's broken. I've taken it to the shop too many times now. I spent like thousands of dollars, but my Classic just sucks.
Wow. So you're saying you've spent thousands of dollars on Valorant? Good for you. That you can afford to do that comfortably. You know what I mean, Asra?
That wasn't the morale of the story.
That's a humble brag if I've ever heard one. Look at that. You made the scuttle go away. Look what you've done. You scared it off.
You mean Taunty?
Is that Taunty? Is that the name of the scuttle on the beach?
Yeah, I mean, if it's the same scuttle as the one in League, right? So I feel like it's called Taunty. You know what?
Alright, Taunty. Hide away from Asarai. You will only damage your ears and numb your mind.
Scuttler.
What?
There's Scuttler.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Look, you've summoned him again. Oh, it's a crab. It's peak evolution. Let's go. Evolution. It is peak evolution. It's backed by science. The people on the internet say so.
I would love to be a crab, you know? Get that armor and stuff.
You know what, crab or not, I am still allergic to you. In any case, Exotic, he is still going to push the tempo. He does have that res up, and I love the proactivity here at the side of Rababs. Let's get that wall. What is this going to mean for OASIS? How are they going to react to this? By completely ignoring it and going the other way. Perfect. There is going to be quite a few stars in their way. I don't think that's the distance that Asta actually gets the sound cue, but that is definitely more than enough of a signifier. They're waiting for the stars to pop. They're just really burning as much time as they can. V-Black holding on patiently. Where's the gravity rift here? Oh, the alarm bot actually takes Wild Oreo for a little bit of a rut here. He is going to be vulnerable, but nothing to capitalize on him. And the ultimates are still here, but wow, Marky. Excellent lurk to just kill the timing. And Exotic now stunned. Nothing for him as Wild Oreo. Oh my goodness, OASIS are working the map. They are playing this perfectly yet again. They can't respond. Abaddon, they're forced to use a res to just get the numbers back up. And now they finally respond with the duels, but the trades are a little too quick. 4G, 70 health, but the crosshairs, they are true. V-Black with a classic. Broken for some, but true for V-Black. As Wild Oreo using that mobility, Aserai, to walk and create circles around Abaddon. Now, Abaddon has not a single rifle to their name.
They're just everywhere. OASIS, they've overwhelmed Abaddon in that round, and Abaddon just... The information overload was pretty apparent. They just did not know where to peek. They did not know where to look where OASIS truly were, and it was a very just awkward game of peekaboo. Okay, they're just going to charge out though this one. Maybe try to do so. Because all the utilities being thrown out here. Asta's going to be dropped down, but OASIS, they've already opened up the site. There was a bit of commotion on A main, but that just means that OASIS, they got the information that their opponents, they're going to be long rotating here. This is a good solid 15, 25 seconds of just going from A to B. And OASIS, they've played Abaddon Abyss into, I guess, a sandpit. We'll see how they kind of climb themselves out of it.
Well, the OASIS does have quite a bit of sand, and Abaddon, they hate sand. It's rough, it's coarse, and it gets everywhere. Slatham, he is still trying to wade through all of these utility and Rababs. Oh my lord.
Yikes.
Georgie, and even gets another one. Abaddon, they are dazed and confused, Aserai. They took one on the chin and another to the temple, and they're still trying to recover. Oh my goodness, the lead disappears.
Oh. There's nothing to be said. Look at that. The wall was there, but they had a whole lot of firepower to break it down. And, man, even though they had smokes to cover, it was weaker weapons, though, for Abaddon Abyss, granted. But, man, OASIS, you're absolutely right. They are making this massive, massive comeback. And Abaddon Abyss, they're starting to slow the pace down. Rababs about to open Pandora's box. He backs away. But Georgie, let's see if he can chase them down to the ends of the earth. Unfortunately not, as slow orbs and hot hands force him back. For one Rolling Thunder, you basically take everything Abaddon has to slow the push down and still have a minute on the clock. I think that's still a good round start for OASIS here.
Absolutely, it was a fantastic start for them. And like you mentioned, they played it so well to just erase the deficit. And OASIS, they are really looking to be pretty much the Alexander the Great of our split, right? They want to remain undefeated. Macedonia could potentially be around the corner if they take another name in Abaddon. Definitely. Abaddon provides quite a challenge. Slatham finally finds Georgie, who's been on a 4-round tear in V-Black. He responds. He is upset, but that anger is only going to be his downfall. Xavi is here. But the trades, Aserai, the trades. Everything is going up and up for Abaddon again. 10 to 11. They're not willing to let go of this lead. Now they have the resources to snowpile upon OASIS here.
Ooh, Georgie, the lover of operators on any side, as long as he has the blades. This is something he's done before in Action PH, so this could be a good, at least investment, I think, for OASIS here, because they're almost... Actually, no, they're not that broke, so they're fine. They can still buy up into the next round, but this is still a good investment, I think. One shot, one kill.
One shot.
There's also no like res for Rababs here, but they haven't shown Georgie's hand though. Although, if history is to be followed, right, they should know that Georgie does this a lot, and I think that's why you're seeing Abaddon Abyss just plays a little bit slower. Never mind.
Oh dear.
Never mind.
You mentioned it, Aserai. Georgie, is it Dreamfire? Is it Action? Whatever iteration, he is gonna push the tempo and tear you up if you can. There's actually both these teams exchanging bodies. Abaddon coming out of it a little more injured than OASIS, but they are still very much in this round. They do have that Nightfall if they choose to use it. However, I feel like it is ill-advised to do so. kind of just have to give up this site here, and they have to go for this retake as compact as they can. And they are using Wild Oreo to be potential sacrificial piece here. Nobody in position to trade. Slatham is going to make his way towards Exotic very, very soon, but they are going to be burning and shaving time off that spike timer. In any case, sorry, I don't think this is going to force Abaddon on an eco. I think they're still going to have a pretty decent buy. But like I said, no matter what iteration of Georgie you put on the table, he is going to light you up with the operator, and he's only gotten better. Slatham is going to go for that save. No two qualms about it. Looking for a potential exit frag. And it could be Marky if Marky doesn't tuck himself properly, or if he doesn't anticipate this. But he does.
Still neck to neck. Just
Oh, yeah.
absolutely, again, gorgeous rounds from both teams. And that strategy, dude, just to get that operator this late into the round. You know what? I keep saying from time to time, each and every round that you can take when it's this down to the wire is a round you'd love to take, right? So any strategy that you can still employ that you haven't done yet, that your opponents aren't conditioned to anticipate, is incredibly useful for you. Now, Georgie, does not go for the quick charge out of B long here. But they do want to create some noise on A main so that Georgie might have a pick on to long, especially that they're trying to look for any picks whatsoever. Exotic, though, is ready for it. We do have the walls. But again, if he gets caught, Rabab still has not gotten a resurrection. And Georgie has still yet to show himself. It's going to be a pick of either one of them, but Exotic's just a bit too quick on the trigger. 4 versus 5 as the round continues. Abaddon Abyss still show to us why they're a threat in this series against OASIS. Okay. Still not yet over, though. OASIS are burning a lot of time here. They don't know where to really create that opening. They're forcing the stars a lot more now. V Black and always just push out.
30 seconds left.
He wants to push out. They know that they have the numbers for this. Nexi all up onto him. 20 seconds. The flash is there. Asta knows about this. All he really has to do is activate his utility. And there, this is going to be horrible. Nexi's going to have to hold the fort while Oreo as well. Deafened because of the Nightfall. They do plant the spike. 3 versus 5. And they try to just rummage their way back onto A main. Marky, get this kill. Oasis definitely needs it. And Savvy holding on, helping his teammate. There's the Rolling Thunder. Asta is still alive. But Savvy, he still comes up big. Exotic is here. But Oasis are making it work. The wall is giving them a nice positioning. There's the alarm bot. It'll activate. Nexus by himself. He's holding on, but not long enough. And Abaddon Abyss,
they barely
has time.
Oh my gosh.
They have all the time they need.
Oh
my God. So close. I'm sorry. Just
don't apologize. Don't apologize, because this, I love this, you know what I mean? This has been the perfect series to start off the day, and it's setting such a high bar for everybody else. And my goodness, Asura, it is honestly unbelievable that Oasis still managed to maneuver out of all that utility and still make a stand the way they did. But Abaddon, just by barely an inch to clear the hurdle that is Oasis. And my, we are looking mighty confident on the side of Abaddon here. Once again, the whispers of the void, they are around the corner. And those sweet, sweet nothings, they're invading the thoughts of Oasis. They go for a very, very heavy-handed take on B here. But is this what they want to do? The wall is up. This is a clear indicator that there is going to be a stack of Abaddon players ready and waiting. Are they going to be patient? Are they going to wait for this wall to break? Or are they going to force their hand here? What do they have? They have Georgie trying to break through. Trying to slash open Abaddon. But Rababs, again, the bringer of life, the taker of souls, still gets that initial pick. Despite having only a bulldog, and look at the patience by Marky Asarai. just sweating bullets right now. Abaddon, I don't think they expect a curveball like this to have an operator on the controller player, but that wall is about to break sometime soon. Abaddon, look at this.
Right
Newfound discipline and patience. The curveball is gonna come anytime soon. There is nobody playing anti-flash. Nexi is trying to regroup and trying to assess that potential danger. Marky, he's crab walking, he's shift walking, he could potentially find Rababs. It's actually Exotic getting a freebie, getting a 2-piece for him, and it's only Xavi and Wild Oreo. Can they muster up any energy for this clutch? As Abaddon have been bothered. Exotic, he is on a tear. Wild Oreo gets 2 for himself, but 10 seconds, a Nightfall. Slatham has to hold the line, and Rababs picks up the operator and hits him where it hurts. 1-1. What a series.
Abaddon Abyss. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to hear. And we are in their realm, Raf. What a game. It went down to the last possible round before overtime, but they did not budge. They did not falter. They did not back down to what OASIS was throwing at them. OASIS, they went for a risky play. They bet their hedges on Georgie. He updrafted, he dashed in. Unfortunately, they could not follow up. Georgia could not find any picks whatsoever, and that's when it really started to just hamper the possibility of out-of-regulation play here on Pearl. So with all that being said, we're gonna go to Fracture in this series. What a game, what a series this is absolutely turning out to be.
I am so excited still. Again, I said that about map 2, and now Fracture on the horizon. This is a map where, to be honest with you, I feel like OASIS could dominantly take. Again, we'll have to dissect the stats here and talk about the numbers game for a moment, as everybody, and I mean everybody, was contributing in spades. Maybe not volume, but the impact of all the individual players across the board has been felt. And Slatham, the initiator, a little unorthodox with his initiation by just outright blasting people in the face. He is going to be Abba's MVP for at least that map. And you can tell that the economy swings were just, again, Aserai, very, very, how do I put this? Very, very close to each other. Yeah, it's incredibly back and forth. And man, what a game.
I honestly did not expect this outcome again. You know how at the start of game 2, I mentioned how some teams, they tend to falter, they tend to slow down. And Abaddon Abyss, if they want to prove themselves, they can. And they didn't. They were just always willing, showing to us what they got as a team and as individuals. And it was just a thing of beauty. OASIS, on the other hand, they slowed down. They were able to bounce back a couple of rounds. But Abaddon Abyss, they're evolving, they're getting creative, and they are matching OASIS's pace here.
Yeah.
Fracture, that question now lies. How good is the Fracture of Abaddon Abyss?
That really is the big question mark. Before we dive into that, you know what I hate, Aserai? I hate picking between these two teams. To be honest with you, it's just, come on, guys. Don't do this to me. But, again, Abaddon, man, it's insane. You know, this is how we do it back home. You fight to the death, you never look back. And of course, it's Rababs with a spectacular performance just across the board. And of course, getting and delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Now, I don't know about you, but I am a little parched, Aserai. I could use a little pick-me-up here in the very warm afternoon with very heated games. Are you still hanging in there, buddy?
I am definitely hanging in there. I am just, you know what? Like Katy Perry said, I'm wide awake.
Was that a Katy Perry song, actually?
Yes.
So sing it.
Is.
So no, I can't
wide
remember
awake.
singing.
That's about it. That's all.
Oh, man. Well, Katy Perry aside, I think Abaddon much like other casters and analysts there, they've definitely been one of the dark horses of the tournament, and they're proving it by trading blows with the best of the best. But for now, guys, we have to catch our breath. That has been an intense map 1 and 2. My name is Raf. That bumbling idiot over there is Asarai. So stay tuned. Don't leave your seats. We will be right back. That lovely summer sun over the oasis is looking like it is getting coddled by the storm clouds that Abyss, the Abaddon Abyss is bringing. Once again, guys, my name is Raph, and that beautiful gentleman over there is Raph, and that's Asarai. Anyway, guys, I am joking. That beautiful man that betches 325 with 2 fingers is Asarai. That man is strong. Much like the competition we have right now, Asarai. What a set of games, man. I feel like this has been a personal favorite of mine in comparison to the last few matches over the course of, 3 weeks now?
Yeah. It does, again, prove to us that teams are still very much evolving in this regular season. Not only that, they are curating ways on how to counteract, teams that are much tougher than them. We at least tout them to be much stronger than the opposition and such. And Abaddon Abyss really is proving that their style, their philosophy of Valorant is definitely viable enough to stand tall with all of the opponents that they have here, as well as just show us that it is just so entertaining to watch as well. So a double whammy, a triple whammy, however many whammies you want to put in that sentence, Abaddon Abyss is definitely dishing it out.
And I'm glad that you brought that point out. And through my many journeys of competitive games from different genres, there truly is no invalid playstyle. There is just, you have to keep an open mind, because once you start constricting yourself to, oh, this is meta, this is what it should be, it's never really black and white. And that's just the beauty of esports in general, guys. But with Abaddon and Oasis over the horizon yet again, I cannot wait for what they bring for basically Fracture, right? Are we finally going to see that Wild Oreo Neon? Are we going to see something a little crazy or something a little more comfortable on, or rather comfortable on the side of Abaddon Abyss? The questions just keep on piling up. And wow, it is actually disgustingly hot right now. Oh my god, it's like 38 degrees for whatever reason. But whatever, guys, if it is hot where you are, don't forget that you can celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. And back to my original point, if it is blistering hot where you are, it is now a perfect time to order a shake. Do it now. This is a threat.
Gotta hydrate them homies, you know?
That's right.
So, yeah. Exactly. Now, moving on to another a more serious note here, right? I am just looking at the stats real quick from both of the teams, and I think I'm just looking briefly at chat as well, and they are absolutely right that Abaddon Abyss does not have a high win rate on Fracture itself. They play somewhat of a similar route to what we saw, be popularized by other Southeast Asian teams, where you're going to be playing as the Neon, you have the Breach for, again, the 1-2 punch combo, but it hasn't worked out as well for them. And we saw that when they went up against SR Nakage, I think a week or two ago, where it just ended 13-8 for them. And one of the biggest things here was Exotic was the one who was not playing as a duelist. He actually played as a Cypher there and gave Slatham the helm here. Now, there's kind of two things that you have to weigh in that perspective, where this time Abaddon Abyss just looked absolutely phenomenal. So maybe this kind of iteration is going to work, or are they going to double back? Even though they're feeling confident, they want to put Exotic maybe on a duelist that could work out here. I mean, Neon isn't the be-all end-all for Fracture. Sure, she's a really good pickup on this map, but yeah, exactly. You could still have Exotic maybe on the Phoenix. We've seen this also used in Fracture. It has seen some certain success as well. If they've also been, putting into the Time Chamber Harbor, that could be a good combo. We saw that from Paper Rex a couple of months ago as well. So things like this is at least what we kind of have to ask, just in case, because again, Oasis do have a ridiculously good win rate as well on Fracture. We were touting it. Just to finish off what I'm mentioning here, that both Haven and Fracture are they're very much banger maps.
The reason why I'm holding in a smile in Asar, because you said we were going to bring up two things. Abaddon doing really, really well is one. Are they going to put Exotic on Duelist or Cypher is another. And then you brought up another point about Harbor and Controller. So that's three, my friend. Remember, 1, 2. What comes after 2, Asarai? Let me know that you know. Come on now. Don't be shy.
4.
I am glad that you've entertained yourself. I am glad that you are self-sustaining like that.
Yes.
In any case, guys, those were still very valid points on the side of Asarai, despite the the difficulties with basic numbers. In any case, I do love the fact that you do bring out that Exotic has also been practicing that Cypher, and it is a bit of a nightmare to try to walk into a Sentinel that's just on fire. Because sometimes it's not just the utility, it is just outright the fact that he's not losing the gun battles. He's not losing the aim duels. But the thing about Fracture, I feel like it is a lot more strategically demanding in comparison to Pearl and was it Haven? It was Haven. Yeah, Haven, in comparison, right? There is a lot more intricacy and complexity to Fracture. But if Abaddon have been researching upon this and getting the reps in, then they could have found a way to simplify the game on their terms that Oasis have not figured out yet. And of course, on the flip side, Oasis might have done the same thing. So Again, it is an interesting conundrum for all of us, Asarai.
Well, I just hope that we do have the Aegis Select ready. But before that, of course, we do have our language, redirect. See, this is why you want to see language redirect, just in case that I don't know how to speak English anymore. You can go to the other broadcast to see people speak Tagalog or Filipino, whatever you want to call it. We do have it on Twitch for twitch.tv/ValorantPH or _Valorant_PH, my goodness, on the English broadcast. And for the Filipino broadcast, we got fb.com/Valorant Esports PH. And both broadcasts, guys, are available on YouTube with very high quality VODs. So if you want to watch the replays, you know, as a fan, as a player, as anyone who is just getting into Valorant, or maybe you're a veteran at Valorant, you know, just get in there. Yeah, check it out. Add subscribers. You know, like, share, and subscribe.
I let him cook, guys. I'm sorry. I let him cook. I could have jumped in at any point in time, but I let him cook. And you know what? Asarai likes to cook sometimes. And in any case, yes, we do have the language redirect if you are pretty much tired of this tandem. You know, and we have a little bit for everybody. And the VODs are definitely up on YouTube, as Asarai mentioned. So definitely check that out if you want to dissect something a little more in detail, which is something that we'll probably do in the future. If you actually want to help us out, by all means. Now, Rabab's, I feel like another point that I want to bring, Asarai, Rabab's Sage has been pretty good on Pearl. And normally I'm not the one to bring out, or rather put the Sage player front and center, because I absolutely hate Sage. You know, there's another factor why I'm planning on cutting my hair, because a good friend of ours that we met a few weeks ago was like, hey, you look like a gender-bent Sage. And I'm like, don't do this. Every time I do my double bangs, it's a Jet thing, not a Sage thing.
You gotta dye your hair white then, you know, so at least people will say, oh yeah.
I know. Sure. So this is the Sage look, you know what I mean? The single bang thing, the bun and whatever. I don't think you guys could see it, but again, before we get distracted, because we are going off on a bit of a miniature podcast again, as my hair is trying to fight me. Rabab's a great Sage player. The impact he did and just the proactivity with those walls have really separated him for, I guess, the most part of the other Sage players, right? Because typically, even at the highest level, play the wall can be used incredibly reactionary, which I believe doesn't necessarily bring out most of its value. But with the way that he's been handling choke points, and just again in tandem with the rest of his team, has been something to really, really note down. I know that there are a lot of Sage players that you've, I guess, championed over the course of the whole league. Asarai, Ninitubs is one. Again, I know you're a big fan of his clutch factor, but I feel like what really caught your eyes was that single Avenger wall play on Icebox.
I'm not sure if we are going to go for the agent select just yet. But aside from that, right, one of the other Sage players that I have really liked here, unfortunately, he's not here in this particular tournament right now, has been Amon. Another one would be probably Singer Carl, even though he's more known for his duelist. He has proven that he does play a very mean Sage if he does get the chance to do so. Anyways, guys, we are going to go for a quick break. When we do come back, hopefully we can get this last game of the series started. We still have one more series to go even after this one, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're coming in from that short break, and hopefully we can continue immediately for this game number 3, because I believe that you believe that we all believe that this is going to be another banger game coming into game number 3. Again, with OASIS Gaming versus Abaddon Abyss. My name is Azra. With me now is Raph, and we are just prepping ourselves to get into that Agent Select.
I don't know, man. Like, you are an interesting character. I will just say that now. But as you mentioned, right, the Agent Select is something that we are going to be very, very excited for. But among that, or rather among other things, I think the speculations that we brought up before the short break were very, very valid. Again, are we going to see Rababs on that stage again? Because again, Sage is not too bad on Fracture, especially when comboed with the Neon. There have been set plays that we've seen quite a bit I believe in our APAC circuit last year. I think it was Paper X who did that quite a bit. Searcha also had that in their playbook when they would double wall, one with Sage, one with Neon, just to have a very, very free side take, and the breach, of course, for that post plan and whatnot.
Yeah.
But wow, Astra, it's a hot day and my hair is trying to fight me yet again. Sometimes I just wish I would cut it all off. But I think I'll keep it at this length for a good minute or two.
All right. Well, whether that is going to be true or not, well, we'll figure it out next time, because we are now going to go into Agent Select, as we need to see what is Abaddon Abyss going to showcase to us as we prepare to get into Game 3. Because, again, Exotic, we do see that he is on that hover of the Cypher, and it is going to be true. So no changes whatsoever, but that's only the agents that will not change. We are seeing Abaddon Abyss show to us a new face in terms of how they play the game, in terms of how they approach it. In OASIS Gaming, they're definitely not getting into this cleanly. They're struggling, and that's not because, OASIS Gaming are fumbling or anything. It's more of Abaddon Abyss are just always at there, willing to fight and challenging them at every single interval that these two teams meet.
The Oasis versus the Abyss. Which can truly stay? Again, Asra, it has been pretty much a tale of two tapes, because Oasis have been dominant. They haven't dropped an entire series, whereas Abaddon Abyss has gone through multiple phases of growing pains, and it's been pretty evident. But we see the results of all that hard work, honest work, and it's been coming in very, very timely here. So I think we're just going to be jumping right into the map very, very soon. Are there any thoughts regarding the macro here, Asrai? Because so far what I've been gathering is that Oasis have been pretty hyper-reactive when it comes to the poke and prod of the utility shuffle on the side of Abaddon.
Yeah.
And like I said, right, their macro play has been incredible, but that's also bringing in some, not necessarily weaknesses, but just few things that can be taken advantage of.
Yeah, and it's the speed and the quickness of the trades that make Abaddon such a challenging team to go up against. But again, I gotta say, man, I still don't know how this is going to go. If you just look at the stats specifically, Abaddon Abyss has a 33% chance of winning their Fracture matches, or throughout their Fracture match history. For Oasis, it's considerably more, for 60. Anyways, I'll talk about that a little bit later, as Oasis, they spare no time to just push up aggressive onto the side. Jordy's already hounding one down, but finds no damage, no kills whatsoever. And it just backs up into the 4 versus 4. Savvy, gotta be careful that he gets pushed out of his positioning and even denied the plant on the spike. Abaddon Abyss are approaching this perfectly, Raph, as a 4 versus 3 numbers in their advantage. No more anti-plants, but the punish is so quick. There's nothing that they could really do. Drax out in the open. No freaking way that Drax out in the open gets shot, jumps, picks out the weapon, picks out the frenzy, and still wins the battle, giving Oasis the pistol round.
And maybe, just maybe, Drax has that extra firepower to push Oasis over the hill, right? It looked so good for Abaddon up until Drax replicated the success that he had in map 1 with an opening salvo on that pistol round. And it's crazy. You would think he might have cooled down, but nope, absolutely not. He is as hot as he can be. while also remaining very, very collected. Exotic's camera does get taken out by something here, and Slatham. Oh, wow, that's a lot of health just because of a turret. There is no armor on his side, so pretty much expected here. Now OASIS, they look like they're about to hit A as hard as they can here. They do have the weapons advantage, most definitely. Position advantage too. What does Abaddon have up in their sleeves here? As Exotic could find a kill on Wild Oreo. But Wild Oreo a little too fast. A little too quick with the reaction time. He gets one. And with the side crumbling apart for Abaddon here, this is pretty much the round already.
Big speed. Yeah, there it is. You know, it's always a treat when I see Wild Oreo back on a duelist agent. It's very nice to see him be on this because he started as a duelist player too, right? I mean, a lot of our star players here all started as duelist players, but Wild Oreo's, he's entertaining to watch, not because specifically of the mechanics, but the movement as well as his aim is just so pristine to kind of behold when he's on it.
Let's go.
Right? And hopefully we can see more of that later on. But Abaddon Abyss. Ooh. Okay, this is their first gun round. Gonna have to see how Slatham brings it back on their defense. And Exotic here's the whole enchilada being thrown here on B once again. It's the same strat, same play. Oh, he's waiting though, but can't really find a pick through the smokes. And they're playing this so efficiently. And OASIS, they're not gonna get stopped. I mean, they do lose Wild Oreo, but V Black is also taken down for Abaddon Abyss. So no smokes anymore as they try to retake the site.
I'd wager losing V-Black is actually way more harmful on the side of Abaddon than them losing the Duelist, right? Because once again, the retake becomes that much more difficult. As Asta is trying to work the back position of the ropes area of the tower area, as Exotic is deeming if this push through the smoke would be worth his time. Wow, Astra is going to stun up everybody there, but Asta a little late on the swing. Does still get Georgie, but a 2v3. Bonus on the side of OASIS is looking more than just. Savvy 8K, the last man to get that frag. And that is going to be a bunch of free upgrades on the side of OASIS. It seems that they are slowly but surely evading all those storm clouds that Abaddon Abyss are trying to bring in their direction.
The thing is, right? I mean, this might seem like introspecting, but I really am not the biggest fan of Exotic not being on a duelist as of now. I mean, Slatham, not to disparage his ability to frag and whatnot, but you really want to give as much mobility to Exotic as possible because I think that's where he shines the most. We'll still have to see because it's still too early to say how he's going to try to adjust to things, but at least for now, you're seeing that the traps of the Cypher not really phasing OASIS just yet. Good flash all throughout though by Rababs as he stops the push from A-Main, but look at George already double satchelating onto Sand. He's left the defense of Abaddon Abyss basically in tatters, looking as to where OASIS are waterfalling. Oh, Slatham's here. Oh, his body shot's Georgie though. He needed the headshot to get the kill on him and maybe the 180 onto the planner, but it's still not going to be enough. And OASIS keep the ball rolling.
More than just Astra, they are breaking every single ankle on the side of Abaddon. We saw this maneuverability in spades when it came to Pearl and even on Haven, but right now it is in full effect. It is just so good with how the map is designed. And this could be very well the perfect map for that type of playstyle. Now Abaddon, I know they're very scrappy and they're very incredibly resilient. 4-0. Pretty difficult to overcome this type of deficit. Granted, this is a very attacker-sided map. Abaddon, they still have to scrape a few wins together to make this competitive.
Oh my god.
Ooh, wow, Georgie's actually already on site here. They let him pass. The Rolling Thunder is going to be here, and it is going to be as loud as ever as Wild. Oh, Asta! He's going to one-up him. Exotic, he's all alone now, Asarai. Georgie and Drax, two still very heavy guns. And he is going to have a bit of a challenge, a definite hill to scale. Where is Drax? Wow, Exotic actually nearly clears him. Oh my lord.
Man.
5-0, man.
Yeah, Abaddon Abyss fighting back. That pressure from Georgie really, it feels like you're a sardine in a can, right? There is just no wiggle room. You're waiting to be opened up by that showstopper, and it's, I mean, yeah, sure, Asta gets that marvelous 3K, but it was just up until that, they were still way too pressed on both sides. And Abaddon Abyss, yeah, very, very cautious and smart decision to get that early timeout. They know already that Oasis, again, are just shrugging off Exotic's utility. If Exotic keeps going on B this time and Oasis finds it, I mean, are they going to be phased by it? Is Exotic going to get value from it? I don't know, but at least coming into round 6, they look like they don't have money to actually capitalize off anything, as they're going to be on the weaker buy.
Well, actually, no, they do have enough for a full rifle buy here, but man, I have been screaming so much that I feel like my voice is actually starting to give out at this point. But, oh man, if it was for a game like this, then by all means, I will have to work on that vocal endurance yet again. But like I mentioned, Asterai, there's just so many ways to avoid the wall that is literally any Sentinel player on the side of Abaddon Abyss, right? Fracture is just designed that way. It is basically a big game of cat and mouse. And Oasis, with an incredibly vicious, gigantic field rat the size of a small dog, you know what I mean? Abaddon right now, they look to be defanged as Nexi and Georgie, with full confidence, playing and fighting into the smoke. They've already heard the weapon sounds. Maybe they want to go for an op buy. I feel like that's the only reason why they would go for a setup like this. V-Black does get some value off that stinger, but Nexi is there to trade. And now map control is still very much in favor of Oasis. Abaddon, they're all stuck in CT, trying to rotate out of defender spawn. Nexi has a lockdown already. And if that doesn't run up the lead, I don't know what will. Wild Oreo is going to be stunned. But it doesn't matter. Slatham actually postured up for an overdrive there. But Wild Oreo, what is lightning in front of this ballistic weapon that I have? Oh dear.
Told you, man. Gotta give eyes to Wild Oreo. Got it. Georgie is a superstar, but Wild Oreo is a star in it of himself. Excuse me. Look at how just quickly the spray transfer is from, and the reaction speed is just marvelous. V-Black, if they had weapons, they would have committed the Rolling Thunder, and they might have actually gotten some value off of that, because if Asa didn't fell, right, as they're pushing into the site, even if Nexi does use the lock... Oh, wait, no, right. You will just remind me that Aftershock isn't going to be used for...
It doesn't kill it anymore, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So they have to still fight for it. So, never mind. I retract that second part of the statement, but
okay.
Exotic finally getting value off of his traps through the A side. He's already surrendered B, wanted to go for A. He's getting a lot more value here.
You should run.
The spike is still there. He's going to get planted. We do have the Rolling Thunder. This is a big saving grace for Abaddon Abyss. They can break the utility here. He has to throw up. Oh,
wow.
But Nexi shoots down too. Nexi, you absolute demon. 1 versus 1, Nexi and Slatham.
Oh, I think Drax actually took down his own lockdown here, and Slatham, fearless, swinging into Nexi there. I have to say, though, that was expensive. And I feel like that's an understatement on the side of Abaddon. But I feel like the opener of that round explains why they have to avoid Exotic at all costs, especially when he's playing around his utility. This man is a solid fortress. And now, despite things not going in the way of Abaddon, I feel like this still can be incredibly competitive, because Abaddon is one of those teams that are overtuned to offense more than defense. It does seem that way, especially with player behavior. But Oasis, the thing about Oasis is they're not overtuned at all. They are just so well-rounded. It's insane. And I have to go back to that point that you made about Wild Oreo. I feel like people have forgotten how crazy this man is. He is nobody, and I mean nobody to slouch on. No matter what role, no matter what agent, he finds success. And it never seems like he's a fish out of water, right? Just the insane flexibility and the firepower of this man, they go hand in hand.
Yeah, and just like Savvy, he's really found his home in Oasis. I think it's just a good thing that you kind of see, actually the three particular players, right? Georgie, Savvy, and Wild Oreo, all incredibly known for being duelists, but now so versatile with how they kind of just want to approach fights. And Nexi, not going to shy away from his own teammate, finds a couple of kills here. but the trade's always aplenty for Oasis.
There.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a good
Gonna be
look
hard to
yet
take,
again. Definitely a little difficult, Asterize. We have a orbital strike to deny the plan here. Rababs is gonna catch out Wild Oreo, and wow, what an adjustment by Rababs. North or south, he will conquer all. But to the west and the east are the forces of Drax and Xavi. 1-7, Asterai. This is not a good look for Abaddon Abyss. Maybe you were right. Maybe the stamina is just not there. But I feel like this is also a stylistic clash for Abaddon. Because they do like to play very, very far forward and to clog up every single lane of the map. That is just physically impossible and unreliable on Fracture.
Yeah. And again, I still go back to my point that it feels like Exotic is not getting the value that he had in those other rounds. He's kind of stumped in that kind of that situation, as he is stuck on this Cypher. In any case, V Black by himself. Wild Oreo, surprise! Oh. No surprise.
There you go.
He opens the box, peeks through it, and immediately knows what is at the bottom of the box. Drax holding up for the flank of the 3K, or the 3 players. And, okay, Abyss getting some waves here on B main. As Georgie tries to stem it, but being shut down. This is looking much better for Abaddon Abyss.
Oh, wow, what a ding on the side of Exotic. Again, Maximum returns. Asta picks up a gun, can't reload. He doesn't know where Nexi is, and Nexi peppers him down. And whatever hope that they try to get off that eco round immediately seized away by Oasis. At the very least, they got what they wanted. They did quite a bit of eco damage, but 8-1, still a tall order. And one that Abaddon Abyss hopefully will not shy away from. They do have Exotic's Neural Theft available, and we still have Slatham despite having a few fumbles with his last overdrive. This is now in his back pocket yet again. I don't think we've seen a Rabab's ult just yet, Aserai, but I feel like it will definitely change the story and level the field to where Abaddon Abyss would be much more comfortable.
Off your feet!
Okay, where is this Rolling Thunder going? Oh, Wild Oreo gets overwhelmed. Exotic's traps. I do like how it's a 50-50. Whether you fast commit onto A or B, if Exotic's there, he's going to be granted some of these kills, but it was a ploy, Raph. It was a foolish ploy. It was an illusion. It was actually the A site that they're going to be going in on, and Georgia kind of overheats there as he gets spotted by Slatham. 3 versus 4. And Oasis, as they try to play, hide the spike somewhere on the site. It's going to be the numbers advantage for the team. Down to Nexi with 8.
Ooh.
And that's going to be just about that. 2-8. Abaddon Abyss able to punish Oasis's sleight of hand play.
I'm out of here.
Quick, but not quick enough. Abaddon still trying to survive this hustle. Oasis, man. This is the Oasis that we expected to come into this series at the very beginning. Very, very controlled. 8-2. They're looking to still run up this lead. If this is a 10-2 half, then my. Abaddon, no more room for error here. Slatham and Rababs, they have ults. They could potentially do something with this. Wild Oreo has a return, or rather a reply overdrive here, as well as a Nexi ult. Lockdown is definitely going to help, but Slatham, he slides away. He gets the fellow Neon player, can't get the follow-up spray. And Nexi, as reliable as he can be, gets that trade frag, but still, Asar, the damage has been done. Look how low Drax is, and look how much utility and space they had to give up. Georgie, unbothered by this. Nexi knows what he has to do, and now he's waiting for a push. What can Abaddon Abyss do to stop this? Nothing, but they will actually get Rababs trying to backpedal. As Exotic, he's making a mad dash for this rotation. They will get one, just one, stuck in the lockdown. And he tries to bait it out, but Georgie, such an animal on these duels. 2v4, but 2 players on the side of Oasis are as low as they can be. Exotic, Cypher, in the clutch. What can he do, Aserai?
Just feel stumped. Yeah! Just get shot through the smoke. The humanity of it, Raph. And I will say again, it feels unfair to go against a Killjoy on Fracture now that, again, the Aftershock just does not really threaten it. Right? The lockdown, that particular play, though, it's unfortunate that Slatham could not just find more than one target. He had the whole thing served up on him on a platter. He wasn't stunned. His opponents were. It really was just down to how well he could get that spray transfer in.
You know, that's the beauty of Fracture. Like I said, the rotation for the ultimates become pretty clear-cut. Again, Drax has his own orbital strike, if ever. Let's just say theoretically there was a Killjoy on the enemy team, but now since there isn't, he's free to use this whatever and however he wants. But Exotic again proves to be a wall, but everybody's getting demolished brick by brick. Exotic 12 HP. Rababs is still here. He tries to help as much as he can. Exotic takes one to the grave with him. A 1v1 despite everything with Georgie. The man, the myth, the legend. And he is turned up. The darkness, it is receding, Asarai, as that Oasis sun, apparently it hits different. 10-2.
I mean, it definitely hits different when you're in Boracay, man, because this Boracay jet definitely surfing them waves. Oh my goodness. Ooh, yeah, my stammering, it's an indication that this is definitely a different case. Yeah, of what we saw from 2 games past.
Oh my goodness. Again, it was a bit of a mess of a fight here, but Georgie with the immaculate timing. Lathering up the competition so they get washed. Slatham goes for a very quick take towards tower here. Pistol round yet again. V-Black doesn't get the kill, doesn't get the confirm. Asta getting a little greedy there, chasing into the smoke, but V-Black keeps his composure, gets another one for himself. A 3v4. But Oasis have dug themselves out of a hole much deeper than this one. Georgie forces out a fight on Slatham. He even gets it, but V-Black refusing to lose as Xavi commits the fight. Suddenly it's an equal 2v2. In fact, it is in the advantage of Oasis. And what do numbers mean? Absolutely nothing. As it's the match that we stay for. Abaddon Abyss. Oh my goodness. Oasis are absolutely cooking them right now.
Well, how do you want your Abaddon Abyss served? Medium or medium rare? Like you said, they are getting cooked, roasted, live here. And they don't even have money into this. It's either they save or they go for the 4. I mean, those are the 2 only options, right? So what's gonna... Yeah, they already called for the timeout too.
Yeah.
Are they contemplating if they want to go for the forced buy here? Because Oasis are actually prepared for it. They have equipped themselves full shields with Spectres. So they are somewhat prepared for it just in case.
I like it. I love the foresight of Oasis to just do that. And I kind of want to bring up a point that you have been talking about. See, the thing about Exotic is his strength is his area of influence and control is insane. Once you try to fight him, you're asking for trouble. But when you put him on an agent that's pretty stationary and lacks mobility, I guess just his ability to influence whatever space he is in becomes incredibly limited. This is not a knock on anybody on Abaddon Abyss or anything, but I feel like Exotic's impact on Duelists is just otherworldly compared to everything else.
Absolutely agree. So that being said, all right, it's a half and half. Abaddon Abyss. No, hold on. They are going to go for it. Okay, SMG buys. They really have to. They can't play on the hopes that they'll be able to get this into overtime. So this is it. Go for broke. If they don't get this, it's going to be all for naught. Slatham already just charging up, using the stim beacons for a bit of that space. Drax right in front of them. Absolutely perfect entry for him. Still not done as Nexi's onto the side itself. Nobody's cleared up Nexi yet, and he's getting all the kills. Good damage onto V-Black, down to 22. 3 versus 3. But again, they have not yet forced all of the utility, all of the weaponry that is available for the other Oasis players. Exotic.
Oh no!
Okay, he's fine. He's got the plant. Not yet, actually. Had to respect the aftershock, but at least his teammates are defending him, making sure that he's healthy, he's happy. Of course, while Oreo comes in for the pinch, makes noise on the side, makes back the blank flinch onto the left, overwhelmed with the numbers.
Wow.
And Oasis just ransack B.
I'm out of here.
I feel like Abaddon just have not adjusted. It looked so good. But like I said, Asar, the mid-round mastery of Oasis, especially on Fracture, I think it's unmatched. I don't think we've seen a team as clean on Fracture, at least in our region.
Yeah, even, and just giving a holler is like team secret, right? They still had issues when you'd see somebody like Jeremy try to double satchel play before,
Okay,
but
we talk about
yeah.
that. Let's expand our horizons. Monyet on Onyx even had a disconnect, issue when he jumped on the double blast back. So again, this map is difficult to master. But what does it matter now as everybody's devolved this game into a brawl yet again? What does Abaddon do when their backs are against the wall? They fight back. But my goodness, the haymakers, the body blows that Oasis are landing. They're winding this squad. And they're so wounded now, Asarai. Abaddon Abyss. Maybe it's them staring into darkness. The question is, are they going to flinch or not? As Nexi finds Rababs. And oh dear me. This could be the final swan song for them in this series, at least. As Exotic gets spooked away. The flash is there. Exotic still manages to turn and gets Georgie. It's still very dire. 3v2. The attention of Oasis momentarily turned towards the A side, but now with Xavi getting, I guess, covered up by the smoke here, is a great indicator of what the plans of Abaddon are. Xavi's contemplating if he should push the smoke. He does have quite a bit of utility to do that. But a gamble that he's not willing to take as Drax is here. He does have a molly, so everything could fall into place here for Oasis with a lot of patience.
Oh my,
I can't believe that's how they end the round. Xavi 8K only knows how to win in Oasis. They remain perfect.
No way. Like, I was expecting, you were mentioning, he had Aftershock just to kind of to force away the planter, but he goes the extra step further, pushes through the orbital strike, finds the smoker there, finds Asta, blasts him to pieces, or I think it was V-Black. Anyways, blasts him to pieces, 180s, and wins a fight against Exotic, who I believe was on a Vandal while he was on an SMG. The level of performance, of execution for individual players of Oasis just keeps blowing my mind.
Wow. Oh man, I still absolutely adore that series, Astra. It has been entertaining all the way through, but how else would have it ended, right? Again, I was so unsure going into this Fracture map. Does Abaddon have a curveball? But with just the decision making that Oasis have been displaying all throughout the series, this is a true testament to why they are the absolute finest, the cream of the crop. 4-0, Asarai. They remain, and rather retake, the spot away from Naus.
They feel like the true kings of PH right about now, right? Because nobody is able to stop the Oasis train. Sure, they hit a couple of snags here and there. You do see the 13 to 10s, the 13 to 11s, but at the end of the day, it's as you mentioned, they always bounce back. They're able to always beat the opposition, and right now there is just no stopping Oasis. Oh my goodness, absolutely phenomenal display of just pristine perfection here from Oasis.
Man, this is going to put Fracture on the map. If it was already, then it has just become a definite ban for a lot of the teams trying to size up Oasis here. Like I said, right? Just, oh man, that's such a heartbreaker for Slavim there. Had he gotten that, then maybe things would have turned out differently. I feel like some of these duels were also morale L's on the side of Abaddon. Again, there's just so many things that could have happened, but still very competitive. up until the very end. And the collegiate GOAT, Savvy 8K, turning up in the official circuit, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
I have nothing else to say, to be honest. This was just a perfect series to watch. You know what? If you had a nice cold drink to sip while you are enjoying this spectacle of a series that with Grab Unlimited, of course, then that's just the perfect Friday starter for us. TGIF, Raph. TGIF. My goodness. But of course, with that, it's still not yet over. We still have another series to look forward to. What actually do we have on the line here? We still have Puggers and Sky Empire to definitely to witness, to behold, to view. And again, just I am just wow. Again, I'm just lost for words, dude. This series has just been reeling us back and forth. And
I thoroughly
love
enjoyed it.
every single minute of it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Again, it is growth on one side and dominance on the other. Once again, congratulations to OASIS. My goodness, guys, you are not leaving anything to the imagination. But we are actually ready to throw it to our beautiful counterparts on the panel. Once again, my name is Raph. This is Asarai, and that's all for us today. So see you around, guys. Stick around for the panel.
Mula sa Abaddon Abyss, pati sa Oasis Gaming. Pero in the end, tumama ang inyong mga panelists, mga predictions. Ayan, kasama ko ulit dito si Dax at si Black and Blue. And Black and Blue, gusto kong balikan yung point na sinabi mo kanina na kung mananalo yung Oasis, kailangan convincing win talaga. Ikaw ba, nakumbinsi ka dito sa game na to?
Well, at the very least, sa Fracture, oo. Pero yung pangalawang mapa natin, that's where medyo nagkagulo. We've been seeing this Pearl na setup nila, na configuration, na napaiba-iba ang composition. It seems like they still haven't found kung ano talaga dapat ang kanilang configuration dito. Pero once more, pag tinignan mo naman ng Abaddon Abyss, like ever since the Open Qualifiers, lahat ng panalo nilang series ay 2-0 man lamang. Kung umabot ng map 3, laging talo. And that really has to beg into question ganong kalakas bali ang parang cardio dito ng Abaddon Abyss pag tumatagal ang series. So far, parang hindi pa sapat.
Cardio pa talaga eh. It is a matter of endurance, sure. Sige, mamaya mag-pacing tayo, pre. But I kind of have to say, in a way, Abaddon Abyss shot themselves in the foot sa pag-pick ng Fracture eh. Nakita naman natin how dominant they were versus now Esports. And Abaddon Abyss didn't really prove themselves as much as they would like. Baka mas okay pa sana kung nag-Icebox na lang sila. Baka mas may laban pa. But as of now, you can really see for Oasis, when they are sure, they are secure. It was the case on Fracture. I'd even say, it was the case on Haven, given lang na nag-super mode talaga si Exotic para it allowed Abaddon Abyss to bring them back to the games. But here, especially as we see in the highlights right now, Tom Pearl, Abaddon Abyss all across the map, ready to fight Oasis Gaming, ready to find the answer. And it's really just a testament para sa two teams natin eh. Para sa Abaddon, ang ganda talaga ng game plan nila dito sa Pearl. They know how to hold down these angles as much as possible. But on the Oasis side, it's still not the amount of control that they want, that they look to have. Because I'd say na parang me and Black and Blue were talking kanina na there's just so much more that Oasis needs to do on Pearl compared to the other maps that we have here with the comps that they usually run eh.
Actually, kanina, di ba, hinighlight mo rin tong si Exotic. On the side of Abaddon Abyss, I am a little bit curious, Dax, on your thoughts. Sa tingin mo ba mas fitting talaga sa kanya itong duelist role versus a Sentinel? Parang mas naramdaman kasi natin yung impact niya kanina eh.
I think it's just a matter of him knowing how to play the other duelist agents well. Nakita naman natin sa mga iba't ibang teams, usually yung jet player mo, hindi naman siya yung nag-neon. Sometimes di nga siya yung nag-raise. Depende pa rin sa confidence nila. And perhaps para sa Abaddon Abyss, maybe kind of change it up. Highlight natin to sa head-to-head kanina na Sladom and Wild Oreo, maglalaban sila in terms of that Neon matchup. If we get into Fracture, we saw it and he took control of that map. Wild Oreo was everywhere across Fracture.
Yes, Wild Oreo was across the Fracture map. Pero overall in this series, it was really Georgie who was standing out all around over here, Dax. Grabe yung mga frags. Grabe rin talaga yung impact and consistency ni Georgie all around.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Like, we see para kay Georgie, his addition to this Oasis gaming roster had a lot of reasoning. You want that super strong, consistent frontline. You want someone na duelist mindset, duelist na pusong-puso talaga. And no matter what you put him on, that Jet, that Raze, he's just able to perform as much as possible. So, big kudos para kay Georgie overall dyan eh.
Oo nga, pag tingnan mo dito ang history talaga ng Oasis Gaming, they've always had, you know, kind of players kind of swapping in and out of that duelist role. Minsan si Marky, si Wild Oreo, but now they finally get ang talagang totoong down-to-heart duelist talaga, and they get one of the best ones in the country. So Georgie really deserving of this kind of shining light towards him. Nakita naman natin towards the end of last year how well he has performed, and now he seems to be really hitting part of his real, parang career prime dito sa team na to ever since na, di ba, nakita nga natin si Georgie sa scene, laging kinakatakutan ng mga kalaban, and rightfully so. That's the reason why Oasis are part of why they're as good as they are right now.
And I just want to add real quick, I don't think I've seen a bad game from Georgie. Sige, Nexi has been Mr. MVP again and again, but now you can see consistency sa duelist role. Minsan mo lang makuha yan, at na kay Georgie nga.
Hindi ka nagkakamali dyan, Dax. Kitang-kita natin every single game. Ito talagang si Georgie, pinapakita niya na, alam mo, ito yung team balance na nakaka-keep up din talaga dun sa gusto niya mangyari. Kasi alam naman natin, Georgie can be very explosive, pero tulad ng na-mention natin in previous panels, parang mas disciplined na yung approach niya kung paano siya maging duelist this time around sa Oasis Gaming. Kaya ang ganda nung development all around nitong team na to. And I'm excited to see more from this team. On the other hand naman itong Abaddon Abyss, I know hindi rin sila yung prediction natin kanina kasi given talaga, Oasis Gaming, monsters talaga yan. Pero Black and Blue, ano sa tingin mong mangyayari for Abaddon Abyss knowing na ang kasunod na matchup nila along the line is Naos Esports, isa pang team na kailangan talaga mag-ingat sila ng mabuti?
Well, first and foremost, ang kalahati ng laban dito is really coming in sa map veto, and they have to not shoot themselves in the foot katulad ng sinabi nga ni Dax. I think Icebox would have been better, especially based on their history where we saw them play against like teams like Game Lab Alpha, and if hindi nila paabutin na naman to a map na parang pabor talaga dun sa kalaban, edi baka maipanalo nga nila ang series. Still, mahirap, silang underdog, halos kahit sinong kalaban nila, but I still have hopes of this team na makaabot sa top 6.
Yan na nga. Hopefuls tayong lahat dito. But with that said, guys, dito na natin isasara etong series na to. For now, we are off to a break. But when we return, Series 2 of the day coming your way.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi, and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Hi, I'm Marky.
Hi, I'm Waldorio.
Hello, I'm Nexi.
Hi, I am Georgie.
Hi, I'm Drax.
OASIS Gaming.
Excited po kasi yung mga upcoming matches namin, feeling ko malalakas yung mga kalaban namin kaya challenging.
Another achievement for myself, saka another opportunity para mapatunayan namin na kaya namin maging #1 sa Pinas.
Preparations for VCT. We have 3 coaches. We scrim 3 times a day, around like 8 hours, and I made lineups for my role.
One main problem that our team encountered would be chemistry as a whole, since we all came from different teams and we were fairly new. How we overcame them was to just keep practicing and play together. Another issue would be most of us are fairly new players and we don't have like a veteran in the team. So I guess we all just trust each other and learn from our mistakes.
I look forward to compete against Papi Chulo because he clutched us 1v3 last VCT.
To compete against Naos kasi sa point of view ko, sila lang yung threat sa amin ngayon.
What makes our team unique is our bonding. We sometimes scare each other, we watch some movies, we watch our VODs.
Sabay-sabay kami matulog, sabay-sabay kami kumain, sabay-sabay kami maglaro.
Sometimes we brush our teeth together.
Wala parang connected kasi kami sa outside and inside the game.
Siguro yung team namin kasi bago pa lang kami, panigurado, madaming struggles na mangyayari. Excited ako kung paano namin malalagpasan yung mga struggles na yun this year. Saka syempre sa mga rising stars this year, excited ako makalaban sila.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played VALORANT. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos Yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Hi, I'm Marky.
Hi, I'm Waldorio.
Hello, I'm Nexi.
Hi, I am Georgie.
Hi, I'm Drax.
OASIS Gaming.
Excited po kasi yung mga upcoming matches namin, feeling ko malalakas yung mga kalaban namin kaya challenging.
Another achievement for myself, saka another opportunity para mapatunayan namin na kaya namin maging number 1 sa Pinas. Preparations for VCT. We have 3 coaches. We scrim 3 times a day, around like 8 hours, and I made lineups for my role.
One main problem that our team encountered would be chemistry as a whole, since we all came from different teams and we were fairly new. How we overcame them was to just keep practicing and play together. Another issue would be most of us are fairly new players and we don't have like a veteran in the team. So I guess we all just trust each other and learn from our mistakes.
I look forward to compete against Papi Chulo because he catch us 1v3 last VCT.
To compete against Naos kasi sa point of view ko, sila lang yung
Muling nagbabalik ang VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Kasama nyo dito sa panel show ako, si Likeable, and of course, si Wolf at si Dad Femina. Masasabi ko ngayon na dito ang medyo odd one out natin, si Dad Femina. Kasi meron tayong Laika, meron tayong Laikan, tapos meron tayong tatay.
I love it. I love it.
Wala. Ako talaga yung OP dito, guys. Wala eh. Wala akong wolf anything, wala akong cat anything. Pero, I mean, at least tatay, di ba? Caring, kumbaga.
Oo nga eh. Pero okay lang naman yan, di ba? Inaalagaan tayo dito. So, kamusta naman yung karanasan kanina? Kamusta yung masasabi mong first series of the day naman dito, Wolf?
Yeah, sobrang banger agad. In-expect natin dun sa veto, di ba? Na parang, ay, nako, one-sided to. Para sa OASIS, parang sila na try kuha. But that didn't tell the story. Surely yung last game nakita natin dominant na yung OASIS eventually. Pero maps number 1 and 2, anybody could have taken it. Sobrang close. At maganda yung naging resulta for both teams sa showing off yung prowess nila dito sa VCT.
Kumbaga kanina, yun nga, sabi ko, diba, into the abyss, into the OASIS. Ngayon naman, as we move over to the second series, medyo iba yung kwento eh. Kailangan natin tong mga teams na to na currently nasa ibaba ng ating leaderboards na mag-step up talaga at mag-keep up sa iba nating teams na kasama dito. At dahil dyan, simulan na natin ang pagpapakilala dito sa mga teams na to. Starting with the team na may emote, kumbaga sa Twitch, yung nakanganga ayoko na gayahin, baka maklip pa ako. Pero tawagin na lang natin silang Puggers!
Ang Puggers, sila yung mismo ang may isa mga pinaka-hardest journeys papunta sa gitna ng regular season natin. Upper bracket run sa open career into fighting the top teams dito sa Pilipinas. Lowest of expectations sa kanila. Pero naipakita na may talent ang lahat ng players dito sa Puggers. Mas lalo na nung last series nila. Nung yung Game Lab Alpha, na-surprise tayo lahat. Unting nagsha-shine ng ating mga nakalaban nila ang Sky Empire na nagsa-struggle din magkapanalo. Baka ito na nga ang best chance para makabawi sa standing nila.
Sakto, men. Kasi ito yung, ito siguro yung blueprint na hinahanap natin when it comes to following a story mula dun sa open qualifier na nahirapan, almost a Cinderella run. Tapos nakakuha sila ng mga interesting na mga matches, eventually winning after na hindi sila ina-expect ng mga tao na manalo. Knowing na nandito pa sila, the online setup, hindi pa ganun ka-established, or of course galing sila sa open qualifier, yung story na sinusundan natin for this team, yun yung nagpapakita sa kanila kung bakit kailangan panoorin yung mga matches ng Puggers.
Kasi nga, from the ground up, tapos nakakatuwa pa yung kwento nila kasi parang the day before open qualifiers nga lang ata nabuo tong team na to, tapos tuloy-tuloy na yung journey nila. Oo, hindi pa ito yung full level na gusto nating makita sa team na to. Pero, meron talagang glimmer of hope. Maraming potential na pwedeng makita sa team na to. Pero on the opposite side, ito yung masasabi natin na medyo mas mataas pa yung expectations natin. Especially given na kilala na natin yung mga miyembro ng team na to. Pero bago pa ako maging carried away sa pag-uusap sa team na to, ipakilala muna natin sila ng maigi. Ito ang Sky Empire.
There were a lot of expectations para sa Sky Empire dahil merong mga known names dito sa ating eksena. But at the same time, madami rin naman naabot yung mga bagong addition nila dito. With Rabbit leading the gang, matagal na naghahanap ang Sky Empire nung launchpad nila para eventually talaga makonquer na nila yung skies na hinahanap nila. For now, they haven't found it. But slowly and steadily, nakikita natin yung mga improvements. Now, it's the time talaga na kailangan na nilang makakuha ng panalo sa serye.
Alam mo, parang bumabalik tayo sa challenges ng team na to nung nag-start sila sa regular season. Paano maglalaro tong si Kelly S ngayon na nasa kanya yung IGL role? Even if they had 3 or 2 experienced IGLs dito para sa Sky Empire, diba? Ano yung adjustments? Sino yung magduduelist? And si Kelly S at saka si Eugene S, nagja-juggle sila kung sino yung maglalaro ng race o para sa team nila, diba? A lot of questions answered dahil sa performance ng team na to, pero a lot of high hopes ngayon kasi they're willing to adapt sa lahat ng mga pwedeng ibato sa kanila ng teams, diba? They were willing to even put Kelly S back on the race doon sa Pearl. Kaya ngayon na in mind that they're willing to adapt, baka eto na nga ang panahon para makabawi ang Sky Empire.
Yan talaga yung hino-hope natin dito, na ito na yung pagsimula ng pagbawi nila. Pero sa opinion mo, Dad Femina, ano sa tingin mo yung kailangan talagang bigyan ng focus na itong Sky Empire para tuluyan ng ma-build up yung momentum nila?
I think nagwo-workout naman yung style. Hinahayaan nila na maging aggressive yung team sa kanila because that has been really good in how he can perform in a lot of high aggressive octane situations. Nakita na natin yon in their fight against Oasis Gaming, pero it has to happen consistently. Kapag naman kasama niya yung mga supports nitong si Rabbit na, okay, may mga fumbles left and right sometimes, pero he has been known na maging napakagandang support. He has one of the highest kill rates gamit ng Hunter's Fury sa Sova, one of the trivias that I can pull out here, and he can perform on a level if he is willing to even get on that ceiling. Kaya I'm looking out for that talaga from them.
Yun na nga yung inaabangan natin dito. Pero ikaw ba, Wolf, may idadagdag ka pa ba doon? O kaya naman on the side of Puggers, baka naman may kailangan pag-ingatan etong Puggers or paghandaan as they go against Sky Empire?
For sure, yung siguro yung mga potential na parang yung mga galawang pang experienced or pang veteran. For lack of a better term, mga galawang pang matanda. Alam mo yan, pwede natin ma-experience, pwede nila makita from Sky Empire. I think yung Puggers kasi since they don't have the best experience when it comes to this, baka dun kasi sila dalihin no kanilang makakatapat na lalo ngayon naghahabol ng panalo Sky Empire. So they will have to pull off every trick dun sa kanilang bag of tricks na natitira pa para lang talaga makakuha ng panalo dito.
Nako, pag pinag-uusapan natin yung bag of tricks, babalik tayo dito sa usapan na sa tingin mo ba at this point of the competition, Wolf, dapat ba ilabas na nila yung mga pocket strat nila? Pero given kasi sa current standing, parang yun na lang yung option, di ba? Wag mo nang titipirin yung mga strategy mo.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, nalagay sila sa isang corner na lahat ng teams ay alam na yung mga ginagawa nila. They really have to pull up something out of the bag. Medyo masama pakinggan yun, pero nandun na talaga sila sa punto na yun. And I have to say yes to that question.
Nako, feeling ko din Yun din talaga yung parang one of the things that we have to consider around Sky Empire since they have been in this situation before nung sama-sama yung iba pang mga membro dito. Si Kelly S at saka tung si Rabbit on RRQ. They were down in the dumps too pero nakahanap sila ng way para makabawi sa last nating season of VCT. Pero dahil eto na para maipakita ng Sky Empire na kailangan nilang bumawi, dapat talaga dito sa game na to i-ensure that they're here for a reason and they're here to fly with flying colors.
Nako, flying pa nga. Flying to the sky. Yan yung mga katanungan natin dito. Pero dahil na-open mo nga na meron tayong expectations dito sa dalawang teams, meron din tayong mga players na pagbibigyan ng pansin. Lalong-lalo na dahil napakalaki nung impact nila on the team as a whole. So here up front, Dad Femina, we have Chongi and Rabbit. Such flexible players as well. Ayun yung tema ng mga head-to-head natin so far today. Pero anong masasabi mo sa kanila?
Not the flashiest players, except if you consider tong si Chongi at saka si Rabbit if they use flashers, diba? Sila yung parang nagsa-setup enablers para sa pareho nilang aggressive players. Where water, kailangan niya ng mga flashes. Si Chongi lagi nakikita mo as a breach, whereas Rabbit, yung nakikita mo mismong Sova para masuportahan yung team niya mismo at para madalian itong si Eugene S at saka si Kelly S na makapasok sa site. Ito yung dalawang initiators na parang may clash in between in terms of styles where Chongi is willing to take more risk than Rabbit but Rabbit knows how to perform mga aggressive setups. Katulad ng sabi ko kanina.
Yeah. I would say, tama yung sinabi dito ni Dad Fem, and I'm gonna be piggybacking on that kasi napansin ko dito kay Rabbit, he's the last guy out. While si Chongi parang hindi siya literally nagsa-start, but he kinda initiates for the team. So parang sila yung mas may initiative or mas nagsisimula ng mga play. While si Rabbit, siya yung more on the counterplay kind of style wherein hinihintay niya munang mag-set up yung kalaban, then eventually gagamitin niya kung ano man yung knowledge niya to eventually overwhelm the opponent, which kinda makes it so yung dynamic nitong dalawang players na to alone parang dinidefine na yung mga posible ding ma-expect natin dun sa upcoming na series natin.
Siguro dyan rin pumapasok yung previous experience ni Rabbit bilang isang IGL. Nagiging conservative siya in a sense. Or wiser yung usage niya, especially when it comes to his utility. Kasi alam niya nga na kailangan every thing on his kit. Pagka masusulit niya talaga. Kaya naman itong dalawang featured players natin, grabe na check. At meron tayo, kumbaga kung nasa classroom tayo, may star yung mga yan pagdating kay teacher. Pero ayun, ang ganda ng mga analysis nyo dito sa dalawang players na to. Overall though, ang hirap masabi kung saan papunta tong direksyon ng labanan na to kasi medyo shaky talaga yung simula na itong dalawang team.
Sure.
Pero dito pa lang sa map selection natin, magkakaalaman na kung sino ba yung aral na aral when it comes to map selections and when it comes to strategies. Kasi alam naman natin na ang dami ng information within the past couple of weeks dito sa ating VCT broadcast na pwedeng pag-aralan ng mga teams dito. Pero at the top of your head, Wolf, may ine-expect ka ba na makitang mapa dito?
Haven for sure. Tingin ko ang i-secure agad dito ng Puggers. Tingin ko, ito rin, interesting kasi parang it took 3 weeks na finally hindi na Pearl. Finally, hindi na. Yun yung mga first map picks natin. Ito na, Haven. It's Haven's time. Tingin ko, ito naman ang probably talagang uunahin ngayon. Unless ma-veto agad ng Skyper, but I think it will go through.
Parang yun nga yung yung pinakamagandang way para ma-counter ng Puggers. Yung comfort map ng Sky Empire. Pero dahil fracture yung kanilang mababaan una, may opportunity na pwedeng makuha ng Sky Empire yung Pearl mamaya. Para dito sa Puggers, well, they have been proved to have a lot of games played on Icebox, Ascent, pero may mga times din na nakakapag-crumble din ng Sky Empire on those maps as well. So will they pull it out or will they ban it very early? Parang yun nga yung magandang question dito, lalo na't eto yung Puggers na madaling ma-underestimate pero yun dapat ang hindi magawa ng Sky Empire ngayon.
Nako, at yun na nga, sila pa mismo ang sa Pearl na hindi natin ine-expect, di ba?
What?
Kung tutusin, siguro dahil din sa nangyari against Naos Esports na hindi maganda yung kinalabasan doon. Although, to consider from that specific game was that iniba nila yung usual team composition nila kaya siguro hindi rin naging effective. Maybe they're reserving it for future, pero tulad yan na napag-usapan natin kanina, hindi na ito yung panahon para para itago yung mga strategy. Dapat ilabas na.
Icebox instead. Hindi Haven ang pipiliin dito, tapos Sky Empire pipiliin yung defense. Tingin ko yung Sky Empire sabi nila, we share your sentiments. Ayaw din namin ng Pearl sa ngayon. Nagsawa na tayo. Pumili na tayo ng iba.
Puro Pearl na tayo.
I wonder if Sky Empire actually considering yung Haven for themselves. Kasi parang,
Yeah, actually, sorry. Pero, I would like to piggyback on what you're gonna say. Yung Haven, kasi yun din yung isa sa mga mapa na pwede mong bigyan ng duelist itong si Kelly S at yung mapipili nila. Saktong-sakto, not only yung pagkat ko sa'yo, Wolf, pero yung sasabihin ko sana. Kasi Haven, again, siya naman yung nagiging first map na naman ulit ng VCTPH. And I'm so happy kasi pakatapos ng Pearl, pakatapos ng Icebox first picks, tapos na tayo doon. But now that that's out of the way, there are a few more picks that they can consider. I-veto ba ulit yung Bind? Lalo na hindi nakita sa next patch. Yung Breeze ba consider as a decider map nga maya? Or will we be going back to the El Clasico map of Ascent?
Nako, tingin ko papunta tayong Ascent dito. Kasi alam naman natin yung magiging map rotation further down the line. Hindi na natin makikita tong Bind, hindi na natin tong makikitang Breeze. So feeling ko nagsistick na talaga sila dun sa mga mapa na magagamit nila in the long run. Kumbaga, this is part of the training grounds na rin talaga for them. Pero yun nga, as I say that, nagkatotoo, Bind pa nga rin yung matatanggal dito. Pero going back dito sa Haven, parang hindi ako ganun kapabor na yung Sky pa mismo yung pumili dito, Wolf. Parang medyo rocky din yung history nila.
I understand kung bakit mo nasabi yun. Kasi parang when we're looking at the previous games nitong Sky Empire, although alam naman natin na hindi ganun kaganda yung kanilang resulta, when it comes to picking up Haven, 2 beses sila naglaro doon and both were one-sided matches kasi. So ito yung nagulat ako na honestly parang siguro sinabi siguro ng Puggers, kunin muna natin yung Icebox. Feeling ko naman eventually makukuha natin yung Haven and surprising na kinuha agad siya ng Sky Empire. Lalong-lalo na kasi yung previous performances nila was 9-13 against Game Lab Alpha, 4-13 versus OASIS. Not gonna be underside. But, fortunately, nandun tayo sa standard map sa huli na decider na Ascent.
Parang going back to the basics tayo. Balik sa eto na sa Haven kung saan makikita kung ano yung magiging adaptation netong players on Sky Empire. But focusing on Icebox being the map pick for Puggers is very good. Kasi now you can unlock yung potential nitong si Walk on Water at saka si Niniptaps. Niniptaps has been on fire ha. Napansin mo ba that he's been doing so well consistently para sa Puggers? It's because he is set up well. Hindi dahil si Walk on Water yung nagiging consistent top fragger nila, pero dahil Niniptaps is always at the right place at the right time.
Ganun na ngayon nangyayari. Pero going back dito sa Icebox, Dad Femina, medyo concerned ako on the side of Sky Empire. Kasi napapansin ko, ang dami nilang changes na ginagawa dun sa composition nila. Although flexibility is a very good thing to have, I'm just concerned na masyado silang nagiging experimental. Nakita na natin si Kelly saan dito sa Phoenix, tapos may times na nag-erase. So, sa tingin mo, ano kayang pinaplano this time around netong Sky Empire?
They already tried na bumalik sa comfort picks, diba? At times na nakikita natin that they're willing to get Kelly S back on the race that he wants to do. Parang naguguluhan na siya tuloy kung paano niya i-organize yung team niya. So, in my opinion, balik siguro sa KO o kaya sa initiator tong si Kelly S. Let Eugene S flare sa lahat ng mga opportunities. Kasi doon naman nagkakaroon ng close games ang Sky Empire. Very close but not enough. But maybe this time, things will be different, diba?
Yeah.
Maybe it will be different. By you saying that, are you saying na sila yung pinipredict mo? Or are you going the other direction?
Well, you know what? Laika, I will forget everything that I just said. I'm going Puggers all throughout. Kasi honestly, ito I'm not saying it's because of the standings. I'm saying that this is a true test para sa Sky Empire. If they can't conquer Puggers, then it's very hard to put a lot more chips on the table. Whereas Puggers are showing more potential, especially in their last series against GameLab Alpha. And Ninitops is still on the rise, while Walk on Water, again, being one of the more consistent duelists dito sa ating PH. Pero hindi lang dapat sila yung mag-pull ng weight nila. They have more responsibility put on their supports, and Sky Empire will have more time to consider that later.
Dahil dyan, parang na-intriga na ako kaagad. Wolf, share mo na rin yung thoughts mo. Gusto ko malaman sinong prediction mo dito.
You know, naalala ko nung pinakaunang game natin ng regular season. It was actually Sky Empire and everybody voted against them. Tapos kinuha nila yung Pearl victory. Tapos eventually nakakuha naman sila sa mga against sa mga top teams ng one game. Unfortunately, hindi pa rin sila naka-close out ng series. I would like to bet on them this time just because of the fact na nakakita na ako ng mga ganitong teams yung sobrang close na. Tapos pag nilagay na sila sa punto na kailangan na talaga nilang manalo, otherwise pwede silang di makapasok sa playoffs. That is when you're gonna see them really try hard, and that's yun yung gusto nating i-channel coming out from Sky Empire. That's why I think that this is the case na finally makakahat ng launchpad ng Sky Empire para maabot nila yung gusto nilang maabot.
Nako, naiintindihan kita dyan. I don't want to say na desperation, pero yung feeling na walang-wala ka na. So, lahat talaga, ibabato mo na, lahat ng baraha mo, ilalabas mo na para lang makuha yung pagkapanalo, diba? Feeling ko, kung pag-uusapan natin tong series na to, it's more on sino kaya yung mas uhaw. And para sa akin, Sky Empire yon. Kaya ilalock in ko na rin yung prediction ko for Sky Empire. So, totoo nga, the odd one out from this panel today is gonna be that Femina. Totoo pala yung introduction natin kanina. Pero ayan na folks, nag-iinit na, napag-usapan na natin lahat ng kailangan pag-usapan in terms of analysis dito sa ating teams. Dahil dyan, wala nang paligoy-ligoy. Ipapasa ko na kayo ulit sa ating mga casters para masimulan na ang labanan.
Right before we started, guys, I just heard the most hype thing from Black and Blue, and I'm just like, wait, what? Wait, I just see it from you. But fine, don't worry, I got an intro for you. There's a word I gotta say about this one, my friend. Excelsior. Ever upward. Well, that's the path these two teams need to take to get at least in those playoff contentions. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second series of the day. Last one for the week. That's a little bit iffy because we're doing it Thursday, Friday. Dax here with Black and Blue. And man, oh man, we got Puggers versus Sky Empire. Problem is, both of these teams right now at the very bottom of these standings. And I really feel like Black and Blue, whoever loses this matchup, it's going to be even harder now for them to actually make it through to the playoffs moving forward.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're like halfway through the group stages right now. You go down 0-4, especially if you're Sky Empire. Not going to be a good sign for things to come. And looking at the map veto that we got here, the first two maps, Haven and Icebox, those are two maps that the last two times that Sky Empire played them, they lost. And if you want to think the transitive property is true, well, Puggers, they beat GameLab Alpha and Haven, and Sky Emperor, they lost versus GameLab's Alpha and Haven on their final time that they both either played it. And that's not a good sign to look at if we're looking at history here.
Yeah, it's a bit of an ill omen, but of course, what's a good sign is Grab Unlimited. Let's not forget, you can celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. QR code down below, you already know what to do. I honestly end up subscribing to Grab Unlimited on a normal monthly basis when I say, hey, I can save on that delivery fee, so I can attest to what we preach right now. Good on you. Thank you to Grab Unlimited for supporting the stream and the VCT. But back to the topic at hand, I have to agree with you right now here, Black and Blue. Look at that map pool, and it does feel like the first 2 maps are suited for the Puggers, especially what we'll get in the second, Haven being picked up by Sky Empire. But let's look into the present. We start with Icebox, and let's get into that agent select. Last time we saw the Puggers here, it was pretty wild. The swings, the contact, and really just the balls to the wall action, courtesy of them versus GameLab Alpha. It was undeniably, I'd say, exciting, and I really feel like it's going to be more of the same. All about making sure everything is standard, everything is as clear-cut. And look at Sky Empire, they're adjusting back to the meta. Kelly Esto on the Raze, which is, of course, his signature pick.
Yeah, I'm looking at their composition, and it's practically the exact same that we saw from last time around. You have Disrupt back on that stage, you have Kelly S here on that Raze, and Eugene S being that Killjoy. And I remember the last time that they played this configuration versus GameLab Alpha, rather versus Naos here, Sky Empire. I was wondering if perhaps, Eugene S would be better on that Sage role and have Disrupt back on the Killjoy as we normally do see, and maybe that bit of familiarity can work out for them. But nope, they're sticking to their guns, which is also respectable. Not want to being, you don't want to be kind of too experimental in this stage. But they're going up against the Puggers, which is a very different playstyle and very different composition that they bring into this map compared to their recent outing on Icebox here.
Yeah, I agree with you. You look at Naos, and sure, it's frontline loaded, but it has a lot of nuance, especially when you bring out that Harbor and, of course, the Jet along the way. This time around, it's more streamlined, really, for the Puggers. New team formed for the VCT. We've seen them play strong defaults and even stronger contact. Not too much on the tactical side, unless we've seen them have their way with a Valorant encyclopedia week by week, and they have improved in their shot calls, in their rotations, but they still have that identity of fierceness on the Pugger side. This dog is ready to bark and bite at the same time, and while they have the best playground to do so, we go back with Sky Empire when we talk about how they're just trying to really find this identity with this roster, what really works. And as of now, playing back into something meta-related, something comfort-related too with Kelly S on that Raze might be the best chance, but it also allows the Puggers to face off against familiar territory that they might be accustomed to dealing with.
Yeah, well, right now, this match, map number 1, Icebox, whoever wins this series decides practically who is gonna send the other down to the bottom of the barrel, to the bottom of the pit. The attacking Puggers squad look to try and aggress here towards A side. Kelly S on the pipes, but he has to fall back, realizing that there's a lot of pressure being applied. And Sky Empire, they're still wanting to play this very spread out defense, much to what we've been accustomed to seeing from them.
Yeah, just standard play here from Sky Empire. Hammer down those fundamentals. We just cannot forget experience in Valorant over the years, and of course in the tactical FPS scene prior to the game being released. So Disrupt starts things off with a wall to remove that main partition if ever. Great shot also. Walk on water. First to drown to start things off. And it's Ninsup's round, making the trade happen. Good scandal, and Kelly S will take advantage. Set up into the knockdown. Rapid Kelly S, even back in the DR days, having that chemistry. All left now to Second Love, and he is able to break the heart of Eugene S. But can he do more? It's 1v3. Spike in the clutches also of Sky Empire. The contact is found, and the 4th kill is his. Kelly S with another one, and the defense gets the first.
And that's how you gotta start things off if you're Sky Empire. I mean, who would have thought coming into this stage that they would be dead last, right? Looking at how early so far the matches have been, the earlier matches have been, rather. But start off like this really does help, I think, get Kelly S going. And I think that's a problem, or an issue at the very least. Maybe not a problem, but an issue that they've been having. As they haven't had Kelly S always on that front line as a duelist. But when he is, like on here in Icebox, if you can get him going early, then we see a lot of times that he can continue that momentum at least throughout the map, even further on.
Kilias has to be really one of their premier players now, but Walk on Water will just shatter the start to start things off. And Disrupt, luckily enough, in position and ready with the utility to set up the wall and pick up the rifle. Phantom in hand, he already turns one into a Spectre. So 4v4, the Puggers can't cross on through to the other side as of yet. And, well, Sky Empire squad, one thing they do well is stem the tide of immediate contact.
They have a drone now to confirm how many really are here, but that's denied immediately. Puggers on their eco round. You see this a lot from them. They don't necessarily spread out too thin on their eco rounds a lot. They like to bunch up, like to group up, and see if they can kind of overwhelm a site. But in this case, that Sage Barrier really buying them anything and everything. They do get Spectre retrieved here. They can execute on the site, but the Sky Empire defense is readily prepared for this.
Yeah, we saw the scan again from Rabbit to be Sublime, but Ninitop's even better on the shot towards Disrupt. Advantage here, slightly for the Puggers. They're able to get close enough to make those pistols count, but the Spectre is on the opposite end. CQC is mastery here for SMG, and Walk on Water, he's just skating on thin ice versus UGNS. Another one bites the dust, and another round here for Sky Empire.
Okay, a bit more dangerous than they otherwise would have liked, but still, they get the round. You know, the Puggers, they're a very interesting team in all consideration. Like, you look at the team here, what they're compromised of, the players who are very far stark in contrast compared to Sky Empire, much more relatively unknown, but the performances so far have been a bit more convincing. And really, when it comes to Sky Empire, I think the big question is, when will they figure it out? And will it be too late by the time they do? Because by all means, they should be the most favored, you know, open qualifier team, but we just haven't seen that reflect just yet.
They shouldn't be at the bottom with the pedigree that they have. It's one of those great resume, but once you hire them from work, they're just not executing the way you want, and we want to see that recovery from Sky Empire. But then again, if the Puggers take this, then their upset story just continues on to another series. So either way, it will be exciting. No favorites here. It's all about trying to get away from the bottom of the barrel. Eugene Esto getting ready towards the back side. Puggers, a strong take now towards the A objective. And they even have that 4-10 position. Blitz Arena though finds Kelias to start things off. Chongi able to find the timing and the location to put that flat down, and the Puggers now taking advantage of the chaos. Blixerino just erasing, eviscerating. Could have gotten the ace, but Disrupt well placed to his namesake and shuts him down there. In the end, though, the Puggers will finally make their buy round work.
No other option.
Well, Puggers, I mean, they should, they have to, and they finally do. And that's been a problem we've been seeing actually from the Puggers. If you look at some of their, you know, most recent games, they would a lot of times lose early on, like get 0 forward and start really just struggling in those gun rounds that they were supposed to win. Now, fortunately for them this time, especially against an opponent like this, that doesn't happen. It happened versus Game Labs when, you know, they were on the defensive side, able to get the 4-0 string, but Puggers this time around, see how long they can continue this. Full gun round on either side. A side once more. No B side deviation just yet. Ninitops. I know Aswar is a big fan of this man for very good reason. He starts off this round finding the opposing Sage.
Yeah, I think I heard that done the same thing in the panel, but the Puggers here, you have to be very careful if you're gonna over-aggress on the Sky Emperor side. We've already seen that these guys bunch up and are ready for any and every angle towards this A side. Getting that orb without using even more protection, just really one of the riskiest things you can do right now. Rabbit, though, of course, he has that Rabbit gun buddy. It's him himself getting angry, going for the shots, but Blixerino will temper his expectations. And the Puggers, same kind of execution yet again. Get control of that backside by going for the crate as much as possible. Even go deeper past the screens and fend off anyone playing to mid. A 5v2 situation, this just might be even a save. No, they're saving. It's flawlessly done by the Puggers instead.
Going to be so difficult to try and anchor down on the side like that. You saw Kelly S try and do the most that he can within that backside, but the defense, there's just too much. It's a 3v5. In that case, question is, do you play retake or do you stay within? They choose the latter option and they pay a hefty price for it, but I get the reason not to also go for the retake. You know there's a Viper's Pit going to be online for that post-plant hold if it ever does come for the Puggers, and that enables Sky to just fall back instead and play for another ego. They are on the defensive side, so not too much pressure just yet on winning, you know, the earlier stages of this half. Oh! You've got lots of ultimates to utilize, but that's one taken off the board immediately. As Walk on Water, this man not sticking by the script. He finds the opening kill here on the Kelly S, and that is huge. Rabbit follows suit on the Blixarino. Once more, Puggers, they're really just a bulldozer when it comes to executing a site.
Color me impressed, they're Walk on Water. More like flying in the air, but Disrupt right now ready to do the same with the Sheriff Eugene S. At least a kill towards the backhand, or the latter half here of the Puggers. The damage has been done. Already the Puggers on side sees the beanie, and well, Walk on Water, all he needs is a damn pixel there, my friend. He sees you, he kills you. It's simple here for the Puggers.
Yeah, quick and easy. Exactly how you want to convert, these anti-eco rounds of yours and Puggers. They can't let these slip. But early timeout called by Sky Empire. Burns their timeout for this half, but Walk on Water just immediately finds ahead. And that's actually a pretty unfavorable angle for you to playing on that, what people like to call that god spot there where Kelly S was. It's a very unfavorable angle when it comes to that specific spot on the belt, but if it comes from the left side of the belt, then that's where you can have advantages from it. But so far, Sky Empire, at least they built up some ultimate economy. They can get a stop here right now with what they've got, at least, and if they can start diverting the Puggers to having to look for other options instead of just rushing the A site this time, then maybe they can start to get themselves going.
Yeah, they just can't afford to lose a member early to Ambition. If they want to send out someone to the front line, it can't be for Disrupt getting an orb or them trying to get intel. It just needs to be them looking for the frag or be willing to trade it back as soon as possible. Because we've seen, if they reel it back, play Rafters especially, and wait for Rabbit's dart, the Sky Empire Squadron just gets picks for free, and this time around, it's always been contentious. The Puggers doing an exceptional job to sense weakness and open up the site their way. We've seen Blixarino and Walk on Water do magic happen already in the past few rounds. We go again, rifles abound for everyone, and the Puggers, if it ain't broke here, Black and Blue, they're not gonna fix it. The only problem, though, is Sky Empire already triple stacking to begin with.
Let's see, you talked about, not giving up a pick due to ambition, and I think a lot of that has to be sensed here by Sky to try not to anchor down too heavily if it ever does come to be the case when the execute does come. They've been flushing out these angles pretty well, both the maze and that Jenny angle that you just saw them try and throw a nano swarm to, and that keeps the defense here because of that pressure as the rest of the attacking side here on the Puggers are rotating towards the B site. Instead, it's going to be Eugene S, the sole defender here to try and fend them off. The wall should come up. That's going to keep them protected for the meantime. They have this lockdown to try and utilize the nano swarm. It will connect, but not in time. It's going to flush him out, but the post plant here is going to be pretty good, I think, from Puggers.
Yeah, chips a single bit of HP there from Ninetop, so the Viper Spit is now inflated and ready to be utilized. Lockdown, though, is the call. Sky Empire, they've been prepared for this, but the Puggers have been banking on that Hunter's Fury, and it's up to Chonky now to hit his marker. He can't find it, though. That's the thing, and Kelly S instead catches out Walk on Water. Things fall apart for the Puggers quickly. Kelly S now, the Fireworks Frenzy with the Showstopper. Can't find the target, but look at the space now made here just by that lockdown. Easy pickings for Kelly S and RU. Blixarino, the only one left, but can't stand a chance, and Sky Empire off the back of an ultimate is enough to tie up the scoreline.
Crucial mistake here by the Puggers is that they did not really play around knowing there's a lockdown on the opposite side. Typically, by the book, what do you do when you know there's a lockdown on that B-site retake? You send a man towards mid, come in from under that tube, go into orange, and deal with things, the old-fashioned way, and really just cause chaos so that they can't make full utilization of the space that they buy with that lockdown. They're going to anticipate that yellow corner to be open. Every time you see a lockdown, you can expect a Showstopper, a Nade, a Hunter's Fury to go to that small gap where that lockdown is leaving open, and Sky Empire just not recognizing that these things were possible in the first place. They pay a price for it, but great retake from Puggers, rather from Sky Empire more importantly.
Yeah, the Puggers are playing like grapes basically here. They're just so bunched up and ready to be popped at a moment's notice. This time around though, Shoe on the other foot. The lockdown here utilized by the Puggers, taking a little bit of time before they try and bring that spike across, but Eugene S, he was ambitious there for a takedown or two. Couldn't get the job done. The Tane even gets the catch, I believe, towards Rabbit in the kitchen area. Spikes planted. The quick take here for the Puggers makes it 3v3, and you can see how aggressive they played with that lockdown. The wall moving even closer towards Snowman. A good slow orb here for the Kelly S in a precarious situation. Still, it's Rabbit here on the high ground. Maybe even a shot or two to help them out here, Black and Blue.
They do have a res though on the Disrupt, and I think they're going to be able to utilize it here in Eugene S as soon as these snake bites do expire. But Blixarino, he finds a huge pick. Eugene S back into the fight. Kelly S on the swing and gets the trade out immediately. 4v4, let that crumble all to the seams as 2v2 is what they stand on. Second Love finds one, he finds a second as well, and give him some love. He gets around for the Puggers attack.
Well done there by the Puggers. Just recompense for the previous round. Use that lockdown to the best angles, and usually you'd see a team, okay, get the lockdown, get that space, but still play the default, still play towards the green post plant, and they're unable to get more of that side control that they wanted by just moving forward even closer to the twin floor setup, moving closer towards Snowman, gave them even better angles to fight against Sky Empire. They even found Disrupt there at the very end, desperately trying to set up that wall, but to no avail. But okay! Disrupt wants a revenge after that one. A stellar shot met by the Resurrection, so at least now Sky Empire able to burn an ult in their eco.
Yeah, it's a pretty good ult to burn as well. Tough just says like, okay, I'm gonna get revenge from my buddy here. Use your res, now it's your turn. Share a similar fate. Puggers should be able by all means to get this plant going, no real problem with that. Have to clear the hell position though, because under that RU, he can find proper timing of this. Never mind, he's been given away. That's a free kill for him. The rest of the Puggers here are trying to just make quick work of what's remaining for this retake.
Yeah, he got found and behind. Second Love, Rabbit on the lurk. Got Chongi there finding Eugene S. Eventually Rabbit now able to spring a bit of a magic trick with that shot. Picks up a rifle along the way. 1v3 scenario. Nothing really much to lose. He's just fighting to play the clutch. But Chongi looks at the mirror and shatters it right in front of him. Another round for the Puggers, and they're just doing such a good job right now here, over and over with those defaults. Heavy-handed approach, as we love to say about them. It's something that they probably practice many times, not only as a team, but in the ladder. But it works so well. The sync is there, and from that point on, that's how these side takes happen.
That point on, you know, if Puggers can continue this momentum, then they can continue to string this. 8-4 wouldn't be out of the question considering the momentum they have right now, and especially if they can deal with this Hunter's Fury pretty well and the Viper's Pit. They don't use it preemptively. Actually, scratch that, they do. But that's really good because now they've burned it, and the push from Puggers are not even going towards that A site. They can crawl up towards Kitchen for a moment, but given away by the turret, now information has been found. Eugene S is a choice here. He can try and hold that Kitchen back down, but he can also just make sure the under push doesn't come. The B site is where most of the Sky Empire defense is. They do have that flank towards Kitchen. They drone it out though by Rabbit, and that is huge information found. And yes, that is wall banging. What will do, some people know.
Yeah, well, Asarai says all of them are well bangable. Here we go now with the shot from Ninetop towards Eugene S. The Puggers crawling their way towards that B site. We do get the Hunter's Fury courtesy of Rabbit by mid for coverage. Beyond that, they already found the infiltrator in Ninetop, taking him down. And instead, the forces of the Puggers playing towards B site instead. Spikes planted though, and Disrupt getting tagged through the wall. Has to heal himself, only 30 HP. A pittance from what it was before. Rabbit also trying to, at the very least, spam out that crate. See if anyone's playing that close contact, but the swing comes from Walk on Water instead. It's not just a bat, it's basically a sledgehammer looking to demolish all of these defenses. Toxic Screen going down, Walk on Water getting ready for orange contact, but it doesn't happen. Instead, it's time to go for a bit of a blackout. Get the hell out of there. Are you Disrupt on the save? It's another round here for the Puggers. A good shot from Are You Sure? The damage though, and the numbers piling now for the attacking side.
But you see how the Puggers are able to, you know, play off of the mere presence of having Ninetop's flank there towards that Kitchen. The mere fact that he was alive towards that mid just diverted the attention of Sky Empire, that they always had to be wary of their flank. Even if they know someone's gonna deal with it, they have that in the back of their heads. And it just makes things so much more problematic. You can see there, you know, those kind of more committed positions are going to be a lot more frequently punished when you do have presence otherwise on the same site. If you're not coming from that one angle, not just that one entrance, then it's going to really make the defense a lot more problematic, especially in a map here like Icebox when those rotations have to come in perfect because of how far and distant they are.
It's a great evolution here from the Puggers, and if you're not going to be using that Sage Wall anyway on the take, you can send off someone like the Ninetops across the pond. But speaking of now across, well, these sight lines, Rabbits Having a bit of a helping hand there to confirm that kill and get that takedown. Problem is that gun is so far away. And Sky Empire baited to check out A site first because of that talking screen. Here we go again with the Puggers. They have B site control, and look at them be active as much as possible. They're even trying to go for that Widow control for Ninitop's getting cover right now across, and he finds two for his troubles here on through. All sightlines are his here from Ninitop, spinning on around like a top himself. And Second Love even finds another target towards Kitchen. Here we go now towards Snowman. Disrupt though fighting on back.
What?
3 for Disrupt, but the dart is there, and Chonky getting ready. The res comes online, but as soon as he is brought back to life, he loses his breath. Chonky versus Disrupt across the wall here. It cracks though at the inopportune moment, and the clutch come for the Puggers. Say it ain't so, the Puggers will deny Sky Empire.
Oh, doesn't really look at the fine tunes here, doesn't look at the fine print at the end of it. Not realizing that that Sage barrier was going to crack, and right time, Dax. Really just opportune moment. A bit of luck, but also great recognition here also to recognize that that was going to happen. But yeah, I think all things considered, that was pretty good kind of eco round here. Not even eco, just kind of a half buy if anything. They should have economy to buy up into this round, and that they do. But the Puggers, this is very impressive so far. And really, as you said, kind of evolution of what we seen rather from their previous Icebox outings.
Yeah, started with the defaults, but now they're here. Just a bit of the split up, and even more of that activity. Here we go now, though. Kelly S and Disrupt has had enough. So potential fraggers into play. Showstopper, though, from Kelly S. Get the right read as of now. Blast back this time around, but he is just blasting off to the Abyss instead, as Ninitops, as Black and Blue has mentioned, perfectly playing that out. The res is even online here for the Puggers, so the man advantage is theirs. Are the Puggers still prepared for another challenger here in Rabbit? He's seen the slow orb, but can't find the target. 4v3, the aggression from Sky Empire is clear, but the Puggers, they're just choosing their battles and choosing the push as well. They're going through mid this time, and it's the right call to move across this area.
Man, just getting caught out there in the open. Now they found where Eugene S is as well. Beg to question, why was Disrupt looking forward if, he knew Kelly S was also pushing that forward? You have to be looking at a different angle magically in that two-man push. The second guy should be looking towards that belt position, but simple mistakes, big consequences in the end. Chongi here looking to be that catch off of the rotation from that mid push to make sure that their mid push isn't simply just unwavered and undissuaded. Gonna try and make sure that that's gonna apply even more pressure, burn more time. They have a recon to utilize, but Ninitops, he's on pace for the ace. RU finds him, but Second Love is there to chime on in. 8-3, Dax. We're getting to that scoreline that's really looking convincing.
This is just a stellar showing from the Puggers. In all honesty, we look back at that Game Lab Alpha game. It was fun. It was great, but it was, lack for a better term, a bit too puggish for the VCT from what we've seen. This time around, this is looking convincing for the Puggers, that they're not just here through mechanical talent, but through tactics as well, through discipline, beating a team like Sky Empire so far as proving their worth within this ecosystem. And Sky Empire, they're a little bit at a loss of what to do. Yet again, they send Kelly S and Disrupt on a journey, but Rabbit has already met a grisly fate along the way, taken down by Walk on Water. Here we go now with the beat pressure. The lockdown is even there, and you can see it here for Sky Empire. It's getting even harder and harder to play with. The rotation come from the Puggers, and are they prepared for Disrupt and Kelly S? They know it's coming. They see the slow orb, and as of now, the Puggers are just being so mobile around the map here.
Yeah, but two-man defense here, ready to fend this off. Kelly S gathers that information with him once more. Disrupt his partner in crime. They have to try and slow this down.
The shot comes from Kelly S. Finds Walk on Water to begin with. Sky Empire, though, prepared on the opposite end. We've seen this maze walls give them success before. Does it do the same thing again? 410 found by Disrupt. Are you gonna get in the face of Chongi? And speaking of getting in the face, Ninitop's also doing the same. But Eugene S is prepared on the opposite end. 1v2 as of now. Sky Empire, the road to recovery might begin here. That wall, though, might crack soon. Blix Arena looking for any avenue of his attack. He isolates RU, but can't get the job done. 4-8 at least. Sky Empire there at the end get the round.
Yeah, it's a good stop here from Sky Empire. Still, though, Puggers, a great half, all things considered. They were on the attacking side, the favorite side anyways, but still, to be able to do this against this roster,
I'm not, part of it is the Puggers playing really well, but I also have to feel like and assume that there is some confidence shake-up coming into this stage from Sky Empire. Like, I wouldn't have thought so otherwise. Like, looking at, their run during the open qualifiers, they qualified. That should give you the confidence to play as best as you can, but I guess their opening loss against Oasis and then Game Lab Alpha after really shook things up, and then the O2 versus Naos, and everything's just been a downhill trend for them. But they can regain that confidence and maybe they can come back. But man, I tell you, Puggers can keep up this level of play. They're quickly becoming one of my favorite teams to watch here in the VCTPH.
They're just lovable, that's for sure. From the community scene in Blixarino, from Azorize pick Ninetops, from the man, the myth, the legend himself, Walk on Water, and of course, a whole roster to love. The Puggers are here to play, but we have also sang our hymns and praises for Sky Empire over the years, and let's see if they can do the same old thing. Hop, skipping, and jumping towards action. Rabbit with that takedown, and Aryu's there to help out in the pinch. 4v2 right now, and Sky Empire this time looking impressive on the pistol, shaking off the ring rust from that first half. They're gonna get a bit of that plant down. Ninetops though on the flank. Eugene S might see him coming. Keliesto holding close, and a nice shot and a nice find by Eugene S. Search and destroy. Here we go with the contact yet again, but the crossfire strong, and Sky Empire even better. 5-8. Second pistol goes Sky Empire's way.
Okay, that's a pretty good start, at least here for Sky Empire in the second half, and exactly what they need to get back into this game. 6-8 for this team. Almost assuredly, they can't give these type of rounds up. So, I mean, do you gamble on that A site once more on the stack here for the Puggers? It seems to be the case. The rest of Sky Empire have a very different idea, though. Go take the long-range fights instead, go towards the B site, and little do they know, go to the completely unoccupied side of the map as well. Sky Empire, I think, while we have, a moment to talk,
yep,
it really just begs the question, what do you think has been the biggest problem so far of this team, and why they aren't showing up the way that they have, even considering the fact that they had to go through Naos and Oasis to start their tournament runoff?
If you want the real talk about this, as soon as I saw this roster, I felt like there are very clear strengths, but very clear limitations, especially in agent configurations. There might be some awkwardness that we see from time to time. We still beg the question, why Disrupt on Sage? Why Eugene S on Killjoy? That kind of shindig. And while we know they're all caliber talents, you just need to figure out how this jigsaw puzzle fits. And it just hasn't happened here for Sky Empire. But the action now continues as the Puggers are in position for that retake. They went for the gamble towards that A side. They tossed the coin, and it seems like it's going to be Tails instead. The tail of Keliesto continuing on in this saga. Nice shot to start things off. They're buying a lot of time with their formation, and from yellow to green, these colors are all in favor of Sky Empire. It's another round, and relatively cleanly done. They keep the rifle too that they held, and that's another one for the attack.
That's actually a pretty good eco because of the fact that coming into this bonus, they have a Phantom, a Vandal, and a Bulldog to utilize. You typically see teams only buy up one of those rifles during their eco to bring into the bonus, but they have 3 of them. And that really equalizes things just a bit more. It'll allow them to play a lot more, rather, allow them to fight a lot more during these kind of team clashes, during these type of moments where trades are going to be going out, going to have a lot more firepower to try and just be generally a bit more ambitious with their play instead of some of the reserve style you might see on an eco, or rather on a bonus round. So Sky Empire on the attack. I like that they choose to go to this A site where things are a bit more equal, at least in terms of, the range of engagement, and you can find an early pick here, especially on someone like Ninetops, then that could be a big thing for them moving forward into this execute.
And here we have it now. Execute comes through 410. Disrupt has a plan. Put it on top of Ness. Set up the wall even just to fortify himself from possible wall bangs. But the action already starting off down below. Chongi and Aryu making trades happen. Ninetop taking control of the eastern quadrant. Wants to set up a wall, prevent them from actually crossing on through to the other side. But as the wall breaks, it's Second Love there with a takedown over onto the Rabbit. That's Hawks' screen providing coverage here for the Puggers. And they're in position now to try and set it up yet again. Putting that wall on the second floor. They know that Ness is going to be positioned of power, but Eugene Ness providing cover and providing protection. While this happens though, Second Love is on defuse duty, and they get away with it. Nicely done, and a nice steal by the Puggers. They get the round and they get the exit frags along the way.
Wow, the Puggers still able to get that defuse even with a man disadvantage, but you see there how, you know, Sky Empire, with some weapons that they have on their side, they pull on back, and when the push does come from the Puggers, they're able to win most of those gunfights, but just as you said, Dax, they stole it away, and that initial kind of wall there placed by Eugene S, rather by Disrupt, almost kind of helps Puggers out on that defuse. It kind of covers them a bit more towards that pipe side, towards that maze side, if anything. It just makes the defuse a lot more probable and a lot, not even a lot, just barely easier, but still, it helps out in the end, and you see that benefit come into full effect as Sky Empire now, they're the ones try and make things happen, although Puggers, they're still kind of broke from that round.
That's the thing, they lost the round here for Sky Empire, but they won the Eco War, and just with those pickoffs, right, you can see the numbers entirety into play. Blix Arena, though, no fear whatsoever. Gotta give him props for that one, a nice kill along the way. And the Puggers, they did have a good call in stacking towards this B side, but that's a big pickoff by Second Love. Disrupt falls, and the spike is on the ground with them. Someone needs to play retrieval here. Are you? He has to be very careful and walk on water! Wow, oh, wow, this man! You just can't spell it out for him by this point. Walk on water, incredible things. Incredibly done. And in a 2v1, Eugene S is all alone on an island. He's looking for a target, but the rifles have been already picked up, making it a little bit noise here by Snow. And it's just a frosty reception by Walk on Water. A thrifty win and such a standard made by the Puggers.
Man, Walk on Water making miracles happen. Turning water into wine still. Crimson Fluid flows after all those kills. Jeez Louise. Sky Empire, we're not expecting that. They try and peek him. They tried to go for the trade, but he was just a lot more aware of what was going to happen. Able to move and dodge and weave, and through all of that like a well-trained boxer. And the Puggers 6-10 off of an eco as well. Those are two arguably weaker buys now in a row that they've won.
We're seeing it from the Puggers. The magic happens from the man himself, Walk on Water. I do gotta give it to Second Love. Him catching out, I believe, Disrupt with the spike prevented Sky Empire from rotating to such a safer spot. Eugene S was already in there towards A site, and that could have been their chance to actually bring the objective somewhere safer. So eventually, the 50-50 call paid off for the Puggers. They stacked the right side, and now they come out ahead after such an incredible round. The Second Love, though, on the second floor, perched up. And Blixarino, he's ambitious, sure, and he does it yet again, right to left. The transfers are true! And Blixarino, blink, and you'll miss him killing you. Second Love also there, just to protect the lines. Eugene S now the only one in a 1v4 scenario. And the Puggers, they can smell blood. A hunting pack is here, and they have found their prey. It's now 11-6.
The call was to go for a Blix play, and that's exactly what happened there. Blixarino just shutting down the push, the eco from happening immediately, making sure he can frag out and get his Viper Spit online ASAP as well. And the Puggers, man, they're just so well. I really think that this was the right choice for them to go into Icebox. And when I was thinking of, you know, what map could they start things off with, Icebox was one of the most immediate ones that came to mind, considering how we saw the last time, you know, Sky Empire played on Icebox, and we also saw that perhaps their confidence could be wavered by this, but look at this push. They're pushing on towards Belt. They get this forward control. 4 players pushing on up. Kelly is able to find one, but Nini tops on the trade immediately. But as the dust settles, Sky Empire, they come out on top. It's a 1v3. The push immediately shut down here by Sky Empire. It's all on the Second Love. 1v3, and he gets the round anyways. Puggers off a Second Love, buy them a second life, and they get match point.
Once we win, just dump all your tech in my lab.
Unbelievable. That's all. That's all I got. The 1-for-2 trades going in favor of Sky Empire. Kelly S hopping through that gate and bringing Walk on Water alongside them to hell. All of that efforts gone to the wayside by Cupid himself, Second Love. Give this man your hearts and give this man your trust. He will clutch it for the team. This has just been a showcase from the Puggers. Bar none. This has been one of their most convincing outings so far. And one more round is all that separates them from taking their map pick and going into the next one. Lockdown here for Sky Empire, though, to buy some time. But, well, You need every little bit of space and every little bit of safety. It just doesn't happen though. Walk on Water is a man with no fear. Finally, the Viper Spit is into play, giving Sky Empire a bit of a chance though.
Goodness, they get the res back online for Rabbit though. The lockdown is there, could be destroyed by the nades, but Walk on Water from high above. He strikes from the heavens. They don't even expect him. He gets a third kill going his way. Eugene S quick on the trade, but Rabbit's found immediately. Now down to the 2v4. They have some lamps to utilize, but Eugene S, he equalizes the odds just a bit, and so does Ryu. 1v2. Ninetup's down to the decay. He's within that Viper Spit. Eugene S from up above gets a third, and Ryu holds on to the round. And the map here for Sky Empire.
This time around, Sky Empire finding that semblance of control. And of course, you look at someone like Ryu, a veteran, who's able to just play patient, play wisely, and find the right angle that suits him. But the elements aligned there from Walk on Water, both the Blades and the Operator. This Puggers squad is very, very exciting. I have to say for Sky Empire though, keeping their cool after that last round, you gotta give props to them. And not only that, they need to keep their cool moving forward. They can't get swept up by the clutch factor that is the Puggers.
Oh yeah, that can certainly shake you up at Sky Empire. This is where their veteran experience, you know, could really be counted on. You can lock things down, take things round per round, and don't let their confidence be wavered, although potentially could have already been set in place. Rotate away from this A site as they recognize information given and taken as well. Go towards that B site once more. The wall set up here in the defense, it already was committed by the Puggers and Blixarino towards A, so the retake here might just be a bit more difficult if they can get the plant down, especially if they can send one, you know, deep into Ward's back site without Puggers even recognizing their presence. Then this could be another round that Sky Empire get, but you're gonna have to take a lot more map control to make this more viable.
Yeah, Sky Empire, they've crawled their way slowly towards B, but the Puggers are just at the ready. This is their kennel, and they want to fight now. Blixarino, he's doing it yet again. Just a movement from Blixarino, chased out finally by Rabbit. A bit of a race here between those animals, but then again, now the spikes get planted. Walk on Water though, here he goes yet again. Finds the angle towards Ryu and wants to go for more targets. Eugene S though, shutting him down. Second Love there, ready to go for that second frag, but it doesn't happen. 2 instead for Eugene S. Chongi now versus 2. We've seen magic happen from the Puggers. Can Chongi be the man, the broski that can do it? There he goes with the shock bolt. It's a 1v1 now, and Disrupt is there to try and play the Swade, but time is ticking, and we have the spike already being defused halfway. Disrupt tried to go for the long rotate, but Chongi just trusts himself, but just a little too much stress and not enough of those shots. Sky Empire, they will survive by a second there in that round.
Yeah, a second later literally would have ended this map, but still confidence there by Chongi in that situation. But that's exactly what you want, Dax. I don't think that's a wrong call. Yes, he doesn't win the clutch. They've tapped the half, got off it, maybe found the kill and then get back on it, but you like to see this confidence coming from Puggers. That's exactly how they have to play, be able to try and close this map out, and eventually this series, potentially, if they can get this map win. But Sky Empire, not giving up just yet. These are the types of moments that really test Sky Empire and Disrupt. That's a huge opening kill he finds on Blix.
Yeah, they feel a bit of that confidence after that last round. Ninetup's knows exactly what's going on. Mid to B, get that take through Orange, and perhaps crawl his way. Now, on the second floor perch, spikes planted, and is just waiting for someone to overexert themselves, but even wisely done here by Sky Empire. They're back on the way towards screen. Dash comes though towards middle, Walk on Water, giving away his position. He's trying to find out Eugene S along the way. Ninetup's now with the resurrection, gives Puggers back the man advantage, but they don't have the best guns to utilize. Sky Empire, they have to be careful though, because that Viper Spit will just be such a big smoke cloud here to get in the way, and the wall is gonna be even there in the first place. Disrupt though, that transfer was sick, and it's even gonna be sick here from Rabbit 2. It's now all up to Second Love. He's trying to survive, but he cannot fight what he cannot even all see. 9-12, Sky Empire does it yet again. That got close again, but the Puggers need to try and close this out here.
All right, nerves could be shaken here. They could call a timeout. Puggers, they do have one to utilize, so I think now would be a good time to use this. Don't let it get to 10-12 or 11-12 before you pull that out. Once more, Disrupt. What a transfer, what a flick. He's trying to go for the dart, but finding ahead, so I think all things considered, nicely done.
Now, just moment after moment now from Sky Empire. These veterans have resilience, that's for sure. You can never count them out. And perhaps one of these comeback stories that they've, I'd say, enriched their careers here in the VCT, especially in the Philippine scene. Will it get another footnote, another chapter even, for another amazing moments? Well, Lockdown now to start things off. You also have a bit of that poison cloud getting in the way, so some setups here, at least from the Puggers. But beyond that, this is now all about creating that space. They did take their time though here for Sky Empire. They're not going to get as far as they would like. But Walk on Water now trying to break on through that barrier or by Snowman. You can see it here. Bit of a safer play now from Sky Empire. They're looking for an opening, and RU provides it towards mid. Walk on Water though finds Kelly S. It's trade for trade yet again, and Second Love now getting ahead of things. 3v2, and Sky Empire. This hesitation is killing them here, Black and Blue. They just can't find a way to put that spike down.
They do have a res to utilize, but nobody really in a safe position to be able to use that as of the moment. Spike not planted. They have an option here. Do they continue towards his B site or rotate towards A? That they still have some time to be able to do that option. But as it ticks, they're going to be very narrowly positioned into having to make a difficult decision. They have to know one is close. RU finds the one, and they get the final kill as well as Walk on Water. He starts it, he ends this as well. They get map number 1 versus Sky Empire, and what a convincing victory this was.
We've had amazing transfers, amazing plays, but in the end, we've seen incredible things from the Puggers on Icebox, and it continues on. And now, no flukes there versus Game Lab Alpha. This Puggers squad is here to play and here to try and slay the competition. Icebox just looks so comfortable for them. It's not just the contact that we saw last time around and the clutch moments and trades that we get here, but just the playmaking, the decisions, and all in all, I'd say the relentless holds that they had. They were just willing to wait out for those angles to be opportune for them. Wait out for, or in the other side of things, right, on the attack, be active in getting more of the map compared to anyone else. And they're just rewarded for them going past what's expected, not just in terms of their play, but what they need to do in the map. And they're rewarded here. Let's check out those stats, the Black and Blue, because it was just such a showcase from the Puggers, and you gotta give props on the man himself, Walk on Water, doing it again.
Yeah, he was incredible during this entire map, but I think the entirety of the Puggers were incredible in terms of how much they've evolved compared to that last time we saw them in Icebox. And you can really see that they understand the competition. They understand where they are, they understand who they're up against, and they know what to do in those cases. And so they know that, you know, maybe versus Game Labs, a faster style is what's the better option. But here versus Sky Empire, you have to be able to play those defaults better. You have to be able to give yourself more options to do. And that was exactly what we were criticizing this team for the last time they played Icebox. Even though they won it, we were talking about, you know, that they should be able to have more options in terms of their defaults, in terms of their executes, in terms of where they position themselves and how they shake up that defense. And we saw that especially during that first half, that this Puggers squad, they may just be on the uprising that, you know, in the way that nobody expected.
We said it at the very start of the season. This is a squad that will get better with time. They're really new. Like, let's be real. They're the newest squad here, alongside perhaps Action PH, and them forming up to basically play VCTPH and be at the level of some of the best in the Philippine scene. It already is just a landmark for them, and it can get even better down the line. If this Puggers squad is able to make it to playoffs, I expect them to be the best that they've ever been by that point. It's ramping up to such a good spectacle here from the Puggers. And of course, we saw there in the transfers, in the trades, the one who was delivering the win with Grab Unlimited was Walk on Water. So I guess instead of Walk on Water, they're Black and Blue. It's Deliver with Grab for him.
Yeah, I mean, who else is it going to be, right? The MVP, the final deliverer of Death and Doom, and map number 1 here, delivered by Walk on Water himself. That's just, you know, ever since we saw him coming, even during those open qualifier weekends that we were able to broadcast, we were seeing that this guy is just a real showcase talent, and the rest of the Puggers as well. You got Blixarino, always so reliable, same as Ninitups as well, on both sides of the floor, attack and defend. And I think that's a real big thing about the Puggers. Their name might suggest a Pug playstyle, but reliability and consistency is a very different thing, but they seem to have been able to develop it as the weeks go on, and as you said, Dax, they evolve and they adapt, and they also learn how to understand the competition many times on over, and that's a very important skill set to have, and it seems to be reflecting across the board for this entire team, this entire roster.
Yeah, the Puggers are finding, well, their profession, but they still have professionals to deal with on the other side. Sky Empire, they're gonna look for revenge into the map pick of Haven when we return from this break. For now, though, we'll see you guys in a bit. I'm Daxter with Black and Blue, and this is VCTPH. Stay tuned. Puggers! More like Puggers. I can't believe you actually said it on chat. I was literally about to use that for the intro. This is why we're together. The single brain cell links us all, and we are linking ourselves back into, well, VCTPH. Find the stacks here with Black and Blue. You guys are tuning in to Puggers versus Sky Empire, and it's the Puggers in the lead 1-0. And during the break, Black and Blue mentioned something to me that was extremely relevant and extremely important. So the floor is all yours, my friend. Go ahead.
I think that there's a problem, and this was, to be fair, to credit Twitch chat, a very astute input and analysis and observation they have made during the past few days. Sky Empire, they're not doing too well because they don't feel the Sky in their composition. And the Puggers, perhaps if they had an actual Pug, they would do even better.
So you're telling me both of these teams need to run Sky right now?
Why? Why Puggers?
Because Sky's Trailblazer is a dog. Well, it's not. It's a Tasmanian tiger, but people call it a dog.
It's
so
a dog.
Close enough.
It's a dog.
It's close enough. So, astute observation, Sherlock. Thank you very much. I completely agree with your evidence. Case closed. That is the answer. The final word, from Black and Blue. But we'll see now if this is gonna be the final map or do we go for a decider. We're gonna get into Haven, and we were talking about it before the series started. I think this is something you agree with. It's a bit of a head scratcher that Sky Empire is picking Haven versus the Puggers because they haven't had the best record against Oasis and Game Lab Alpha. It is, of course, a map that they're accustomed to back in the day. But the Puggers have made history again and again on Haven. It has to be one of their most successful maps here in the VCTPH this season.
I mean, isn't that the key word for the Sky Empire squad in the past, historically? Those are always kind of the words we kind of divert to this team because we know the pedigree of them in the past, we know what they've done in the past, but they can't replicate that success just yet. So even though they might have been comfortable on their previous teams on Haven, actually, like, Kelly S was a really great player on this Haven map, Rabbit as well, but it just hasn't been able to replicate that success here just yet. And as you said, I fully agree with you. This is, I think, kind of a questionable choice for them to go to Haven. I don't think there would have been much other better maps anyways, aside from maybe going to Pearl if it wasn't banned out, or perhaps even Fracture. But still, I mean, you look at, the maps that they have played, and the only real reason why I think that they even chose to go to this is because when you look at Sky Empire here, they have maybe perhaps a compositional change that they think is a lot more favorable compared to the Puggers. One of that being that they play a Raze, a field Raze on in here, and when they do have that Raze on the front line, that's where you see sometimes the Sky Empire squad be the best that they can, but also on the Puggers squad, they play a Sky here on Haven, so maybe there's that.
There you go. But risky picks aside on maps, you can take no risk, of course, with Grab Unlimited, who has been supporting the stream for quite a while here. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. QR code is there down below. Thank you again to Grab Unlimited. But we go back to that point, right? I can't believe we were just making a joke about it, and then we look at the stats, and it's just like, they're actually playing a Sky here. And of course, we look at the previous matchups, the previous series. The big ones have to be in their first bout, in their first win rather, as a series versus Game Lab Alpha. They did it on Haven. And let's not forget, back in the open qualifier, they beat Sanguine Rebel Dragons to qualify for the regular season of VCTPH. And this has been tried and tested by the Puggers. They feel very confident with their configuration right now. And from what we saw in Icebox, I don't think there's anything stopping them from doing just that. It's really the burden given to Sky Empire instead. What do they change? What did they go with? And how do they take this map away despite it being their own map pick?
I'm raising my hand. I don't know if you see.
Yeah, I see it, Professor. Go ahead.
Say.
Dude, you're the teacher. You don't need to raise your hand. You can just interrupt me. You're Professor Black and Blue.
I just wanted to say, I like your haircut. Good job. You finally got it.
Yeah, dude.
All the stuff happening yesterday.
I was gonna get it yesterday. I would have had a before and after look instead. But, sometimes the beauty about where I live is I have a lot of adventures I can do in the middle of broadcasts, in the middle of panels especially. But of course, guys, you get a lot of variation and diversity here with our different language streams. We have our language redirect up for you, the English broadcast right now on twitch.tv/Valorant_PH, youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH as well for English. In the meantime, for Filipino, you got facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH. Same thing though for YouTube, youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH. If you're asking why it's the same link, it's because you can stream both at the same time. The magic of YouTube. Wow, indeed. So wherever you guys want to watch, we're happy that you're supporting the stream, supporting the players, and supporting the Philippine scene. Where was I? So I was telling us a little bit of a story of the random things that I do, but I think we kind of have to go back on track and ask again, what do you expect Sky Empire is going to bring here? I feel like we might even get the same old from them, where they run that breach, or they run that raise, but maybe something like the Sova into play perhaps in the future, perhaps something like the Astra. I really don't know, because we haven't seen what works here for Sky Empire so far.
I mean, we saw that exact configuration, be pulled out versus Game Lab and versus OASIS, and neither of them really successful, especially against OASIS, arguably the best team right now in Haven. Anyway, so that isn't too much to take. But you brought up the Sova, and that has always been, one of the most comfort picks for Rabbit from all the teams that we've seen him on, right? We saw that on, like DR for being one of those teams at Hashra squad as well back in the day, and it always seemed to be one of his more, kind of I guess comfort picks and comfort points that this team could probably rely on, or any team that he is on could rely on. And I do have to agree that maybe changing something up, I would have liked to see, like, maybe kind of like the Sky plus Breach combo be pulled out, which we do see quite a bit on Haven nowadays, not for any other meme-ish reasons, just because I think it could be effective. But this harpens back to the point that we had a while ago in Icebox, and the point that we had coming into this stage. You look at this team, you said it, Dax, there's very obvious strengths, but obvious weaknesses as well on who can play what. Not even who plays what, but who can play what, and who is comfortable playing what. And do they even have the right players to be able to try and play different compositions that could potentially be much more beneficial to the competition that they're coming up here? Or are they really just going to have to be set in stone on those roles that they've been used to playing? Now, they can switch on up, but will it necessarily be effective considering the history and the agents that all of these players used to play on their previous teams? Is that, basically, are they flexible enough to a high degree?
Yeah, there's a lot of notes right now on the Sky Empire roster, and you can see what works and what doesn't work for them, and that's a bit of a problem. Looking at the top of the scoreboard, OASIS and Naos, both of these squads have a lot of flexibility in their journeys. Players that we expected to just be playing duelists before, they're playing things like controllers, they're playing things like initiators, and there's just that growth right now we see from the Philippine scene. But perhaps here from Sky Empire, it's more so clinging on that past glory and looking for that to prop them up ahead. And don't get me wrong, they have a lot of past glory, they have a lot of expertise, and they have a lot of accolades. But the reality check is here. They're down 0-3, and if they lose on their map pick, that's going to be 0-4. And that's not going to be the best sign for them if they want to make it into the playoffs. This is going to be the hardest test for them, because despite it being their map draft, despite them saying we play on Haven, as soon as the Puggers saw that, you could see the smile on their faces. But we'll see those emotions later on, as we're gonna head in for a break, and we return, we will continue with the series. We'll see you guys in a bit for more of VCTPH. We are back here, ladies and gentlemen. The wait is over, and we're getting ready for the map to begin. Daxter with Black and Blue. You guys are tuning in to Puggers vs Sky Empire, and let's not forget the odds, or rather, I have lost my train of thought there, Black and Blue. I looked in the sky, and then I had to look down in the ground, because unfortunately for these two teams, it's a battle of the bottom of the standings. There you have it. And for these two squads, this is such a important matchup to win. The winner here, they're gonna be in a better chance to move on forward halfway into the season, but the loser, and especially if it's Sky Empire who takes the unfortunate L, that might be their playoffs dreams slowly but surely dissipating away. So right now, you can feel the pressure is on. We're midway through the season, but this is where the cutthroat action truly starts in the standings.
Yeah, like, if they lose this series here, Sky Empire, they're gonna have to win every series right on after this and go at least minimum 3 to 4 just to barely possibly scrape by. If in case, Abaddon and Abyss doesn't win a series further on moving forward, then maybe they can make it on in, but it's going to be a very difficult thing. You do not want to be put in that position, especially when most people are kind of touting this team to be one of the best open qualifier teams, coming, or the best one, coming from the open qualifiers, coming into this stage. It's really going to be a difficult thing. So really, fighting to not be last and fighting to qualify is what this series is about. Both of these teams dead last 7 and 8 for Puggers, then Sky Empire, respectively. But Puggers, man, they made a very big statement starting off that map number 1 the way they did. 8 to 4 at the half, secured it 13 and 9 in the end. And Haven is where we're going to go, which once more, we had questions about this, but look at this. The Sky once more from Puggers. Sky Empire, though, no change up, and we were maybe hoping to see a bit of a different, kind of composition brought in by Sky, but they're gonna play and stick to their guns, and hopefully they're the right ones to bring in, because this could be really where their tournament run is kind of set in stone.
Expectations effectively met here for both sides, both squads running the same thing versus Game Up Alpha in different outings, but the result itself was different. For Sky Empire, it was a bit of an L for them there. Puggers, in the meantime, took that dub versus Game Up Alpha. And you can always see the aggression Ninitops is able to enable with that Sky. He can be very self-sufficient. We've seen him have his moments holding down things like A-side, things like A-short, and getting a triple kill out of nowhere. So magical moments may continue on here for the Puggers. But Sky Empire, these are some of the classics. You got Kelly S there on that race. You got Ryu on the Omen. Disrupt yet again, shifting over to that initiator role. It's Eugene S on that Killjoy. So we'll see if this time around they have been able to hammer home some of those weaker foundations. Just set things up here for Kelly S and look to knock things down. Third leading set on up, and here we go. Sky Empire playing it slow to begin with.
Look at how much of the defensive hold here from Puggers is focused towards that mid side of the map. You saw them like early on, they kind of get really close towards these entrances and pull back once they confirm suspicions that, hey, there is quite a bit here towards his mid from Sky Empire. Puggers, they have Ninitops solo on that A site. Potentially fend them off, or at least do some damage, or at the very minimum stall here. Allow the retake to come in with much more time than otherwise it would have. So Sky Empire going towards that A site. Most of the defense not prepared for it. Smartly enough and right on time, Ninitops pulls back, which is exactly what you want to do in this situation. Play back instead. You can't take the full brunt of this.
Yeah, Guiding Light coming into play a while ago, but this time around, the Sky Empire throws out a bit of that utility to just open up the site, expanding the paranoia just in case someone is playing there by Graffiti, but the Puggers willing to give it up and just have a bit of the advantage now to try and bust through towards the site itself. Second love, and then it's starting to see how strong. Chonky even finding the shot, but Kelly S has the angle and has the takedowns. It's null up to Ninitops yet again in the 1v2 situations, and the positions have been flip-flopped here. Heaven, though, a place for Sky Empire. They love the patience towards default. 33 HP left for Ninitops. And just trying to bait out the competition to peek his way. Guiding Light into the takedowns. There you go. They can't see and they cannot survive. Ninitops on top yet again. And the Puggers in the pistol will take the round.
Wow, I like that one from you, Dax, but I like that even more from Ninitops. Sky Empire facing the brunt effects of a Sky on the opposing end. The guiding light still effective, showing them the way towards taking a pistol to start off this day. Incredible stuff here as Sky Empire. They look to win that pistol round. They had a good postman told. They didn't expect Kelly S to be there on that committed corner, and yet the Puggers come out of it on top anyways. Perfect timing. You see how he didn't throw that flash out immediately after tapping the spike. He let them get in close, just close enough to get the timing right and get those 2 kills.
Yeah, more of the same here from the Puggers. Coming up clutch and just absolutely flashy. Even now in the most literal sense. 1 flash to rule them all and 2 kills to bind them. Chongi now having to retreat, walk on water, ready to fight. Second Love is there to get that takedown to Kelly S. Able to whittle down the defenses and find those low HP targets. But now the second wave comes and the Puggers are not done. Rabbit though in your face! No care whatsoever about personal space. But as the dust settles and the smoke dissipates, as Eugene S there to pick up the pieces. So the Puggers come out ahead. They fend off Sky Empire, and truth be told, in such a scuffle like that, I do say that the Puggers will feel at home after what we saw versus Game Lab Alpha.
Oh yeah. Well, silver lining here is Eugene S. He has a spike. The plant will be for him, and he has a stinger as well to shred Blix Arena apart, who's already considerably low. But it's going to be Second Love, I think, is going to be the big problem here. Full HP on him. Be difficult to try and win this fight on out. Oh, he give himself away. He goes for the peek, and Blix still connects with a shot in the end of things. Puggers, expensive round, but it's one that they're able to convert. In Sky Empire, they did force buy into that round, so they're gonna have to eco on the next.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you say expensive, I'm just like, but they also had guns, so it doesn't really matter. If everyone suffers on the economy, then no one's suffering apparently, except Sky Empire themselves. The Puggers, they found adversity right in their faces. Rabbit literally stuck his gun onto someone and just made sure that he was destroyed there at the back of the site. But beyond that, you can still feel the calm the Puggers have in those instances. They just love to be tested on their mechanics, find those moments to make highlights happen even. And just now, the confidence is absolutely abound here for the defense. 3 rifles, 2 SMGs, and a lot of pressure towards the middle. You can see Ninitups happy to play as aggressive as possible yet again. Guiding light now to get confirmation that past the doorway, there is presence from Sky Empire. Beyond that though, seems like the attack just waiting for opportunity and a pick, but the first pick goes in favor of Chongi.
Lands a follow-up shot here though by Kelly S, and the spray down from Chongi, way too quick, way too clean. Eco frags, easily done. Serena's here to shut them down, but so is Walk on Water. The Sky Empire squad, if they can maybe find another pick, then yeah, good eco. They did have armor and sheriffs into this. Puggers, they get that third. And for them to be starting off like this on the defensive side here in Haven, reminiscent of, how Game Labs was, is a pretty good sign. The much less favored side here on Haven is defense a lot of times, and string these rounds in a row already bodes good omens.
Yeah, they were incredible on the defense against Game Lab Alpha. It's the same kind of skirmish that they love to find and love to happen. And this is what I was talking about. The Puggers are just like, hey, you want to get your highlights this time? Chongi, left and right, clearing out everyone and anyone that goes his way. Now in the 4th round, this is where the real bonus of the Puggers does occur. And the buy finally online for Sky Empire. They have the showstopper if Kelly S wants to lead with it. But look at the investment for Puggers on the opposite end. Towards short, an operator is waiting for someone to peek. Kelly S might have a good angle though in this opportunity. He still has to deal with the utility setup of the Killjoy so far. Prowler also searching for a target. Triple stack there towards A Long. And the slow play, slow clear here from the Sky Empire squad. They take this time to look for opportunity.
Really slowing things down. Sky Empire trying to find perhaps a window that, Puggers are going to push forward, but they're being incredibly restrained in their approach on this defense. Making sure that they don't give up these openings too easily. Paranoia connects, and that forces the op on out. This is a great tool to try and get the kill, and so does Kelly S on the Second Love. Luckily for Walk on Water, though, he's been able to back on out, but he hasn't been able to find the pick-off, not just yet, and that operator is very difficult to try and retake with. He almost connects a shot there on that Godspot plant, and Eugene S, he follows up on the flank. Chongi comes in here, though, to shut that down on the push, and now they have a 3v4 retake with an op, the Rolling Thunder to come in as well.
And Rolling Thunder into play now, knocking down members towards Hell, but no one to capitalize until Chongi himself gets in position. The drop down there from the Puggers. And this time, though, they're corralled by Disrupt. And to get even 3 in a row, a solid hold on the post plant. It's Sky Empire who finally gets around here.
Yeah, and unfortunately that the Rolling Thunder did connect there on the walk-on water, who was on top of Heaven, but this is a really nice shutdown. Late round pushes are a lot of times very dangerous, but even that threat still was able to be dissuaded here and solved really by Sky Empire. And that perfect find once more by Kelly. Yes, the paranoia especially coming towards short, connecting on the op on walk-on water, just bought them the space and the timing that they need to make this happen. But the triple defensive hold here from Puggers could be big, but Rabbit, immediate shutdown of the aggression here on walk-on water.
Yeah, just back-to-back cases of discipline right now, courtesy of Sky Empire. This is where experience truly shines. Disrupt a while ago down in Hell, holding things down. This time around, they have the A site yet again under their control. So we gotta be careful. Chongi flashing and going for the kill himself! Ambitious! I'll give him props to it, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade. 3v3 right now. Disrupt keeping an eye out towards Heaven. Kelly S has a spike in hand, but doesn't feel like the site itself is secure as of yet. And you can see why. The flank comes with the twin stack here by the Puggers towards A long, looking for opportunity. They also wait out if the Gravity Well can get the catch on. Second Love instead, a bit of a heartbreaker there. Disrupt now the only one left at the game. The transfer looking good, but it's just not enough to get that takedown. A nice effort from Disrupt, but Blix Arena stands tall and gives a round to the Puggers.
Disrupt has been the master of the transfer so far in this series, but this time around, just that initial burst he had towards Blix Arena did not connect the way that he wanted to. Otherwise, that would have been a clutch from him. Still, Puggers, they get the round. Blix with the last shot, be able to secure it at the very least, and 4-1 is pretty good so far from this Puggers squad. They have a lockdown, they have a Cosmic Divide, which automatically tells you that the game plan here should be play for that retake. We have a strong retake utility to be able to make that work, and even without the ultimates, they've been successful on most of the retakes.
Yeah, we're getting classic Disrupt though, and it's always nice to see. He's such a good player to just get in the way of many plans. I've always said about him, his namesake itself, his IGN, is just perfect for his playstyle. Let's see if he can do even more alongside from what we've seen from Kelly S. Both of them at the very top of their scoreboard as here we go again. Repetition now striking towards A side, but Walk on Water strikes first. Kelly S ready with the trade. The Puggers this time around, they've shown a bit more of discipline in that regard, making those trades happen. Look at them try and crawl to get that rifle. Here we go though with the lockdown aftershock. Does that even do enough damage? Seems like it's broken here by Disrupt actually, and well, the lockdown advantage here for Sky Empire. The Puggers have to respect it.
For a second there, I thought that wouldn't work anymore, but wrong patch. My bad. BNB. Get right. Sees here towards Evan. That actually catches 2 out. That makes the drop a lot less likely. And now the Sky Empire working off of the lesser buy, shutting down here the retake push. And the Puggers, they did plan for the retake as I suggested, but still, Sky Empire able to make things work out. They timed their utility perfectly. They get the lockdown destroyed with that aftershock, and that really was the biggest thing. It allowed them to fight within the site instead of being pushed back in towards main or towards short, where their weapons would have been a lot less effective.
I'm just keeping an eye out on the replay. We didn't get it. I'm not too sure, but it's not supposed to do that much damage. Maybe helped out by something like Kelly S's pain shells. I wouldn't really know right now. My memory is a bit hazy, black and blue, from these kind of moments. Beyond that, it still was the perfect position for the aftershock, don't get me wrong. And here we go again. Disrupt playing a crucial manner in the crucial moments for Sky Empire to get that round. Speaking of though, now we move towards C and fly on high, Walk on Water. He sees the hype though from Kelly S. But of course, the ascension there, even greater for the Puggers, and Blix Arena will ground his target. Walk on Water now able to pick up a rifle as the smoke will dissuade the push from Sky Empire. 4v4, and here we go yet again. Claustrophobia. Thy name is the Puggers. Chongi trying to go for the shoulder peek, but are you? You can go for the shot. Ready to avoid it though in the first place. It's a bit dangerous for Sky Empire. They're stuck here right now, but one single opening towards C or away from it, that's enough for them to rotate.
See though if that opening is given. They're pincered here within that C site, but they do have good timing to push this. Great stun though on that fault line, but they ran out of ammo. They can't hit their shots. That was their moment of opportunity to get that pincer going, but it just doesn't come to pass. So in the end, Sky Empire here, they still come up with around 4-3. But how dangerous and deadly that could have been.
Yeah, could have been incredible there from Ninitups one more time. It's just hard to ask for precision every single round. Nice effort though again from the Puggers. You're seeing both of these teams really give their all. Step up there from Sky Empire. The active map control that we're seeing more and more so from the Puggers. And overall, the improvements that we're looking for from the Puggers in their evolution, and just the returned glory of Sky Empire, we're getting it right now here on Haven. Close rounds as well, in a close scoreline as we get the Nightfall to begin with. Here we go with the showstopper though, and Goomba stopping Blix Arena, squishing the Astra where he stands. A bit of a collapse there now on the defenses of the Puggers. The Sky Empire just heavy-handedly taking the C site away. Sure, a Nano Swarm in the way, but now it's time for the post-plant retake. The Seekers instead in position to try and suss out the targets, but the intel is clear, and look how far Sky Empire is playing.
They do have it planted on that platform as well, which is one of the strongest plants on this C site. It's open and available to being denied from both Long and Garage, but it doesn't matter because the Puggers, they're winning out that post-plant hold anyways. This is now looking very difficult for the Sky Empire squad, but that's what I talked about. It's open and valuable and deniable from Garage, but ultimately enough. Walk on Water and the rest here of Puggers being second love, able to secure the round, and the retake once more works their way.
A hallway of bullets in the shooting gallery and goes in favor of the Puggers. They just needed to know where they were all at. And it might be a bit of a presumptuous assumption, but since all those Seekers were heading towards C-Long anyway, they felt like they could throw their forces that way in the first place, in that angle. A nice effort there from Kelly S. The flank from Garage in that instance is the right call, but an even better trade from the Puggers secured them that round. The shots are just sublime here from the Puggers. They have the Rolling Thunder into play also, and they have a chance at this. The fault line now towards Lobby, courtesy of Link. Double stack towards Long, but the fly high movement again from Kelly S clears it out, and in the smoke, it's Walk on Water trying to be cheeky. Rolling Thunder for the coverage here for Sky Empire. They want to take this site, and they want it now.
Yeah, very swift take. Walk on Water. Not able to dash back out to the safety of A main, but it would have been only momentary safety in that case. Rabbit, great shot. He connects on a second love. Now this brings it down to just a 2v4. Blixareno is able to find a kill on the Rabbit as well. They do have Rolling Thunder, but they're not going to opt to use that. Not just yet, but after that kill, now they actually have an option. If they find another here, then very well so. They could burn this. They have to be careful not to hit that Heaven off of it, though. Chongi on the swing, but they're shut down immediately on that hold. And this has been a back and forth from either side.
Back and forth indeed. Competition really ramping on up. The Sky Empire, the answer upon answer there on that A push, keeping them alive. Disrupt utility for the cover. Give props also to Rabbit with the fact that he threw out that Prowler just to make sure that smoke was clear. Found Walk on Water, and he was enshrouded by the darkness instead. The Puggers keeping a slim lead, but the money situation is getting dire. Not the best buy. And Walk on Water looking to play hero. Has the rifle towards short. Beyond that, it's a pittance of an arsenal for the rest of the squad.
Could have been an opportunity there for Walk on Water to find a kill, as they weren't expecting the sewers push, assuming that it was Nano Swarm. That found a small window to sliver through, but it doesn't come. Sky Empire divert their attention instead away from that A aggression and look to want to take this B site or possibly C. This mid-garage control is what they were fighting for earlier, but once more, another Nano Swarm burned here. But that does gain them at least some control of Garage, although, ultimately enough, Sky Empire seem to want no part of it.
The spike. Yeah, just waiting for opportunity. We've seen this many a times from Sky Empire. Run down that timer. Look if the Puggers get impatient. Blix Arena now. He's caught in the crossfire. Kelly though tagged down by their own fault line. Can't push even further. Wants to take that angle position instead from up top. From that point on, though, the rest of Sky Empire follow suit towards the side. They eventually find Blixarino. Kelly also playing that guessing game and eventually tapping down Second Love. Clean looks here from Sky Empire, and even cleaner shot. Sure, Chongi has a rifle, but that's all he gets. That one. We are tied up now.
Sky Empire making a small, slow, but steady comeback here on this attacking side. And ideally on Haven, the minimum that you'd want on the attack would be 7-5. So they could very well string this. If they get this round, they could certainly get another right on after, as more of a well, forced buy, but they will be able to buy up some weapons afterwards. It is the last round anyways, and they're at the lost bonus at this point. So Puggers, nothing to worry about just yet. If this ends 7-5, not going to be a bad half, but they do have some equalizing tools in that Rolling Thunder and in the Cosmic Divide as well to use in this round.
I give big props to Sky Empire preventing the same kind of cascade of rounds that happened versus Game Live Alpha. Puggers mitigated on their defense, mitigated on their aggression, especially with how Sky Empire has been very secure at making these side takes work. The executes towards A and C have been, I'd say, very well disciplined and well executed so far. Here we go now, though, as Kelly clears out utility towards Garage. Second Love there in position to just throw out everything he could. The paint shells now are the returned answer. Bit of a special delivery here from Sky Empire. Playing it slow yet again. But there is one factor of aggression that Puggers have here. Intercept hasn't been cleared as of yet, but a good angle read and found by RU. That's just leadership in the hands of the controller. Now they move towards that A side where Chongi is waiting. Nebula though gonna be in the way. The lockdown is there too, and Sky Empire one more time looking to buy space for themselves. Not on the take, but a bit more so on the rotate.
Oh, will he even get out in time before he gets... Oh yeah, he is. He's safe. Just barely, although they've rotated around, they completely faked that 8 take. Walk on War, though, that's a big pick here early on to get down Kelly and now they've lost a big gun for this full plant hold. He goes aggressive, he gets found by Rapid, the flash to try and follow up as well, to gain them even more spacing, even more control. They buy time with that as well, and now Rabbit, he does have that beast-like control. They have garage window control. Look at how far forward they're pushing right now. They do have a Rolling Thunder for this retake though, Puggers. Chongi finds one, he finds a second on the swing as well on the Rabbit, and now the Rolling Thunder comes up to pass. They know one is right in front of him, and that's Eugene He's taken down, and the rest of the Sky Empire hold are dismantled as well. The Puggers take a 6th round.
How the hell did he get all those kills? How? How, Puggers, how? I was just worried about the overheat there from Walk on Water, but Chongi, he's the real G right now, and overall, cleaned up so very nicely. Despite the Nebula in the way, just the flicks, unreal, and what happened here to Eugene Walked straight into the breach. Unfortunately, couldn't find a crack down there. Sometimes I'm just a loss for words here, Black and Blue, and how the Puggers win these rounds, but
yeah,
that's what makes them incredible, honestly.
Indubitably, that's...
Just agree with me. The Puggers squad has been very fun to watch.
For sure.
With the maps we've seen. First time we saw them, a few question marks in the regular season, but now, especially against Sky Empire, especially against Game Lab Alpha, they put on a show very worthy of the season, and look at them go right now. The Puggers here, one last round on the defense, and as aggressive as they can before they reset themselves back to the sites.
Still no picks found, but certainly map control gained here, especially towards that A site a bit here and A long. 2 initiators on that's going to give him a lot of really contesting power. Lots of flashes to throw on out. Mid presence is known as well, and the garage is what they really want to hold on to. Sky Empire, the choice is right now, do they try and go and gain that garage control for more of a late B work, or do they just go ham at this and they go for the latter option? Showstopper to try and clear this on out. They have the lockdown as well to secure the plant and buy even more time and space. But look at this, Second Love, he gets that kill, trade out by Rabbit, though still big pick he finds, and they both are able to get 2 picks apiece in this hold.
And Sky Emperor putting that spike down though, and there we go, the paranoia putting Walk on Water towards the corner. Disrupt trying to find a better angle, keeping an eye out on the Jet. The Cosmic Divide though into play, silence absolutely deafening, and the Sky Emperor squad, they need to navigate themselves toward the site again. Halfway done though on the defuse. Disrupt walking on quite the feet there, and here he goes yet again. Disrupt another one, but Blixerino, the only one left. Sky Empire though, play clear out and do their duty to get that last round of the first half. We end up the first here, Black and Blue, with a 6-6 scoreline, and now the Puggers, they're on the assault.
Yeah, and this is a side that we have seen the Puggers be also pretty efficient at. The defense though, pretty good, but we're neck and neck, Max, and you have to give some props here towards that Sky Empire side to be able to, just stand up in these moments where scramble practically, a mosh pit of just chaos and still come out on top in those moments. So Sky Empire, a pistol round, they have to win. They give him a better chance of closing out this map and bringing us into the third. It's Puggers right now, as you said, on that assault, and we know how heavy-handed those attacks can be.
And especially how they enable Walk on Water and Ninitups to get in there as soon as possible. The Guiding Light is a symbol of success here for the Puggers. But as of now, it has been stifled by the smokes and by the positioning of RU here. Disrupt also prepared to help out in the pinch. Perfect angle to play that fault line and slow down the push. The platform though gonna get covered by the stun, and Disrupt looking to swing on his own utility. A few taps here and there. Disrupt is weighted now by Walk on Water and the rest of the team. And while Walk on Water is low, in this standoff here, both sides need to respect one another. Walk on Water barely surviving. Ninitups didn't pick up the regrowth in this round right now. So perhaps the second round to go again towards the C site.
Yeah, that regrowth would have been such a big help in this moment. Smoke comes out perfectly now. Should just wait just a bit more. The flash towards backside and the counter flash as well, but RU's blind from his own team. They don't know how close they are to each other, and Sky Empire are winning every single fight on this hold, and they get it flawlessly without a single man dropped. What a hold here from Sky Empire, but Puggers seem just to be lacking options there, and they just forcibly committed towards the site that they already wanted to in the first place.
Yeah, they were ready for it once. Means just they're ready for it twice. Sky Empire well held together on that site. Let's not forget, if the Puggers were gonna come in with a HP disparity, then those pistols will have an easier time killing them as soon as they make it to the objective. And especially utility usage, we see it be exceptional for both sides. But in that instance, Sky Empire, better positioning with the fault lines, and better positioning there with the flashes as well to give them the advantage. Puggers though, desperate to find a pick-off, and well, Ninitups making sure that wish is granted. Now the fault line into play to try and clear out Link, but Kelly S is a bit more advanced and a bit more ready for this. Boombot though, looking for a target. A great Guiding Light now, but Second Love doesn't turn around for him. Kelly S instead with two, and that blast back just removing the momentum from Blixerino. Sky Empire now looking to have a mandate on the defense, and there you go, a declaration for a round.
Exemplary play there by Kelly S. By all means, that was very reckless what he did to push forward in that, and yet quick lightning fast reactions to be able to dodge the Guiding Light, and then right on time after getting the 2 kills, blast back, buy him some space, as he said, shutting down that momentum, just boops Blixerino away from him to not let that classic do as much damage as he otherwise would have liked on the right click. And he is just the standout performer of this game so far. 22 kills, that is literally almost double than anybody else on the server, and he has a showstopper online.
Yeah, he's been one of the great duelists that we've seen again and again in the Philippine scene. I think basically he came up at the same time with Jeremy, who's in Team Secret right now. Yeah. A talent, and especially when he was in that RRQ roster, if I remember correctly. Why he's still here at VCTPH? This is why. With performances like this over and over again. The Puggers though, now looking to take center stage at the center of the map. B side taken 1-for-1 trade. And in the bonus of Sky Empire, they're just looking to get these kills as close as possible. Kelly S and Disrupt do not disappoint. Yet again, the showstopper flies, almost gets the connection, but the Pugger is able to take cover in the back of sight. Rabbit though, prepared here by Link, going for the widest swings of them all. Liftup's able to track him down. Chongi now in a 1v2 situation after Schwak, just to dissuade him from the opposite end. And here he goes now to go and get that takedown. Eugene Esto, let's go and lets it rip with the rifle. It's Sky Empire who steal it away. A bonus one, nicely done.
That was almost won there by Puggers though, but even better done here from Sky Empire. And they're looking to extend this in the map number 3. Puggers, they can buy here. It's not going to be the most favorable, but they can potentially stop this from going 10-6. Still though, Kelly S once more. You talked about how really he's had kind of a rise throughout the scene, the same time as many other young duelists have had, in this scene as well. You got, Jeremy, as you talked about on Team Secret, EJ being one of those young duelists as well. And he was always in that conversation of, that better, one of the better younger talents, especially moving on forward in the end of last year. But they're really showing his prowess once more back here into the Philippine circuit, and 25 frags on him already as a timeout is called by the Puggers is potentially the kind of call that Sky Empire need to look at and follow moving forward in this tournament if they want any sort of hopes to get back into this.
We look at Sky Empire, and honestly, these names.
What do you see?
Yes, they were there for the CS days. Let's be real, but here in Valorant, their names have shown even more so, and you can see at the very top is one guy who really has impressed not just the Philippine scene but also the region. Yeah. In the last year, back in 2021, it felt like Elias was a step behind all of his other counterparts, but bit by bit, especially in 2022, he really has shown improvement, maturity, and absolute lethality on what he does best. That former glory looking to be even more of a present situation. That's what Sky Empire's trying to find right now, but we go into the action and we go with Disrupt. He does it yet again. The Disruptor truly, no matter the agent, finds 2 for the price of absolutely nothing. Freebies there for Disrupt. The links now gonna be the angles here for Sky Empire, and the paranoia is perfect to try and slow down Chongi. They still can't capitalize on the kill though. That's Second Love providing cover. Aryu instead takes matter to his own hands, and Aryu does it yet again. Second Love now in a 1v2 situation, but Eugene S again, same angle, same frag. Another one here for Sky Empire. Double digits as they're doing it here on Haven.
The retake here, this is what we expect from Sky Empire, Dax. You see how much more intricate they can be. They don't simply just dry peek from that link, no. They have Aryu within the spawn. He paranoia is the exact most threatening angle that the retake will have to deal with, and it just works out well because of that. Even though, to be fair, yes, Second Love was able to hold off that push from the A-Link just for a few seconds, get a kill, and then buy more time. Ultimately enough, it's Sky Empire, and really just the experience that they have, that is what they have to lean on, and that is what they did in that round, and they take it because of that. So 6-10, Sky Empire, may I say, this is one of the best maps we've seen from them play this entire tournament.
This is the cleanest we've ever seen from them, and here we go for the 100th time. Kelly S to begin the action, and Aryu there to follow suit. Look, Black and Blue, we always have those bands that have been there for like years and years, right?
Yes.
And some of their newest stuff isn't the best, but it's still cool. It's still there in the formula. But then, they also released one of these albums, compilations of greatest hits. And that's the analogy I'm going with right now. First half there for Sky Empire, kind of like a new album. A few new things here and there, some good clutches, some good bangers, especially from Disrupt. But now here in the second, these are the best that we see from LDS. These are the best clutches we've seen from Eugene S. We've done some beautiful paranoias and smokes from Aryu. And all in all, this is the track I want to listen to from Sky Empire.
I agree. They're playing on the beat that we expect, the tunes that we've come to know, and this is really, when you look at every single member of the band, the way they like to move, this type of play, be able to dictate map control very, very decisively with utility. It's the biggest core aspect of their individual teams in the past is around just quickly ends as well. Sky Empire on that retake versus the Eco, 11-6. And the point here, Dax, is that if they can, you know, I think just evolve a bit more, just from being, oh, we're the better team because of our experience, into, oh, we're the better team because we know what to do with that experience, then I think the Sky Empire squad can make a successful comeback in this tournament and get themselves into the playoffs.
They're cleaning up their act, and especially in those situations where the Puggers have an angle, they're ready to spray down and go for transfers. They're changing up how they swing. Someone decides to move a little bit more, they take a step or two, but while the C's combo doesn't get anything. Sometimes someone crouches, sometimes someone is just there ready to time right when to go for the similar angle. And those minute adjustments come with experience, come with maturity on the calls. And so far, so good for Sky Empire. Can they make it even better here as Walk on Water now caught out by the alarm, but from that point on, Aryu and Eugene S on the execute, and everyone on A-Long will say so long instead. Second Love, though, at least shooting down the prime target, but the damage has been done, and Eugene S is prepared yet again to back off towards this fight. The Nano Swarm to dissuade the push, but at the same time, it allows now Sky Empire to rotate on both sides.
I love that combo they had in set. You could see it coming from a mile away here on our side. The alarm bot into the paranoia, and considering that it was RU, he could back off at any time. Even if he does get picked, it's all down in the top, so you can't really do much. 6-12. Sky Empire, by far their best performance we have seen from them in the VCT on Haven this stage. And what a time for it to come when their back is against the wall in the standings when they need it the most.
It's like I get flashbacks of some of the best from these guys. The best of Action PH RU, the best of Affinity Kelly S, the best of, you know, DR Disrupt, maybe Hasher or Rabbit, those kind of things by Eugene S. It just seems so much the way that Sky Empire wants to play. And case in point, Black and Blue, we don't even need to call the action. This is just a demonstration from Sky Empire. Doubt the map pick no more. Sky Empire are here to win. We go for another one.
That is a Sky Empire we've come to know. This is where they want to build their kingdom. And this is by far, I've looked at every single map that they've played during that small moment. This is the best map they have ever played here so far in this stage. The most dominant scoreline we have ever seen. The only other thing that's somewhat close is a 13-8 win. But this one, a lot better. And you can really see that Sky Empire, they're starting to find their form. And this win in the map, this could give them the confidence they need to bag their first series win all stage long.
Yeah, doom and gloom perhaps in the map draft, but there's a map pick for a reason. And we just get the shining brilliance that is the Sky Empire roster again and again and again. These are the hits I want to play on repeat here, my friend. And look no further. If Sky Empire is going to play this way, we are in for an absolute treat of this series and the next ones. The road of recovery, it starts here for them. Let's see, though, if they can make that triage happen as we check out those stats. And one player I have to focus on right now is gonna be this Rupp. He wasn't the one who got all the kills. Kelly S, 30 takedowns, 5 first bloods. Very, very important, but especially in that first half, this Rupp was the biggest reason and the biggest foundation why Sky Empire was in this game in the first place.
Oh yeah, for sure. His utility was in place on that attacking side, but you flop on over to the second half, I think, and it was RU, I think, who really was the quiet performer in that one. We saw so many paranoia combos, like in that second to the last round, where they had the paranoia towards A long, and then also on many of the B retakes, paranoia coming into place right at the perfect time, and then many of their other C-side shutdowns, him playing on that platform, paranoia following on up right after. Every time keeping the Puggers anxious, paranoid, having a check over their back, and well, simply a path to desolation and destruction Sky Empire have set here so far. If they can continue their play here, they could very well be one of the dark horses we expected them to at the start of this stage.
And the Puggers rattled after that one. It was the usual Puggers playstyle in the first half and the second. It was a strong start, and that could have been already an early death sentence. But Sky Empire said no. They stayed resilient, they stayed alive, and they'll learn from their mistakes more and more. Played it slow and steady. It wasn't really the impatience of the Puggers, but just better decision making and better angles by Sky Empire on that first half. And coming into the second, let's be real, it was more of an absolute wash there. No rounds given at all to the Puggers. Every single time Sky Empire wanted something, they would be able to take it. And while there were a few moments here and there of nice shots from the Puggers, some great kills along the way, it just wasn't enough because Sky Empire was a unit prepared and a unit ready to work together there.
Yeah, that was 7 rounds straight, and to another point there for RU as well, the one and only round that the Puggers brought out the operator on that defensive side early on like round 4 or 5, immediately shut down there by the Paranoia, and you see him here once more, being able to kind of just find his way time and time on over, but delivering the win has to be Kelly S. He just was the stand-up performer. We were talking about it during the game, and he delivers the win with Grab Unlimited. Incredible player, a player we have seen throughout the stages perform and just improve every single time, and this is the Kelly S we've come to know.
Unlimited kills, Grab Unlimited. Let's take it here for Kelly S, and hitting that 30 bomb is no mean feat. No easy feat, rather. A mean feat by him. Well made, well executed, and overall, just mastery on the H. And so many times we see him, how he's able to move away from danger, get himself in a good showstopper spot, and of course, be ready to make that space for the rest of the team. We have to give props to that. Him all the way into the advance allowed players like Disrupt and RU to set up when they needed to the most. So this series, it's going the distance. Today is going the distance, guys. We're not getting 2-0 Valorant today. It's gonna be best of 3s all throughout, and well, we're in for quite a ride. Before though we call it there, it seems like we're gonna be going for a bit of a break, and when we return, it's the decider to end the 3rd week of VCTPH. Daxter with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys soon for more of this amazing contest.
No.
Pack your bags. So we're going the distance and we're going to Ascent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here with the final series of the third week of VCTPH, and it's a big one. Puggers versus Sky Empire. Battle to get away from the bottom. And, well, both squads have gone on top of their respective map picks. It was a bit of doom and gloom on the panel, even for us, for Sky Empire, picking Haven versus the Puggers, who have been great at it. But that second half was just utter dominance there, black and blue, and, well, give you a bit of a recall. Why so?
I mean, we saw the entire second half, right? You saw it, everybody saw it. Not a single round drop, 7 rounds straight here coming in from that Sky Empire side. The first half, okay, a bit more competitive, literally back and forth. We ended 6-6, so equalized. But the second half of that map, just completely a one-sided show. And if it can continue that momentum, and if the spirits here continue to be broken by this Puggers squad, then it could be a very dangerous fact. Especially looking at how map number 3, Ascent, is a map that we did see the Puggers really struggle in when it came to Ascent.
No, I think that's a really good point that you made. The spirits of the Puggers cannot be broken. Because when I look at that Action PH game between Puggers and APH, I look at map 1, close bout, sure, good on the Puggers to be competitive against a direct invite team. But coming into that second map, it really felt like they lost a lot of their luster, a lot of their strength, a lot of what really made the Puggers work. And they can't afford that to happen this time around after getting dominated there on that second half of Haven. And the problem now, they're facing off against a veteran team who has shown resilience, especially in the face of adversity in Sky Empire. So this is now where the script really flips. This is where the advantage goes in favor of Sky Empire, not only in the map that we see right now, but also in just how that second map ended in the first place.
Yeah, and the way that map ends, you know, it's just natural. People are human. You know, you have feelings and you have thoughts that, you know, why did we lose that much? But as a team like this, you know, as a new team, relatively, an experienced team, in comparison, it can be very hard to try and, you know, just shelve those emotions and just sweep them away and reset yourselves. And that's the most important factor. You know, a lot of pros are going to say, what is their biggest enemy? Their own mental. That mental mind game is a big factor to have to come into play. And we see many times that after wins like that, teams do crumble for the third and final series map of the series, rather. And I'm hoping that for Puggers that they can still give us a performance, you know, closer to the first half of Haven and closer to their win on Icebox.
Yeah, it's a matchup of proof right now as we get into this one. For the Puggers, let's see their mental fortitude moving into a map that they have been decimated on. In the meantime, Sky Empire, the return to form, we're looking for it, and what we'll see past that kind of glory. So a lot is on the line for this next map. Of course, the series win, we've said how important it really takes it. And let's just give these scenarios right now. If the Puggers win, they go up 2-3, puts them in heavy contention with the middle of the pack, and this really makes Sky Empire just fall down into the abyss. But if Sky Empire on the other side gets this victory, then kinda the fate twists in a way where Sky Empire and the Puggers are effectively together. They're gonna be both at the bottom of the scoreboard, sure, but it allows Sky Empire a bit of a trampoline to leap on away from the Puggers and into the higher ground. So it really goes to show that this single matchup will affect so many ripples of the scoreboard in the weeks to come.
Yeah, and especially, you know, you have to take into consideration the fact that Sky Empire, we didn't expect them to be here, and if they do go down, like, just out of this tournament, not even make it to the playoffs as one of the most favored open qualifier teams, then one has to question the legacy of the players that are within it. You know, you have Kelly S, a player that we have talked about many times and have lots of expectations of, and the stock of those players do certainly, you know, become under question. Like, is the new breed, the new generation of players that we do see here invited, rather qualified into the VCTPH, is this the future? Is this really what, you know, the better side of our communities? But we're gonna have to look now at the roster and at the compositions that are brought in here into Ascent. Changi on that Sova, you can see them highlighted, and Second Love always reliable on his Killjoy, and we don't actually, I don't really see much difference here. They still have the KO coming into this same thing that they played versus that Action PH squad, and you look over to Sky Empire and it's the same exact thing. So mirror matchup, both in versus each other, and from what we've come to expect in their previous Ascenting outings.
The difference there is the role swap. Second Love used to play the Sova here, and now it's going to be Chongi on the Sova, so that's really just it. Beyond that though, one thing we'll highlight is when it's Jet Duty, it will be Eugene S all the way in the front. This brings back Disrupt on the Killjoy, and we know how wily he can be. And of course, Kelly S, his other standard pick, has been that KO. Solid suppresses and solid flashes, the best of what's to come there from Sky Empire. But I really want to see what this small micro adjustment from the Puggers brings to the table. Putting Second Love in the back line gives them a bit of reserved action, especially in those retakes. Someone who has been a consistent high fragger for the roster is ready to pounce at as the last line of defense. But the quick correction from the standings I was saying, so effectively, if the Puggers win this, they're able to leapfrog above Abaddon, Abyss, and be within the 2-2 standing. If not, the Sky Empire wins this, all three teams, Abaddon, Abyss, Puggers, and Sky Empire, are tied 1-3, giving them all a chance to be in the last slot of the playoffs, if ever. So again, a lot is on the line, and in a mirror matchup like this, it's all about who can be the best in mental, the best in execution, and the best on Ascent between Puggers and Sky Empire. There's a lot of newness on one side, and while there's a lot of old, it's a new configuration on the other. Let's get into the game and let's get into Ascent. It's Sky Empire leading the charge on the attack and perhaps towards B side.
Well, those are some certainly high stakes to be playing on here for the third and final map of this series, the decider, to decide who goes in potentially into that playoff slot. The playoffs contention is what they're fighting for. Puggers almost assuredly could be in for the meantime if they win this, but Sky, they have a lot more work to do after this map, even if they take it. So let's continue on now. Map number 3 in the series. Mid push immediately. Ninitup's doing a lot here to try and fend them off, but the push is just too heavy. Walk on Lara though, that's a big pick. He finds a spear here of the Sky entry.
Yeah, straight up through mid, and while retreating, Walk on Water gets a parting gift for him, a bit of a souvenir, the head of Eugene S. Sky Empire respecting already the setup of the Puggers and slowly backing on away for mid control instead. Avenues across towards A site, and if ever someone pushes towards Cubby, they'll be there to catch it. Spike though has been given to Rabbit instead, and they still want to make that mid push happen. Perhaps Kelly S here, ready to make some noise, draw attention towards the A site instead, and the suppress plus the star being utilized just to allow that contact to happen. Nebula though in the way of Ninitups, doesn't know exactly what's going on, but finally the flag has been raised and the Puggers find out what's happening here. Walk on Water is now running away with it yet again. 3 in his trail of blood. Easy taken out and easy pickings for the Puggers. And support here for Walk on Water, and here he comes. Blixarino, come on, he can't do that to him. He was right there for the ace and just snatches it away.
Aw, Blixarino, how dare you? But at least they get the round. Still the Walk on Water just shutting down the push here, winning every single fight, and he was relatively quiet, especially during that second half there on Haven Dax. So for him to start with a round like this on Ascent bodes well for this Puggers squad, can help them regain that confidence that was potentially shaken off during the end of map number 2. So Puggers, really nice shutdown, and Sky Empire, they re-hit that mid towards the market without really doing much to send the defense going towards the A site instead, and without having that diversion, well, they pay a hefty price for it.
Well, there was a bit of a tension pull, don't get me wrong, but then as soon as they gave Pizza Presents, the veil was immediately unveiled. That's the thing.
That's
it's
a
just,
word.
Pizza Presents, you love that?
Yeah.
You wanna make, let's make a shop one day called Pizza Presents. And,
I think
everything
be
will
very
be
aware.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be so happy if I had the place called Pizza Presents. But then again, happy tidings and happy kills here from the Puggers. Chongi even finding Kelly as sleeping into the fray. And this is just cleanly done by the Puggers along the way. 2-0, and keep an eye out on Walk on Water. He full bought that round, and well, he's gonna keep it for the next one.
My only point is that I wish the animation of the Arcane Sheriff when you shoot it was the default one for all.
I like it. Fan that hammer. Hit your shots.
But
very nice to
see. You don't even play League of Legends.
Wait, yeah.
but it's from the show.
Critically acclaimed show from the critically acclaimed game?
Yes.
Damn.
Best game.
The best game? You have never played the league.
I have. Okay. I have like
okay.
maybe 40, 50 hours max though.
Okay, wow. That's a lot. That's 40 more than I expected.
I'm like Leona and Thresh main. That's about
wow. To part of my Filipino, Taraji.
Yes.
Oh, dude. It's going to be funny if I can convince you, and especially Asarai, to play League of Legends.
Oh, I think I'm the easier option.
Oh yeah, he has put the past away, so to speak. But here we go now. We're back in the present. And we're back with a full buy. Sky Empire, we've seen this before from them, especially when they have their arsenal ready. They like to play it slow and see if anyone from Puggers does overexert themselves again.
Well, Puggers on the rotate this time. Sorry, Sky Empire on the rotate, and Puggers who have to rotate into this A-site defense as information is given away. But Suppress barely missing second love, so his utility should still be online. We'll gain information when they come on in. The Nano Swarm burns, but there's still an avenue for them to push on forward. And Eugene S, what an entry, immediately landing it on the walkout water with a spray through, just spamming through the smoke. Second love finds a kill. Eugene S with the second, but so does second love. So this retake, they do have a disadvantage in their hands, but it's possible.
Yeah, solid entry though by Eugene S. Solid anchor by Second Love. You can see why these adjustments happen, because especially Eugene S, knowing how to utilize that Cloudburst to just give him the extra bit, that extra inch to actually be in a good position to get the shot going. The Puggers though now going for that 3v3, and then it's finds Eugene S first and foremost. Disrupt going for the hold. Second Love keeping an eye out towards Hell, but RU is ready to bring him down instead. And Sky Empire take the round at the cost of 3 rifles. Not too shabby for both sides. The Puggers now gonna go for the buy.
Well, my goodness, the Puggers, I still do like what we saw from that, able to bring it close, even on the bonus. So I don't think that was a bad bonus at all. It was really Sky Empire who had their backs against the ropes, and you see that here, not full armor on Eugene S and RU because of, you know, how much the Puggers were able to actually do. And Chongi bringing out the Odin this time around, holding the B site for himself. Sky Empire looking to want to aggress here towards a Ninitups at the ready. The KO can be one of the biggest problems when it comes to those A-site executes, especially if Suppress connects in time, then can completely shut things down. So I'm not too sure about this. They do get some damage done, but I would hesitate to peek again.
Big.
What? Did you just say big?
I just said big. You said big a few times there in that one sentence. I was like,
oh,
I'll say it too. Big, and there you go, big flash!
Balls.
Oh,
large, huge.
Small impact. Well, unfortunately, couldn't get the kill. Everyone able to get away from it, but then again, as we've said, some synonyms, we know the sound of death and destruction courtesy of Walk on Water, and there you have it. Ninitups also ready for the shots. Rabbit though in position while Ninitups was getting ready, and RU is prepared also to make the trade happen. But Odin, the big gun, is ready now, and well, large and in charge on that Sova. The Aldro now getting the scouting information that they need. Disrupt though has to play it close. Revelation, die name is the darts. And well, the pressure was too much to handle. The Puggers take a round.
Okay, nice. Defender's sided this map can be, but even better when they're able to convert. Lockdown available here. Cosmic Divide from Sky Empire. They do have some ultimates to throw out on either side, but the important factor is this. Walk on Water. Things going his way. How many miracles can he pull off in this series? Rabbit, though, doing really big things on their entry there, but ultimately enough. They just had a bit more control of the situation here, Puggers, and they're able to convert off of it. 4 suppressed. That is immense value found.
Yeah, that's a big voice line for a big intel gatherer there. The KO finds many targets here, knowing exactly this is a heavy A main push, and look immediately at the Puggers. So active yet again around the map. Walk on Water as well as Second Love looking to converge towards the top mid angle, but Disrupt even better and even more so prepared there. Bladestorm is out. Second Love now trying to catch the rotation, and does he find Rabbit in time? Ducks away from the blade. Almost got his throat cut there, but here he goes yet again. Eugene S, another instance. But this effort will go the wayside. 4v4 right now. Rabbit able to pick up a rifle from the corpse of Walk on Water, but the job's not done, and Sky Empire is still stuck in the same location.
Well, they burned the lockdown for this. I'm not too sure about using this on a round that they're not even poised to win in the first place. Ninitops, he wants to hold in here. He wants to try and find a second kill, or potentially another kill on this entry, but never mind. Okay, Rabbit doing big things, hopping on in, and he's found himself by a sliver of a hair, a third kill as well. Suddenly, the round flipped on its head here by Sky Empire, and importantly, by Rabbit.
Stellar shooting by Rabbit, but even better, Nano Swarm there from Disrupt. He knows where the opponent can hide from that lockdown and where he can survive. Speaking of survival, though, the survival of the Puggers will not happen. Extinction, thy name is Sky Empire. A thrifty win and just discipline yet again on the attacking side. It just works against the Puggers. They have realized here for Sky Empire that the Puggers will look to go for that map control as much as possible. Look to just make those rotations as difficult as it gets for Sky Empire. And what do? Instead, they cover up the rear. They're ready to see if someone overexerts themselves, overheats, and case in point, from that single kill on Walk on Water, it just gave Sky Empire enough momentum and confidence to take that round.
That momentum, confidence, he used those words and the apt ones. Chongi finds a kill here, retrieves a rifle. It is suddenly just a hair more doable. Walk on Water has got his blades to utilize. The nanos, rather, the null command pop here is going to make it more difficult, though, to find an opportunity to use them effortlessly. Ninitops, he's found as he tries to fish for a kill.
Here we go again, Sky Empire now. Sights taken and the advance is clear. Eugene Esto found out by Walk on Water. They know the aggressive nature of the opposite jet and they will punish that. Low HP though. A single spray can do an M, but Rabbit can only get one for his troubles. 2v2 right now. The suppress comes. And what does Walk on Water have? Absolutely nothing. Can't fight and can't win. Kelly S, the disruptor this time around. And we'll tie up the scoreline here for Sky Empire.
He dashes to his side and even looks at Blix Arena for a second like, bro, you really there? You blocking me? He still gets away. But ultimately enough, he's down for the count. So, Puggers, not bad on the eco, but we're going to have to see a bit better. I think it's Sky Empire right now. They have that momentum. They win the eco. They win the anti-eco right on after. And this is the Sky Empire we'd like to see, especially here on the attacking side. Get 5, maybe 6 rounds, and it could be golden to close this out in that second half if they can continue the pace they're playing in these past 2 rounds. They have the Hunter's Fury as well on the Rabbit. We know he's effective with that, but Walk on Water, a very difficult position to convert with an operator. He's trapped here, able to dash behind the Cosmic Divide, but just barely, as Aryu is able to get a pick off on the entry as well.
Yeah, the pace picked up, and luckily there for Walk on Water, Kelly S not lobbing that suppress in that moment. Sky Empire instead has taken that site. Great utility uses there from Ninitops at the very least to keep the defensive hopes alive, but still hard now to make that operator count. Aryu, I believe, might have gotten a spot towards the jet of Walk on Water. There we go, with a warning shot, getting control of Speedway. And while Rabbit's playing takeaway here with the Hunter's Fury, it's still action towards the pit itself. Aryu now with the takedown. Sky Empire, their plan A is already working with Aryu. Maybe no need for the plan B Hunter's Fury because Rabbit has decided to come converge with the rest of the roster. And of course, Sky Empire hold the line down.
Well, many times over, actually twice now, we've seen that Puggers, frankly, I don't think that the operator really has been something that has been a cornerstone of their play. And a lot of times we see much more effective defensive holds from them, even on a map like Icebox, when they don't have the op on their side. When they're able to instead just utilize the aggressiveness and the entry capability and the retaking potential that Walk on Water brings to this team. And when you have the op, you just haven't been able to position him in positions that, in moments that he could capitalize off of and find the kill, as Disrupt finds one of his own to start off the round.
Yeah, it was already a risky angle, and he was found earlier, he might have been dead to rights. Speaking of, though, already funerals for Chongi in Second Love. Chances here for the Puggers, slowly but surely dwindling as Sky Empire looking sublime. Perhaps now Coronation might be in order if this is the form that they keep playing on again and again.
Well, this type of form is what we expected by Sky Empire, so, you know, I'm not gonna say it just yet, but it is teetering in my mouth in my thoughts on a word that I think would be, on a phrase that would be appropriate if they're able to close out this series by the end of this. But it has to rhyme with something like, it's about damn time.
Well, time is of the essence. We still have a number of rounds to go, and no time like the present for the Puggers to recover as they have the rifles now. We've had quite the scrap fest in these retakes. Let's not forget, still the frag potential and how they're able to get in position here for the Puggers, but more and more, Sky Empire making sure that the advantage is theirs. Now they go. Give that orb to RU. Still 2 away from that Cosmic Divide. The Hunter's Fury available here for the attacking side, waiting for that lockdown if ever. But Walk on Water has no need to wait. He's gonna fight here. Twin bows now ready to sing. And it's Chongi, who's a marksman here. Finds 2 from afar. Long range killer. Artillery is his name. And while Disrupt is able to draw blood and fight back, Ninetup's there, perched into the corner, will get the takedown. There's a 1v3 now, and it's Rabbit trying to do it again. He just can't get the job done with too many targets, and it will be the defense of the Puggers stepping up now.
Man, he threw his bait into it there, Chongi. Leering his line, but just all bite. He finds 2 kills off of the practically zero information kind of Hunter's Fury here. He connects onto the A main. He knows that they're there anyway, so he can throw it on out, but he didn't have a recon per se to really time that right. And he knew that one was there up towards that heaven, up towards the ramps, because of the information given by Ninetupson that allowed him to reposition his Hunter's Fury and find the right line to place his beams. Now Sky Empire, they have ultimates of their own to utilize, though the retake here could still be very deadly. They have the Null Command and the Cosmic Divide, as well as that lockdown. So lots to throw out here from the Puggers side. And if they can get this catch-off off towards mid, where KLES is waiting, then this could certainly be a round they can throw on over. I'm pretty sure they're willing to give up the site and play that later retake.
And again, multiple angles now for the approach for the Puggers. Disrupt! Just can't get away with that one, my friend. Second Love burning him down. Now we get suppressed value courtesy of Ninetups, and the Puggers in prime position to make this map as small as possible. Big impact now from Ninetups. Looks down on the opposition and squishes him. Chongi finds Kelly. Yes, it's the Puggers now with the man advantage heavily, and it's Eugene S versus the world. His boat sinks in the boathouse, and well, both of these squads now get the 5.
Clean, flawless round as well for the Puggers. And quite akin to what we saw in Haven a while ago, Dax. First half, back and forth. Nobody really pulling away with the first half, and this is on pace to continuing to have many of the same results that we saw at opening map. Disrupt here getting trapped. He knows what it feels like being a Killjoy player himself, and there he does. Eventually enough, though, Puggers just simply also had much more, ultimates and high impact ones at that fact to throw on out. Cosmic Divide available for either side, and that's someone to look out for in this round, as whoever wins this could have a more advantageous, momentum going to that second half. A suppress either way is thrown on out. Look at the pull here. Inetup's able to find one. The KO's doing it work, but they've all answered back. 2 kills apiece on either side.
A singularity on A main. Twin black holes collapse as the gravity field there pulls in many targets. The endo odds are equal yet again. The Null Command value comes in crucial for KLES. He's ready now to lead the charge toward the A site. Not only that, RU now separating the rafters from the rest of the site. But Sky Empire still happy to play it safe. All about those flashes, all about those fragments. But then again now, KLES will fall to the hand of Blixerino. And RU is there to make the trade work. Waiting now for this wall to dissipate. The timing, though, isn't perfect. Like, there's not the angle, but Disrupt instead finds it there. RU now ready to finish the job off? And Sky Empire, the 3-step answer from KLES to Disrupt the RU. They executed it all together.
Yeah, from back to front, side to side, all the way up to down. The Sky Empire roster, they are activated. If you look at the frags here, it isn't even like front heavy. Both KLES and Eugene S brothers, might call them, at the bottom of that scoreboard in terms of frags, but they're buying so much space for the rest of the backline here to work with. Disrupt and Rabbit, namely, especially RU as well. So really equalized for both sides, really. They're all doing a good job of making sure that they can play as a team and capitalize off of each other's space.
You already know the sentence for that. They're playing like a unit. And they're doing their jobs, their roles, as well as they can. Sky Empire, though, capitalize on having a bit of a lead moving into the second half. Or the Puggers be able to equalize, and we get another 6-6 score line moving into the third map's second half. Blade Storm though at the ready, and here we go through the cubby and into, well, the fires. Blixarena though prepared for Eugene S, but all that happens is Disrupt and Rabbit now clear out the side. Niditup's looking for a chance to doorway, doesn't find it. Kelly S though stuck in the cubby, but he's fighting back and he's winning anyway. Just knockout punches here from this man. The KO himself, just bringing mixed martial arts and a mix-up of kills to end the half well. The ultimate fighter, Kelly S, wins it out for Sky Empire.
Well, he lands the last punch at the very least, and that's the important thing, isn't it? 5-7. Sky Empire take the advantageous half, a bit better than their Haven was in the first, but you see here just how heavy-handed these pushes can be, and with Puggers playing these kind of committed positions, they weren't really given a second option, a second chance to try and reset themselves, get back into cover, and have a bit more of an advantageous bout in that hold, in that anchor. And as he talked about Kelly S there towards short, he certainly gave them a really quite clear look at being able to entry to that site without having to worry about that short and tree side pressure.
Just the fact that he was still there pulled so much of Puggers' attention, and everyone who came at him was rewarded by a bullet. Now Sky Empire in the lead, and arguably here in a side that they might feel comfortable in. Quick little bit of intel, courtesy of that 0 point, gets nothing in the first place. The Puggers trying to play Rage of Silence as much as possible as they crawl towards the less fortified sites of B site here. Kelly S, a lot of responsibility as he watches towards main. That smoke, the only thing keeping away the enemy forces. Finally it dissipates, and Chongi peeking towards the CT side. Doesn't find him as of yet. The Puggers might be a false sense of security, but Kelly S realizes now. Presence is there towards B. Try to catch out anyone towards mid if ever. Beyond that, such a slow crawl for both sides right now.
Really keeping the pace in check as Second Love, he finds the opening pick here on a Rabbit information gathering. Now more difficult for them to do, but they go through his Nanoswarm. Eugene S, I don't know how he comes out of that, but at least he gets the trade-off here on the Second Love. 3v4, he's tagged up quite a bit though, and that classic is going to be more than enough to finish him off. 2v4 on the retake right now. Kelly S, he's got a lot to do with RU.
Yeah, the Sky Empire wasn't ready at all for this take, for this B site grab, and the Puggers will find what they can snatch, and they will take the round away. 3 for Chongi even, halfway now to the Hunter's Fury. Really just goes to show though, you can give props to Sky Empire and their discipline and how they held down and got intel towards that B site. But the fact of the matter still is that site was there for free. That site was just taken by the Puggers, and while Sky Empire tried to go for the wraparound from Cubby, the Puggers had mid control and the Puggers were ready for the push from them. So overall, we see it again, the strength of the Puggers all throughout the map and how they decide where to go in.
Well, push comes on in here, flash on out as well, connects onto Walk on Water rather. Suppressed up close, but he doesn't expect the pizza to be occupied by 2 players. Eugene S though, he's found by Blixareno. Luckily for him that there was that backup to try and help him on out. Otherwise, Walk on Water could have almost certainly been found. Dashes out to safety, and the rest of the mid push here coming on the flank. Disrupt left alone as RU has been taken on out. They know they're going towards the A side this time, as the turret suggests, but Second Love gonna make sure he gets the cat. They know where Disrupt is. This round is almost assuredly done, but oh, okay. Disrupt somehow gets a jumping right click kill on the cross.
Can I do it again? Nah, not gonna happen. No second miracles. I do have to say though, as we're tied up now, there is a bit of criticism for Puggers bunching up that close to one another. Especially in how they go for these mid takes. We saw it a bit of Icebox, we see it now here on Ascent. But their saving grace in these situations is they play like an octopus, Black and Blue. Everyone is looking at unique angles. Everyone is making sure that every part that is, I'd say, vulnerable is covered. And in the second round like that, where they have the gun advantage, then shoot. Okay, it works out for them. Can be dangerous, but in certain instances like that, the Puggers is happy to have a lot of chemistry, especially when they're bunched up all together.
That's what they need to work on, isn't it, right? And continue to utilize that chemistry that they've got. Many times on over, that's been their saving grace in a lot of the maps, lots of the series that we've seen them play. That chemistry, it's part of the reason why this team is so effective. Actually, honestly, the biggest reason why it probably is.
Why
They're put
they're here.
together, yeah, they were put together, you know, on just quick notice, and quickly they're able to gel really well. That's an important thing when you are one of these newer, less experienced teams who might not have the same backing or might not have the same experience as some of the others, but they're going out towards that A site where Sky Empire, to say they've got a lot to hold this down is an understatement.
Yeah, that's a no as soon as you get through to the opposite end and walk on water. He's just running past all the defenses already deep into A-side territory, but Disrupted Kelly S now will bring the clean up squad. They find the takedowns and they find the targets. All left now to Second Love, who has been left behind towards A main. But you can just see how separated the Puggers were as soon as Walk on Water hit that go button. Second Love though, this is gonna be painful for Eugene S. The Nano Swarm, oh, he's alive! He's alive!
Okay.
Okay, and now, and it will be Disrupt punishing him. That was lucky for Eugene S, but even better held together by Sky Empire.
Maybe he's got a, you know, this is an RPG. He might have like minus nano swarm damage armor.
He has a light step. Anything floor based does not hurt me.
Yeah. Neither if there's lava.
The floor is not lava when it's Eugene S. Truth be told, that nano swarm was way too close to Second Love, and that's why it didn't hit. But beyond that, Sky Empire just hits different when they're so set up well. Crossfire towards main, again the separation to basically isolate Walk on Water, and he didn't even have an angle to help out the team when the rest of the main force was getting cut to ribbons by the Sky Empire defense.
Sky Empire defense has certainly showed up to be one to be wary of. Disrupt finds an opening pick here on that B main control push. The spike, they could find out where it is, but no, they retrieve it right on time, so they're not exactly entirely aware. They do have a notion of the presence in general here being shown by the Puggers. Now, they're rotating towards that A site. Both the attack and defensive sides locked down in place to confirm their suspicions and buy the control, at least for Puggers' side. But Sky Empire, they're ready to receive this, and they have lots of space on Heaven to shut it down anyways.
Yeah, they're ready to receive, and they're already know that it's a bit of a split push. Walk on Water, a stellar shot towards Eugene S. Give them a bit of space to work with, some breathing room from Treat the Garden. Now then, the site is taken, it becomes a 4v4, but that's way too many targets there, Walk on Water. Spreading on thin ice, and it'll crack under him. Are you Kelly S also in the roll call? The lockdown here just to secure the round. It's just all about safety for Sky Empire, don't get me wrong. Turret and, of course, Creator, both broken by the hands of Sky Empire. Might have been overkill with the lockdown, but at least it's around here for the defense.
Yeah, not the most min-max way to do things, but it's definitely a secure one, and that's what you need here right now, security by Sky. But you see those moments when they pop that lockdown, it would be a telltale sign that, you know, Puggers, they are starting to get to this squad, and the Sky Empire, they're really desperate for a win, right? We know that they're right now not in the best shape in terms of their standing, but they're looking to change that in this series, and they are on the proper path to be able to, you know, turn things around. So the buy here by Puggers, not the best. They are at the round loss bonus here, like twice fold now, but see if that continues on, if they can convert one of these lesser favored rounds to convert.
It just goes to show that Sky Empire has to respect the Puggers after their performance, especially in that first map. Truth be told, you can feel that there's a bit of those jitters here for Sky Empire. They don't want to go 0-4, and they just want to impress and still compete. Good shot here from Rabbit. He's having a better game as we have been going through this maps. Map 2, and especially here in Map 3, looking a bit more and more back on pace to what he's used to. As Walk on Water now spotted out by Alarm Bot, the Puggers yet again forced to reset themselves. Only problem is when this happens here, Sky Empire are ready to fortify the re-hit. Quick little knife broken down by the Puggers. Beyond that though, it's walk on water trying to make the opening, but Eugene is prepared with the op of all things. It's just such a struggle right now here for the Puggers. And there you go, yet again, another crippling blow to the attacking side. Second Love though at least fighting on back. That Null Commando keeping Second Love in check. And the fragment is there, a single HP, a single tick can do him in. 20 seconds, and the rotate is ready to be received. Are you there on Wine? As well. You might be stuck with Revelry. You might be stuck with the shots because RU has brought in the glasses and just smashed them over their heads. This is a round won again by Sky Empire.
Yeah, that's an NT right there. Coming from the Puggers side. No real chance of this. Round is done, and Eugene still gets a kill anyways in the end. 10-7, Daxis is looking like more shades of what we saw in Haven with a very close opening half, but then just in the end able to pull away with it. Sky Empire and this operator now, this is a new problem to the equation, a new factor to this entire blueprint of the Sky Empire defense that the Puggers are going to have to try and find some formula to be able to dismantle it.
Yeah, as the series goes on, the Puggers more and more red. We know that they're maturing in these past few weeks, and especially in week 1, they only had really one thing to do and one thing to execute. But now, Sky Empire has learned the identities of the Puggers in this iteration, seen how they go for those re-hits, seen how they go for that map control, and they've adjusted so well accordingly. And it has given them the advantage in getting the reads, especially with that timer ticking on their side. So, as of now, the Aldrone going for the scout. You have UGNS still ready to try and make that op count. Ambitious angle towards B main, while the Puggers have ventured towards Link instead to try and go through mid. Beyond that though, Sky Empire, they're just putting such a stronghold, especially at the openings on a map like Ascent. You know how important B main and A main are, and you can see the precedence and I'd say the prestige that Sky Empire puts in defending those areas.
They have lots of ultimates to throw on out on the Puggers side. You try and equalize things just up a bit, and maybe nullify that operator later in for the retake here. Comes on in, the Null Command, they can get this door closed. They do as well have the Cosmic Divide if they want to cut off that A Heaven position, but Kelly, yes, wins that fight up close versus the Spectre. The Pop Flash comes in perfectly as well. Second Love on that flank, and Kelly, yes, is able to find another before he gets traded out by Chongi immediately. That Cosmic Divide we talked about, it's walled out. They hop on down from Heaven. They know one is towards that dice, and Blix Arena is able to find Aryu in return. It's all down to Eugene S in a 1v2, but he has an op, not the best weapon to take a dual fight, and that is what they capitalize off of. The Puggers, they win the round, but look at how much they had to use to get it.
A big investment, but just like we saw a while ago from Sky Empire, absolutely worth it. Eugene S at the very end of that one, picking up a rifle along the way, but he was just spotted out by the Puggers anyway, and just suddenly with a Cosmic Divide giving the advantage, giving the angles there to the Puggers. As soon as they cleared towards that site, it was enough to get the round. So no washes here, my friend. We're not gonna get the Puggers that completely disappeared in the second half of the second map. We go again now. The Puggers ready to play the same pace that Sky Empire is trying to do. And it's all about the catch punish, but Disrupt does it even better. Expected the Killjoy, found the Jet instead. And a good start here for Sky Empire. Here again on their defense.
Yeah, they get a big pick here. That op, oh, it doesn't connect this time on Second Love, but Disrupt does to follow up on that initiate. Nate Hupstow finds one of his own with the Bulldog. The best weapon, but one that at least comes in big in this moment. Kelly S holding down the cross, both on a tree and into A main, and Chongi, that's a huge pick he finds. That's what they needed to try and get this round in the bag when it so desperately came. Here comes on down the recon. Actually, no, it's just a suppress, but still, even with that, Eugene S connects on the Ninitups, and this is now a lot more dire, a lot more difficult. They're anticipating the counter recon come in here. The flank does come, rather the scan does come on in as Eugene S finds a final kill with Rabbit as well. The classic merely hopping on in. And Sky Empire, this could have been a disastrous round on that A side take, but they ultimately get it and convert.
Some strong angles all across from both Disrupt and Eugene S. We start with Disrupt, just effectively expecting one, to be there towards the corner and covering Eugene S when he didn't hit that operator shot. And then mantle responsibility goes over to the Jet. There's no fear. Felt the isolated angle was perfect for the operator. And the updrafts just to really psych out the competition. That was, again, Sky Empire showing they have a lot of tricks in this bag. This is where experience is really kicking Puggers in the teeth. And while the Puggers have looked strong in the round, the outplay and potential of Sky Empire has been cataloged over the ages. A little bit of hop and Rabbit! He's just gonna go for it! Surprise, surprise, a magic trick. What's this Sova doing here? But the round isn't over. 3 for 3 now in terms of the matchup. We had those trades happen. And here for the Puggers, they're able to pick up a few guns along the way. A single HP though here for Eugene S. He's barely clinging on to life. And the Fragment lob to try and catch him. The Puggers though, they made their way towards the site. They're ready also for the close hold if ever. And Second Love just able to shoot down Eugene S. Where he stands. Execution, dynamic. Second Love, Chongi also ready to be part of that firing squad. In a thrifty fashion for the Puggers, they made chaos happen on that B site.
What a round, even without the advantages of that lockdown right on the take, because we saw Rabbit just able to sneak through the smoke, get a kill off inside the B main position and destroy that lockdown. It still came to the Puggers being able to hold on in that post-plant hold. Perfect timing going on them, and really the chip damage that they were able to do with those nano swarms, with those fragments to keep him at bay. That was the big thing there, because it allowed their lesser weapons to have much more impact.
It just goes to show, if you find a bit of that chip damage, especially when you're on that lesser bite and get up close and personal, then you have that frag potential to begin with. And that's exactly what the Puggers did. Gamble there from Rabbit. Can't really blame him, especially as he broke that lockdown. But since Walk on Water was able to clear, the rest of the Puggers felt confident to just follow suit, and really that went to the wayside for the defense. Here we go again though, Sky Empire now finding Walk on Water this time around. They know the tip of the spear needs to be dulled, and here we go now with the bow and arrow from a distance. It's Rabbit with the delivery. Sky Empire taking the shots and taking those kills. Freebie after freebie. The only one caught on the defense has been Kelly S. And really, with Blixerino in a 1v4 scenario, the stack is heavy. And the strats are clear. Sky Empire looking to blast off into the distance as they are on series point.
Yeah, no real chance of being able to win against that high-low hold that they were having there. And the flank here coming in as well on the defensive side here on Sky Empire, making sure that the Puggers aren't just comfortable with the control they assumed they thought they had. And that Hunter's Fury as well coming from Rabbit, finding a free kill without much of a fuss. That's really what you want to see from this more experienced and veteran Sky Empire squad. And Dax, they're around away from winning their first series in this entire tournament in the group stages.
Yeah, it took 3 weeks, but they finally put themselves in a position. Can they capitalize and can they get the job done? Are you though? Prime location to get some kills along the way, but he's punished by the Puggers in swiftness and in shots. Here we have it now. Nidlup's brought back to life just to die. Rabbit though with the takedown. Chonky reading the flank, and it leads to a 4v2 scenario. Yet again, low HP for the Sky Emperor squad. And then Yuji, that's where you look and try to find the alarm bot. But he only finds Chonky right in front of him and looks down on the ground to die. Well, Puggers, they don't want to give this up, Black and Blue. We continue on. Double digits gonna be hit by the attack.
He goes to save instead. And, well, I mean, he's found 2 kills in this round. He's like, I got mine and then some. And I think this round is done. So, smartly enough, saves it. He knows that he won't have enough to necessarily buy in the next round, even though the rest of his team does. And this is the right call here. So, Puggers, they hold on. And you see how that take of theirs on towards that A site. Nothing really stopping them, just barreling on through. Any anchors win the site, taken down immediately. Kelly, yes, removed from contention time and time on over. And also Ninitop's burning that null command and using what he's got is a really big thing that the Puggers have been able to utilize and convert with. So absolute just confidence and chemistry that they bring many times on over into these rounds are when they shine the best. But that light being kept on, it's a lot more difficult than to do.
I see you, Jet. I see you. But
yep.
I see a bit of a problem right now we're getting from Sky Empire. If you're going to be playing ambitious angles like that, and you know the combos are happening, you need to hit them shots. We saw it from Rabbit, we saw it from RU. A great effort and a great try, but a team like the Puggers, once they confirm that kill, they're gonna go in. They're not gonna hesitate. They're not gonna double back and go for the rotations. They're gonna commit, and that's all they need from what we've seen. Once they get the site, they have some strong post-plant locations. Once they found RU, they cleared out the boxes as well and made sure every other angle was covered by a player. We've said it time and time again. The Puggers, their advantage is when they can make the map as small as possible. And especially on the attacking side, they get the site, they already have lines defined.
Well, how solid are those lines? Are they broken? Are they merely hollow? Do they really stand firm and true here? Those are the ones that we're going to have to see be drawn by Sky Empire. If they want to close this out before we get into overtime, they lose this round, that's a bad economic state they're going to be in the final round of regulation. Look at this mid-push here coming from Puggers. Just quick and swift. They've just simply exfilled from that link already on towards short. There is an alarm bot here, and that double A main defense is what Sky Empire have to try and dissuade this. They will try and take this A main control, which is exactly what you want to do in this case, so you have a bit more of a pincer on this push. But Sky Empire able to find one. Zenitups gets a trade-off immediately. They still have presence here within the site to try and fend this off, though, as a retake comes on in. This is the right time to do it. They have timing on this, but can they actually convert? The Zenitups and Rabbit, they find one apiece. Eugene S able to get one of his own. It's down to the 1v2, all on the Rabbit's shoulders to stop this from going even further. And Rabbit gets around the map and the series! Sky Empire win their first series of the VCT.
It's a hat trick from Rabbit at the end, and Sky Empire finally get on the board. Give them a crown. At this moment, they deserve it. They needed that win, and they get it. It wasn't a bad plan for the Puggers whatsoever. You put that turret, you confirm if anyone pushes towards main, and keep an angle and an eye towards it. But just the rotation there from Sky Empire. They already know that these guys are going to be bunching on up. They already know that they're going to be stuck on a single location altogether. And from that point on, the sight lines were clear. And, well, the advantage was there. Rabbit, oh Rabbits! Yeah, he's probably one of those engines that need a little bit of warming up, but it purred and now it finally roared at the very end. That's the Rabbit we know, and this is a Sky Empire roster that we have been expecting. Greatness through veterans, and, well, this puts them now in a three-way tie at the 1-3 standing and a chance moving forward to give them even more of a buffer to try and make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, there's much more of a viable hope now here, if you're a Sky Empire fan, for them to make it further in this tournament and into the playoffs. And we saw the ending come from Kelly S during map number 2. This time around, it came from Rabbit, another, veteran leader on this team, a player that we have seen in many configurations be able to close out series like this, getting himself a triple, if anything, to end off this map. And this was really a showing by Sky Empire that they are still one of those teams to look out for. It hasn't been the most fortunate nor the best run from them so far, but hey, every uphill climb starts with a step upwards, and this is certainly one in the right direction once more.
They needed this one, and they got it. You could feel at the very end, once we saw their faces, right? Sigh of relief, sigh of success. But the job isn't done. And still a few questions for a veteran squad to have been tested this closely and this intently by such a, I'd say, budding roster. We check out the highlights, though, at the very end of the series, and the Puggers again get off to a good start. But Sky Empire, man, we see it time and time again. They have realized in the second and the third map how the Puggers play, and it just seems like with a deeper playbook, once they catalog the opposition, they're able to form the right response, and that's what we saw with each round. They're like wine. They just age finely, bit by bit, and as the series goes on, that's where they shine the best.
You talked about cataloging this and filing things in order, but really the Sky Empire squad had more pages in this book than we initially thought, and finally this is the type of performance that they need, as you talked about, to come back into this tournament. And there were some shaky moments, let's be frank. There were some shaky moments here over and over, but ultimately enough, It's how you recover and how you are able to deal with those shaky moments to get things going. So, for this final map of the day and the first win of Sky Empire, it's Rabbit delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. And isn't that just such fitting for Sky Empire?
The man himself, who has made quite a legacy and quite a name in the scene. A magic trick by the end with a real G here, Rabbits. He has been impressive over the past few years. He's had his moments, and this is one more that he can remember, delivering that first win to Sky Empire, courtesy of Grab Unlimited. So we now have even the bottom of the standings all opened up here, Black and Blue. There's still contention from every single one. We felt like perhaps if it was a different destiny, we'd have to write off a contender already, but Sky Empire making sure that the next few weeks, there's still going to be a threat. There's still going to be a roster to watch out for. And yet again, the playoff race looking absolutely exciting there, my friend.
Well, I might be wrong, but looking at the stats on my own, this does secure Sky Empire in the 7th now over Puggers. It's Puggers at the 8th due to round differential, although it's very small. It's like, what, 7-8 rounds at the most. But that is definitely a lot to be proud of at this point for Sky Empire. So for the meantime, we're going to go to the panel and they're going to tell you guys about what happened.
Yan. By the way, my name is Likeable and here with me is Wolf and Dad Femina. Kanina ang ganda nung nangyari dito pero halatang halata, di ba? Tama yung prediction namin dito ni Wolf. So Wolf, ano nga ba yung nangyari dito? Bakit sobrang confident mo na itong Sky Empire in the end talaga yung mananalo?
At truth be told, hindi ako ganun ka-confident, lalo na kasi dun sa veto na nakita natin. But overall, siguro ang nakita ko din sa Sky Empire na in-explain ko din kanina, sila yung klase ng team na merong mga seasoned veterans at may mga bago rin naman sa eksena. At yung way nilang sa mga pagkatalo nila sa mga series nila, almost very close din. Parang laging mga 2-1, tapos may mga almost wins na sila. So, to sum it up, ang nangyayari kasi with Sky Empire, pag nilagay sila sa isang posisyon kung saan literal na kailangan nilang manalo, otherwise hindi sila makakapasok sa playoffs, yung mga ganong klaseng moments, doon na sila gagawa ng mga bagay na kakaiba. And that's what we saw in this previous series.
Sabi, believe nung in-introduce yung Empire dito sa regular season na set pieces. They have the kilala na natin sila sa VCTPH. Hindi ito yung una nilang appearance that they have shall to win. But hindi siya naging maganda yung panel sa regular season. It's process dito sa regular season made them na bumawi sila dito sa series or last game mismo sa game the Puggers, and it all took resilience, relentlessness sa team, sa people like Rabbit, like Kelly S. They both have contributed much to the point that in frags, talagang impactful at Rabbit na nag-step up mas lalo na nung dumating sa Ascent. Sinabi nga ni Vil kanina na when it point na kapag kailangan ni Rabbit na suportahan niya, gagawin niya yun, nag-up na yung tempo ni Rabbit, naging aggressive at willing si Abaddon ngayon na nasa activate tuloy.
Ano bang sinabi ko kanina dun sa pre-game panel natin, di ba? Kung sino yung mas uhaw, lalong-lalo na dito sa series na to, sila yung mananalo. And in this case, kinailangan talaga ng Sky Empire tong win na to. Alam naman natin yan, they needed this morale boost now more than ever. Pero yun nga, di ba, na-mention mo kanina kung gaano kalakas itong sila Rabbit at si Kelly S. Ito yung kailangan natin, matagal na nating hinahanap na consistency. Pero Dad Femina, pagdating kasi dito sa Ascent, ano ba lagi nating sinasabi? Fundamentals is the key. And although parehong teams pinakita dito na meron sila nung fundamentals, yung mga basics natin na-apply nila, ano ba yung meron at nag-stand out nga ng tuluyan etong Sky Empire?
Well, again, I have to talk about Rabbit na naman. Has stepped up so much in the game niya. At this, he's willing more risk para magkaroon yung team ng Sky Empire.
Yung sa Sky Empire talaga. Of course, Rabbit has his points. Hindi natin maipagkakait na itong si Kelly S, most especially on the Haven map kanina. Diyos ko, Lord Wolf, hindi na ako mapakali kanina. Sobrang explosive niya talaga dun sa Haven, di ba?
Actually, ang ganda nung term na ginamit niya, explosive. That's what we saw from their performance nung doon sa Haven. Hindi ganun kadali though. Parang medyo naghintay pa muna sila. Naghintay muna tayo na unti-unti sila makakuha ng momentum. Kasi pag mapapansinin natin, naging shaky yung start. In fact, at madami mga parang nagsasabi na nga mismo sa chat, ay nako, mukhang one-sided na to, mukhang 2-0 na to when we were looking at it. But Kelly S, he found his moment. At ever since nung nahanap nila yung moment na yun, hindi na sila let go. Siguro ang overall naging theme ng Sky Empire tapos talagang magnified siya through Kelly S is that kailangan mo nang mag-init. Parang siniset up mo na yung launchpad nga nila. And para silang rocket dito, yung Sky Empire, papuntang Sky, naka-rocket launcher sila. Pero alam naman natin, yung rocket launcher, kailangan mo na mag-take off. Di ba? Meron mo nang countdown. So, hinintay mo na mag-countdown ng Sky Empire and that's through Kelly S. Tapos sabay-sabay sila. That, yung after nun, parang nagmukha silang talagang sobrang in the zone afterwards.
Very quickly lang makakapag-ignite ng rocket kung hindi nandoon yung mga crew, di ba? Talagang set pieces ng Sky Empire yung nag-succeed. And para napag-usapan ko din kanina, the one thing that they truly need para makapag-succeed ng Sky Empire is if they can go back to their comfortable things. Kapag ka ngayon si Kelman na nagbigay ng trust dito kay Rapid naman siya kay Eugene S na makapag-jet ulit, then he can just support this team para makapag-focus na si Kelly S na makapag-IGL. Ang nalinis na, mas lalo't dumating sa second half at mas solido na yung mga peaks ng Sky Empire. Ngayon, win sila ngayon. May first game at 6 win sila sa ating regular season. Baka ito na gante nila sa api na nakuha nila sa 3 weeks na meron tayo sa regular season. And I'm excited to see the growth of this VALORANT ngayon.
Nako, excited rin ako dyan. Pero excited din ako na makita yung ating standings dito kasi alam naman natin na nag-shift na yung momentum. Kanina, at the top yung Naos Esports, pero alam naman natin na yung OASIS Gaming due for their own game for the day. Tapos ito naman sa ilalim, ito na Wolf, ito na yung inaabangan natin sa wakas. Meron na tayong win on the side of Sky Empire.
Yeah, totally good para sa Sky Empire na matagal na nilang hinahanap. And hopefully, ito yung kanilang momentum going forward. You also mentioned yung Oasis Gaming, yan on the top talaga. 4-0, undisputed na sila na talaga nanalo ng mga unang stages natin. Eventually, teams will be playing 7 games. So, technically speaking, first half na Oasis Gaming yung nakuha na agad nila no matter what happens. At marami pang hahabulin yung mga nasa gitnang teams. But overall, itong Sky Empire, Abaddon Abyss, as well as Puggers, they have plenty of chances pa naman heading into the last few weeks natin dito. Curious to see kung paano to ititreat ng Sky Empire. Especially kasi kung papansin natin, 1-3 sila ang una nilang panalo pero parang 7th place sila over Puggers. Ang reasoning is, madami kasi sila nakukuha 1 point even in their losses. So, eventually nakakuha sila ng enough points, I would say. But yeah, sobrang gandang momentum nito for Sky Empire.
Yes. Sa ngayon nakikita natin may three-way tie tayo dito sa ilalim. Pero dahil na-mention mo tong Sky Empire, the good thing for them is meron silang oras para mag-review talaga kung ano pa yung kailangan nilang i-improve. At kung ano yung mga bagay na nag-work for them, especially in this series as they move forward. Pero moving over to the next matches na makikita natin dito, we've got Puggers versus NCG and Abaddon Abyss versus Naos Esports. So, very interesting tong matchup na to, Dad Femina, especially with Puggers and Abaddon Abyss. Kailangan din talaga nila tong points, especially nga, sabi ko kanina, di ba? 3-way tie na tayo sa ilalim.
May 6 game days naman tayo bago tayo dumaloy sa ating, at ito yung best chance para makahabol na agad yung mga nasa middle at saka yung mga nasa bottom ngayon na medyo established na din, yung mga na top Oasis and Naos or established as the top 2 dito sa ating series. Mas impactful at importante yung mga games na to for teams like Abaddon, lalo na Sky Empire. Nanalo sila ngayon, baka pa yung momentum nila pagdating sa mga last playoff days. And for Puggers specifically, very excited game nila against SR kasi parang similar yung styles nila in a way, plus Abaddon and Naos. Just a very comfortable pagdating natin doon ating second series. And next week pa mangyayari yun, kaya hindi na ako makapaghintay, Laika.
Nako, kailangan mong mag-antay. Wala kang choice. Kasi kung di ako nagkakamali, Feb 17 pa ang susunod nating broadcast. Pero yan guys, syempre mga broadcast natin, hindi naman yan mangyayari kung hindi ito inorganize ng Riot Games pati ng Mineski Philippines. So maraming salamat sa inyo.
At maraming salamat din sa ating official sponsor, ang Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every single day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
Last but not least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement.
Maraming salamat sa aming mga sponsors at maraming salamat din sa mga nanood sa amin ngayong araw. Kita-kita tayo next week, but here on the panel, we're putting it to a close. This has been Likeable, Wolf, and Dad Femina. We'll see you guys next time.
We're soaring up high, got no clue. How do I know what I mean to you? Yeah. Say it out loud, spill the truth. Tell me how I'm gonna get close to you. Yeah. High and low.